All set, Madam Administrator? All righty. Madam Administrator, are we all set now? Yep, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the public hearing for elementary and secondary education. And your voices are important for us to hear. Generally speaking, we will not be asking any questions of you because we have 329 people signed up to speak. And we want to give the people that are here or online the opportunity to speak, because this is your opportunity. That's what public hearings are about, is the public's opportunity to have a conversation. So we're going to have a lot of people stepping in and out, and we want to make sure that everybody gets heard. So I'm asking you if you keep your comments low and no outbursts revolving around whatever anybody has to say. We're going to respect what they have to say. We need to hear it. And so we need to make sure that we're having the ability to hear it. So if you want to say, you want to express joy at what somebody does, you can go like this. This is, the deaf community's way of saying hip, hip, hooray. And we do have interpreters this year. Last year in the budget. Okay, guys, going to keep it down so we can hear. Last year in the budget, we put in positions, and I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Those of you who are entering 2C, please do so quietly. And if you are standing outside the door of 2C, please remove yourself now.
It's very Kathy, awesome.
That's you. No.
That's usually me. Ugh. All right, everybody. Let me start over again. Ready, Madam Administrator? So again, I'm going to go back to the beginning. We're calling this meeting this public hearing to order. And by that, we really need to have order in the room, because we're going to hear from a lot of people. People are going to have differences of opinions, and we allow that difference of opinion to be spoken in public so that we can hear it. That's what we're here. Legislators are not going to ask questions because we have 329 people to testify today. At 3 minutes, that makes it 18 hours of testimony. So be prepared that we are going to be here late. Now, often when it gets a little bit later, people drop off. You can always submit your testimony in writing. We do read it. And we appreciate it. So as we do this, I just wanted to point out we have interpreters here today. We also have interpreters for those who speak Spanish, and we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity for their voices to be heard in a way that all of us can hear it. So we're going to get started. And for those of you who didn't hear me say this, please, if you don't like what somebody's saying, keep the thoughts to yourself. If you like what somebody's saying, keep your thoughts to yourself. If you want to, you can say like this and say everybody did a really great job, but do it silently. We're doing that because we really need to hear what you say. So we're going to start with number 1 out of 329. And we're going to move forward like that, okay? And if you have any questions about the list, Madam Administrator may be able to answer those questions. And we're going to just keep moving forward on that, okay?
Madam Chair, I believe our first speaker, Ms. Montoya, is going to require Spanish to English translation, and the translator is sitting right here at the witness table.
Hi, how are you? All righty. So up first is Gloria Montoya. Gloria? Is she in the queue? I don't see one.
Not online, Madam Chair.
Gloria Montoya? Okay, when she does, let us know. Up next is Justin Brooks. Justin? You're muted. Justin? Justin Brooks, you are muted, sir. It is.
I think you may require an interpreter?
Yes, Justin
Okay.
Brooks does. We need to, okay, hi, Justin. Hold on 1 minute. We're trying to get this fixed. Do one of you want to come back here for a minute? CTN, you're going to have to help us out with this at some point. Watch out for my scooter. It's in the way. Yeah. So Justin, Justin's right there.
There's anywhere bigger?
Right there, just,
Okay. Is there any way I can see him bigger?
he's right there. Oh, I can't make him bigger. I'm sorry.
Okay. We're going to switch to another device.
I can see you, but. I
Yeah,
don't.
that's not gonna help us. Yeah, that would be great. Oh,
There we go. All right, Justin.
do you see me okay now? Hi, good afternoon. I am Justin Brooks. I'm the Student Advocacy Coordinator at the American School for the Deaf. And the reason that I'm here today is to request ongoing funding and support for the American School for the Deaf. Briefly, I would like to talk about who I am. I grew up in Norwalk, Connecticut. I was in the mainstream until I was 8 years old, and then I was transferred to the American School for the Deaf, where I graduated in 2000. Growing up at the American School for the Deaf instilled a lot of pride in me. We had wonderful, talented staff, teachers, support staff who enabled me to be able to be successful in academics and in athletics. I played basketball in high school, and when I graduated, I decided to come back to the American School for the Deaf, and I worked as a residential counselor. I then became the head of the residential program for the boys in the dorm. Later on, I got a promotion and I became a supervisor in the student supports as a student support coordinator. The American School for the Deaf truly invested in me and is a great investment. Last fall, there was a show, Lost in Translation. And that was to raise awareness about access to communication for those who are deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing. And I was part of that as in an emergency situation. What happens when you don't have access to communication, and how critical that is for those of us who are deaf and hard of hearing? I am part of a program for deaf leadership here and throughout Hartford and Connecticut. I am a very proud person to be here in front of you as a graduate of the American School for the Deaf and as a Curtin employee. I am asking for your continued support for the $800,000 that was promised previously to ASD that we thought was going to be in the budget for the fiscal year 2025. I want to thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, let's see if I can do this now. Up next is Maria Staton Moore. Maria Staton Moore.
My name is Niaria Staten Moore, and I'm here to talk to you today about supporting ACES magnet schools by implementing a long-term equitable funding plan. I live in Waterbury, and I am currently an 8th grade student at ACES at Chase in Waterbury, which is an ACES magnet school. I love this school, and more students should benefit from an ACES magnet school education, which is why I'm asking you to support a long-term educational funding plan. I love attending my ACES magnet school because it gives me the outlet to learn different things that are not academic, being able to make the school a better place for everyone and having a voice in my school community. For example, throughout my 6th through 8th grade years, I was able to play in my school orchestra. This opportunity gave me the chance to be able to build my musical skills, learn teamwork, and become an active learner. One of the best parts about being able to participate in a music program are the concerts during the year where I get to show off all the hard work my classmates and I have been doing. Another great part of being able to attend a magnet school is the programs they have in place for student leadership. For example, every advisory class and I and other students leaders all group together and meet with our principal and talk about ways we can make ACES at Chase better for all students. One of the things we have recently worked on is a program for Black History Month where we get inspirational speakers to talk to us about the Black experience. This is a great thing as it not only gives us the chance to create an open space for other students to learn about Black history, but as an African American, it creates a comfortable space for me and my school environment. Another great thing about attending a magnet school is the theme-focused courses they offer. In my 3 years in middle school, I was able to participate in the Project Lead the Way engineering program every year. This program gave me the accessibility to build different models, engineer model boats, and program different things on the computer. Another great part about the experience is the Learn, Explore, Achieve, Prepare classes. In these classes, I was able to learn personal finance and how it can affect my future and also participate in public speaking/debate, which has helped me be more comfortable talking in big crowds. One great thing about ACES at Chase is the fact that you get to choose what you do. You never have to limit yourself to one thing, and there's an unlimited amount of choices. Some of our programs include drama, student council, green club, and a plethora of school sports programs. I have taken advantage of these programs myself and participated in drama and student council, and they have helped me learn about different experiences and branch out and try new things. Our magnet schools are at risk. Without sustainable funding, ACES will be forced to reduce resources in our classrooms and schools. This would be a shame because of all the reasons I have mentioned above about my middle school experience at a magnet school. Allowing students to have a choice about their educational experience and location is what Connecticut should be about. Please follow through on your promise to invest in the future of all students, and passing this important bill will just do that.
Thank you very much. Up next is Kimberly Okeke. Kimberly Okeke. Not here. Up next is Alexandra Daly. Okay. Alexandra Daly. One minute. There you go. She's right here. Okay, could just tell her we'll come right back.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, stay here. Up next is Louise Williams. Louise Williams. Up next is Nellie Noches, also from ASD.
Yes.
Nellie, also, I have two people that are in the queue, Bill, that are both from the American School from the Deaf. Can we go on with her interpreting?
Work out what that problem is, so.
Okay, so I will have two then in the queue. Up next is Samara Chambers. Samara Chambers, are you here?
My name is Samira Ching. You got it? Oh, thanks. My name is Samira, and I live in Manchester. I'm currently a senior at Comsci High in Enfield, which is a Craig magnet school. I can say a key benefactor in my success, like many others, is my school, which is why I am asking you to support a long-term educational funding plan. The value of education is equal to power in my family. My power was implemented when my mother passed me the torch of choosing my high school under one condition. It had to be CREC. To her, it stood for quality education, which my prior residents did not offer, and hope for the opportunities stemmed from that. To me, it became much more. Sadly, my mother passed before I could step into the doors of high school. She did not see the success I've had in person, but her plan came to fruition by having me continue my path in a magnet school. Keeping me there helped me find my voice in the way it can transcend volume. I'm a loud person, but my voice wasn't always heard. The school made sure I was comfortable in expressing myself and jumped at the ideas I had to better my environment. I learned what to do when people listened. I was a part of the school. I was given opportunities like the lessons in classrooms and workshops to shape my voice, my leadership. These resources empowered me. When my education came in all shades and perspectives, I was made quite aware that sometimes it's mandatory to break tradition to learn. You see the whole picture that way. This set me up to see a picture without magnet schools. It would be a reverberating silence among capable children. Our magnet schools are at risk. Without sustainable funding, CREC will be forced to reduce resources in our classrooms and schools. Those resources that built my voice. All wasted power, wasted potential, instead of the kind that would have me sitting in the seat you're in when I'm older. The investment in CREC is an investment in me. Just like my mother put her trust in CREC, I'm putting my trust in you to make this system for all.
Thank you very much. Nice job. Do this, guys. Do this. That way it's easier, please. Thank you. Up next is, we're going to go back to Alexandra Daly. Alexandra? Oh, okay. Alexandra?
She's
We need
She's
to,
dark.
we need, Alexandra, you need to turn your camera
My
on.
audio. I'm going to hang up with you because I think we're connected.
So much, guys.
Bye-bye.
There you are.
Hi, can you hear the interpreter? All right.
Hi. Hi there.
Hi, everyone.
My name
My name is Alexandra Daly.
Okay, excuse me.
My role here today is as a teacher's aide here at the American School for the Deaf. I graduated from ASD, and now I work here. I've been here 13 years. And I really want to express my gratitude for your continued support for ASD over the years. And I'm here this afternoon because I want to advocate for the school, for ASD, and ask for your continued support. In my years here at ASD, I've been motivated to continue my education through Gallaudet University and also at Goodwin College here in Connecticut. And really, I have the confidence to work here at ASD, the knowledge, the background, the skills. And everything started here at ASD. Really, it's the best possible education. I work here every day on campus. And I have to take and tip my hat to ASD, being a former student here, and then deciding to give back to the current students here in my work to meet their needs. And I'm not just here as a teacher's aide. I also get involved with the school in other ways. I substitute as a teacher. I'm an ASL instructor. I'm a class advisor. I also get involved with the Deaf Mentor Program. So I have various roles here on campus. And every role that I take on with deaf and the hard of hearing students here, my number one priority at ASD is the students. And I want to make sure that our staff and their passion for education in their work, that we're encouraging students. I also want to make sure that the staff have the tools and everything necessary to fulfill their jobs here at ASD. So I want to thank everyone for your support and that continued support. We have to continuously work together to make a difference for our students here at ASD. So I thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Up next is Nellie Noshes. Let's see if I can do this.
Hi, everyone. Hello. My name is Nellie Noshes. I am the parent of a second grade student who attends the American School for the Deaf. My daughter, her first name is Nev. She's been attending ASD for some time since she was 3 years old. Nev depends on American Sign Language to communicate. And I am grateful to have her placed at the American School for the Deaf. She's able to attend school. She has 100% access to communication at school, and she doesn't have to struggle with the stigma or discrimination that other students experience at school. Nev is able to fully connect directly with her teacher, who is fluent in American Sign Language, which means Nev has full access to language daily at school, and she's able to communicate freely with her teacher and her friends. And that is why she loves going to school every day. So I'm here today to ask for your continued support for ASD so that students like my daughter Nev can continue learning and thriving in the educational environment so that there's no barriers to their education. I want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So Madam Administrator, if you could just put down something that says we have to work on the IT so that we can see the person on the screen as well as the interpreter. If we could have a split screen on both of them so that the audience can actually see what's going on, it'd be helpful. Up next is Andrea Gomez. Andrea, are you here? Right over here, Andrea. Are you Andrea? You need an interpreter?
Madam Chair, this is a Portuguese speaking
Okay,
person, so she has her interpreter with her.
okay. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Are both of these on?
Yep, that, you gotta push the button for both of them. Put yours too. There you go. No, she's right. No, she needs it both on. There you go. Go ahead.
Boa tarde, membro do Conselho.
Speak into the mic, okay?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Estou aqui para a luta de futuro melhor para os alunos de Danbury.
I am here today to fight for a better future for our kids in Danbury.
Danbury precisa de uma escola charter para criar outra opção para os pais enviarem nossos filhos.
The city of Danbury requires a Danbury charter school to provide another option for our parents who are sending their kids to school.
Esta escola charter está focada em um currículo incrível, turmas menores para melhor aprendizagem para todos nossos filhos.
This charter school focuses on an incredible curriculum with smaller school settings for a more focused learning environment for all of the students,
Especialmente os alunos que falam inglês como segunda língua, e no meu caso, meu filho fala 3 línguas.
especially for those students who speak English as a second language, in the case of my son, who speaks 3 languages.
Eles ganham oportunidades a com seus professores experientes.
They gain more opportunities and quality time one-on-one with their professors, with their experienced professors.
Se as crianças tiverem a oportunidade de frequentar esse tipo de escolas,
If the students have this opportunity to attend a charter school,
eles terão uma oportunidade melhor de aprender inglês e se capacitar-se para futuro melhor.
and if they have this opportunity and they're able to frequent this charter school, they have the opportunity to learn better English and be in a capacity for a better future.
A aprovação do conselho é tudo o que é necessário para que essa escola charter mude vidas.
The approval from the committee is all we need that's necessary to ensure that the charter school changes lives. Please put yourselves in our community, in our community's place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Denise Devo. Denise Devo, Sarah Inc. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I am Denise Davey, the CEO for Sarah Inc., one of the state's largest birth-to-three providers. We're delivering services in 51 towns and 5 counties. Last year, we served over 1,800 children and families, many in your districts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am here to request that you support additional funding for the Office of Early Childhood to implement the recommended rate for services provided to children and families in the birth-to-three system. The increases the legislature provided in the last 3 years for most nonprofits were certainly appreciated, but they did not include birth-to-three services. So we providers have not had a rate increase since the rates were set back in 2017. In those last 7 years, the number of the state's children receiving evaluations for birth-to-three services has increased by nearly 50%, while at the same time, the number of clinicians continue to decline for those services due to chronic underfunding, leading to our inability as providers to be able to offer competitive salaries and benefits. During the past year, the Office of Early Childhood commissioned a comprehensive state birth-to-three cost and rate study. The results show providers are underfunded by 29% of the actual cost of delivering services, meaning for every dollar we spend to cover costs, we're only getting 71 cents to cover those costs. No business, non or for profit, can survive under those circumstances. That led to one birth-to-three provider, there's only 19 of us originally, now down to 18, to have to give up their contract because they could not financially sustain services. The loss of this provider is a clear warning that waiting to increase rates, even for another year, will only lead to further deterioration of Connecticut's birth-to-three system. These funding and staffing challenges are impacting children and families who really need these services. Due to chronic understaffing, families are waiting for critical autism evaluations and assessments, or the consistencies of services being delivered is being significantly impacted. Children are not receiving the services needed at a critical time in their lives when these supports will have the most impact. Imagine being the parent of a child waiting for services, knowing that this precious time needed to have the most impact in their lives is slipping away. This is both devastating and preventable. Ensuring the state's youngest citizens receive critically needed supports is not only a moral obligation, but it's also fiscally responsible. It's been well proven that funding early childhood development reduces future special education costs and helps children become healthier, more productive adults. Please commit, starting in the fiscal year 2025, to fully funding birth-to-three programs to close the 29% funding gap. Funding the programs for the cost of doing business to help providers keep meeting families' needs through the mandated program is long overdue. Please ensure FY25 is the year the waiting is over, that the financial investment is made to the birth to three system and in the future of Connecticut's children and families. Thank you for your time today. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Up next is Violet Sims. Is Violet Sims here? Violet Sims? 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Violet Jimenez Sims. I'm the Managing Director of Academic Programming for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, or TRP. I have been an advisor, teacher, administrator, and leader in educator preparation in Connecticut public schools and universities for over 20 combined years. I'm an immigrant, bilingual, bicultural, first-generation college-educated woman who joined the most impactful profession in the world via an alternate route to certification. National Center for Education Statistics data show that 3 times as many Black educators enter the field via alternate routes compared to via traditional teacher training programs, and about twice as many Hispanic educators do the same. I lead with that because I'm here today to join the RESC Alliance in requesting that the State Department of Education budget include a new line item designating a minimum of $1.5 million specifically for the Connecticut TRP to support district partnerships. Why CTTRP? Our vision is to prepare quality teacher candidates to create opportunities for all children and transform schools to be diverse and inclusive environments. EdSite data tells us that 11.2% of Connecticut's educators are people of color, while 52.5% of Connecticut students are of color. While there has been a slight increase in the number of educators of color in the past couple of years, the student population's increases in students of color actually continue to outpace the rate at which we are recruiting, hiring, and retaining educators of color as a state. Not only is the teaching profession an incredibly difficult one to attract candidates to, but the statewide attrition rate for Educator Preparation Program, or EPP, completers contributes to the results we see in the racial disparity of our teacher versus student population and exacerbates the teacher shortage. 58.7% of EPP completers are employed within the first year after completing a program. By year 2, 76.6% of those employed within their first year remain, which is only 44.9% of completers in general remaining in classrooms. In comparison, Connecticut Teacher Residency Program completers have retention rates of 92.5% or above for 4 cohorts that we've already been tracking, and over 90% of those candidates identify as people of color. So our program has had great success in not just delivering excellent teacher training, but also retaining teachers in Connecticut schools. This is due to a unique model of experiential learning, carefully selected practitioner course instructors, wraparound supports for residents, from mentor teachers, dedicated program coaches, and TRP leaders who run affinity groups and plan continuous professional development. Our model is unique, successful, and scalable. However, our current funding structure that combines private grants with district participation fees is not sustainable nor accessible to all districts. We're providing an invaluable service and benefit to Connecticut public schools that will impact generations. Alternate route to teacher certification are an essential part of the EPP ecosystem, and our quality accessible program is vital to the state's diversifying the educator workforce genuine goals. As such, I urge this committee to support this moderate ask of $1.5 million as a line item and commitment to the proven continued growth and impact of the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next is Lucy Nolan.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Lucy Nolan. I am the Policy Director at End Hunger Connecticut, a statewide anti-hunger organization that works to create access to the federal food programs. These programs feed our neighbors and bring in additional federal funds to the state. I am also the coordinator for the School Meals for All Connecticut Coalition, which has over 1,200 members and over 90 organizations and businesses that are in support of creating school meals for all. We are very grateful to this committee for passing legislation, for giving the funding so that we can have school breakfast for all this year, and also to allow eligible kids who would be eligible for reduced price meals to get them for free. It's been very successful. And I'm also grateful to the governor for adding it into his budget, and I'm here today to ask you to please keep it in. We want to know, I want you to tell you that SDE did some numbers. They do these October numbers, and in October of 2022, 2,680,866 breakfasts were served. In October of 2023, the number was 3,075,661 breakfasts were served. That's about 400 additional breakfasts were served in October of this year compared to the last 22 to 23. We're in 24 right now, so sorry, this academic year. And I want you to know that we are hearing anecdotally that students are showing up on time and even early to be able to get to breakfast. These kids are not disengaged. They are engaged because there's a meal for them at school. We know that kids who don't eat breakfast have lower math scores. They're more likely to be absent or tardy, and they may have more behavior problems, which translates into problems at the school. We know that food insecurity is a huge issue, creates some disabilities, and also is a problem for kids with mental health risks. And again, not engaged, they don't engage well in the classroom. So when we have these meals to schools for the kids at no cost, it really helps them survive and to be better students. We also hear the argument that Connecticut families don't need school meals for all. And I want you to know that to be eligible for right now in Connecticut for a free meal, a family can have no more than $55,500 gross income for a family of 4. So that is, and when you talk about the ALICE population through the United Way for a survival household budget in Connecticut, that same family of 4 would need $126,000. So that is a huge gap. And that's why we need these meals for our kids. So I just want to reiterate that this is a great program. I have lots of research in my testimony, and I would appreciate it if you would keep this in mind while you're doing your negotiations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hanisha at Curry, how many people are here from Craig? 5?
5 test.
Say it a minute, say it again.
5 people testifying.
Talk loud.
Oh, 5 people testifying.
Okay. 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 Go ahead, Hanish.
Okay. Dear Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Hanisha Athkari, and I am a junior at Craig Academy of Science and Innovation. I am here today in support of increased funding for magnet schools here in Connecticut. I've been a student at Craig School since 6th grade. Over the years, I've seen firsthand the diversity and opportunities for students of all backgrounds to receive a high-quality education. Craig allows an equal system by the lottery. Throughout 6 years of receiving education here, I've noticed our teachers are very diverse and open-minded. They are what I imagine ideal teachers to be like. The teachers in this building are able to understand and incorporate building lessons that support students based on their strengths and weaknesses academically. When I compare teachers at my friends' public schools to ours, I notice differences where our teachers are more passionate when it comes to instructions. Every year, they inspire us even more than the last. We are told to leave any and all distractions out of the classroom to learn our fullest potential. If any concerns do arise, the teachers are usually able to tackle the situations and get the students to focus and achieve what the students believe is the best for their course of learning. I appreciate and enjoy the school's course content and the way it is delivered. To explain in further aspects, students amongst our schools, are far more diverse and culturally responsive. My social groups are a reflection of this. Outside of school, I have many family friends, but many are South Indian. However, inside CREC, I've made friends with people of all cultures and different backgrounds. Our school culture promotes more acceptance of difference and empathy. Be treated the way you want to be treated. Students go through hardships each day. Some even struggle to get up in the morning. Some are not able to afford nice things. Throughout all this, teachers and the culture of our building supports those who face adversity. CREC schools look into observe and construct solutions to said problems and are able to reflect on the students' experiences and make changes for the betterment of all children. So walk in our shoes, look into the hearts of children and not just our heads. Thank you for your time and consideration when voting to increase funding for magnet schools.
Thank you very much. Up next is Carol Gale online. Carol Gale. Okay, good. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Carol Gale, and I am president of the Hartford Federation of Teachers. I'm here to testify on HB 5048, an act adjusting the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. I stand here to oppose the governor's changes of cutting any of the $150 million from our neighborhood schools. I am also a public school teacher in Hartford of more than 30 years. From both the vantage of my classroom and the union's view of the entire district, I see the urgent needs for funding and staffing in our schools. I have heard students express their dismay at not having a math teacher for an entire year. They understand the toll this takes on their education, and it breaks my heart to see this opportunity gap between my students and their suburban counterparts. I have heard teachers express their frustration that students whose IEPs dictate the need for adult support from a paraeducator do not receive this support due to insufficient staffing. I have seen the ripple effect of staff being stretched so thin to cover vacancies that they in turn resign and the retention crisis continues. With the well-documented rise in mental health needs of our students, I have witnessed an increase in students acting out aggressively and a correlated increase in staff injuries and mental health needs as a result. Why are these scenarios all true? Because Hartford Public Schools, like many other urban districts, needs the ability to offer better compensation to attract and retain educators to maintain adequate staffing and resources in our schools. We are the lowest paid staff in our region and have the highest needs in our classrooms. Hartford needs true equity. Real equity means that school districts serving high needs, kids whose parents earn poverty wages, kids learning English, kids with special needs, these districts have more need for funding per child to meet the needs. The ECS formula does not account for the increased costs of special education. Hartford spends 25% of its budget on special education. Please include a bump up for special education students in the ECS formula to remedy this inequity so that Hartford students with special needs receive all the services they deserve. Real equity requires accountability. Charter schools do not have to take in every child as district public schools do. What happens to the per pupil funds charters receive when a child leaves the charter school after October 1st and goes to a district school? To my knowledge, it does not follow the student. Will you hold charter schools to transparency and accountability to the public about their use of public funds? Connecticut, as the wealthiest state in the country, should be a state where every child can thrive and learn regardless of their zip code or the type of school that they attend. I urge you to fully fund our pre-K through 12 public schools and not cut any of that $150 million from our neighborhood public schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next is Rigeline Metzger. Lead. Rigeline. Portuguese also?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
our interpreter also speaks Portuguese. and
Okay.
we are paying her.
okay.
So.
Yep, go ahead.
That's fine.
There you go, come on up. Go ahead.
Boa tarde. Meu nome é Regilene Metzke, moro em Danbury há 10 anos.
My name is Regilene Masker and I live in the United States for 10 years.
Gostaria primeiro de agradecer todos os senhores e senhoras pela oportunidade de estar aqui e ser ouvida por vocês, que são nossa boca e que podem decidir o futuro das nossas crianças.
I would like first and foremost to thank all the gentlemen and ladies here for the opportunity to be here and to be listened, because you are our voice and you are the ones who can decide the future of our children.
Estou aqui para implorar a ajuda de vocês para ajudar na abertura da Charter School em Danbury.
I'm here to beg your help in opening the charter school in Danbury.
Sou mãe e avó e amiga de muitas mães que hoje choram diariamente por uma escola que pode suprir a necessidade dos filhos delas.
I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I'm a friend of a lot of mothers that cry daily for an opportunity of their children to have like a school that that demands like that covers their necessities.
Creio que a Charter School pode mudar a história de muitos futuros doutores, parlamentares que estão nas escolas hoje.
I believe that a charter school can change the history and the future of a lot of doctors and representatives and there are in school today.
Então, mais uma vez, eu imploro para que os senhores ajudem na abertura da Charter School em Danbury.
So again, I here like to beg you guys to open the charter school in Danbury.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next is Ryan Noel. Ryan? Ryan, do you need an interpreter? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Trey Brown, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ryan Noel. I am a member of the Mosaic Coalition, and unfortunately, Ryan was unable to make it. I also serve as a assistant pastor of the Grace CME Church in New Britain, Connecticut, as well as a member of BLM 6 and a community poet. I'm here asking you to give Danbury a charter school. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education." The district is overcrowded and overburdened. Adding a school of choice could mean more one-to-one instruction for all students, regardless of which school they choose to attend. The lack of educational options in Danbury is hurting the most vulnerable immigrant families whose voices have been ignored and who will benefit from an additional educational choice. Danbury Charter Schools features the widely acclaimed International Baccalaureate curriculum, an ambitious college preparatory program that enrolls thousands of students in several nations around the world. Danbury Charter Schools has also partnered with Elevate Charter Schools and its CEO, John Taylor, for the management of its operations. Mr. Taylor has also a record of success in creating schools of diversity and achievement, including the Booker T. Washington Academy Charter School in New Haven, Connecticut. We are confident that he will do the same for Danbury Charter Schools. I'm also here to urge because our children deserve a better education and a better quality of life. If given the opportunity to attend a charter school, they will have the capacity to have a better future and a better hope and a promising tomorrow. We need your approval. And with it, you'll be doing something major and monumental that will allow children to not only feel free in the educational world, but to have safety, poet by the name of Brandon Leake once said, dreams are real once we make them. So I'm asking you and urging you, members of the committee, to give Danbury a well-deserved charter school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Yasmelis Ruiz. Yasmelis. Yasmelis. I may be saying it wrong. Up next is Claire Contreras. Claire. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, Senator Austin and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Claire Contreras. I'm from Meriden, Connecticut, and I currently attend Craig Academy Science of Innovation in New Britain. I'm here in support of increased funding for magnet schools. I've been attending ASI since the fall of 2018 as a sixth grader, and now I'm a junior in high school. As someone who grew up attending private schools, transitioning to a magnet school was an incredible change for me, and I'm glad that I was able to pursue that change. Coming from a relatively small town compared to towns in the greater Hartford area, it was completely eye-opening to attend a school such as ASI, with so many people from diverse backgrounds and upbringings from my own. Quickly following my transition to life at a magnet school, I found myself becoming more outgoing and outspoken. I was more inclined to think outside the box, ask riveting questions, and collaborate with my peers both inside and outside the classroom, which would not have been possible without the overwhelming support and encouragement from the community at school. I'd say my high school experience at ASI has been the most meaningful and memorable due to the students and staff who make going there every day worth it. Additionally, I feel the need to mention a big part of my life at ASI, which is my role as an all-season student sports manager. Since the spring of my sophomore year, I have taken up a responsibility that has bettered my life significantly. I started managing the high school boys baseball team, then followed suit with managing the high school boys soccer team at the start of this school year. And now I'm currently one of the many student managers for our high school boys basketball team and will continue to make a return to the baseball scene this upcoming spring season. Becoming a student manager has been one of the most unforgettable experiences of my life. The role had helped me overcome many obstacles such as my self-image, mental blocks, and overall feeling unfulfillment. As a student manager, I was so willingly accepted by the members of each team I was a part of and felt so appreciated and loved. My experience as a manager has shown me the importance of a close-knit familial community at school. Change has been made easy by attending ASI. Magnet schools provide essential programming that offers students a sanctuary to be themselves and explore opportunities that embolden their interests and encourage self-fulfillment. I truly believe that funding for these programs is essential to furthering our citizens' access to critical educational experiences. I thank you for your time and hope that you will consider my words in support of increased funding for magnet schools.
Thank you. Up next is Christopher Menard. Christopher Menard. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, the members of the Appropriation Committee, and everyone in attendance. My name is Chris Menard, and I have the honor of joining the Mosaic Coalition. As an ESL teacher for the Stanford Public Schools adult program and a high school business teacher, I have seen firsthand the importance of quality education and the positive impact it can have on our students' lives. That's why I'm here today to support the opening of the Danbury Charter School. Charter schools have unique characteristics that allow them to run independently from their home districts, providing more room for innovation in their curriculum and teaching styles. As an immigrant who speaks 4 languages, I know how valuable it is to have options, and I believe that our students deserve the same. Please join me in committing to opening the Danbury Charter School and giving our students the opportunity to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Up next is Nancy LaDonna. Nancy, I believe you're online.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Austin and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you all for hearing from my testimony. My name is Nancy Landana. I live in Terryville and I'm a co-founder at Brass City Charter School in Waterbury, where I oversee operations and finance for the school. Brass City serves 360 students in grades pre-K to 8, all from Waterbury. This is our 11th year in operation, and we are proud to have been named a school of distinction twice in that time. I'm here today to ask you to both fund an additional 40 seats at Brass City Charter and also to reject Governor Lamont's proposed budget cuts to public education funding. Public schools, particularly those in urban areas, are struggling to stay afloat amidst the expiration of federal COVID relief funds, and cutting public education funds now flies in the face of promises made last year to fully fund the needs of all students in our state. At Brass City Charter, we have a current wait list of 507 students across all grade levels and have already received 366 applications for the 2024-25 lottery in the last 15 days. We are proud that many applicants find us via word of mouth, current or former families recommending our school to their friends and loved ones. We have many students who have been on the wait list for years. Just last week, I had the pleasure of offering a space in 7th grade to a student who has applied every year since 2nd grade. Regardless of zip code or life circumstances, parents want the best for their children, and we would like to be able to provide that to more students in Waterbury. Charters are responsible for following every law and regulation pertaining to public schools, but we, specifically the small standalone schools, are behind the fiscal 8 ball when it comes to doing so. In a large system, the costs of administration, compliance, and overhead are spread over many more students, and there tend to be more people to fulfill those responsibilities. Taken individually, these mandates seem innocuous enough, and as a former educator, I can see the good intentions behind each of them, but stack them on top of one another, and the burden is immense for the few people trying to juggle those responsibilities in a very small district. The TEAM program, NIAC accreditation, the mandate to use one of 5 approved reading programs, intervention and special education requirements, the recommended LEAP program to decrease chronic absenteeism, professional development requirements, provisions in the Multilingual Learner Bill of Rights, and the many required committees. All good ideas, but all require staff and money to implement properly. Like every household and business, we have seen increases in the cost of personnel, health insurance, utilities, and materials. We have not, however, seen a corresponding rise in our funding to offset these. On top of that, add a mortgage and facility costs, including upcoming roof repairs and needed HVAC upgrades, for which district schools can tap into state funding, but charters can't, and the situation has become precarious. Like all of you, I take seriously my responsibility as a steward of public funds. Your task is not easy, but I think we can all agree that education is, across the board, the best investment we can make. Please give serious consideration to our request for additional seats at Brass City Charter School, and be assured that you will not only help our bottom line, but will also put broad smiles on the faces of 40 new students and their loved ones as we welcome them to the Brass City Charter School family. We would welcome the opportunity to speak with you more in depth about both our aspirations and fiscal concerns, and invite any or all of you to visit our school to meet our students and staff and to further the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Paolo Espin. Paolo Espin. Paola Espin. Paolo. I'm not going to say it right. Wait. Paola, are you coming? Come on up. Paola, is that how you say it? Paola? All right, go ahead.
Sorry. Hello. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Es un placer estar aquí en este honorable Capitolio y dirigirme a ustedes con relación a la apropiación de la Escuela Charter School.
It's a pleasure to be here in this lovely capital and be part of this hearing in related charter school.
Considerando a que por varios años se ha solicitado a este honorable Capitolio del Estado de Connecticut
Considering that for a number of years, we have been soliciting for this honorable capital of Connecticut,
Una escuela, Chester Charter,
a charter school,
para la ciudad de Danbury, la cual es una necesidad.
for the city of Danbury, which needed for several reasons.
Por las siguientes razones. Por las siguientes razones. Primero,
Por la happened for the following reasons.
primero, la sobrepoblación de la high school de Danbury.
The overpopulation on the high school of Danbury.
Segundo, la mala calidad de la educación por la sobrepoblación.
Second, the bad quality of education because of the overpopulation.
Porque los niños necesitan desde temprana edad sean supervisados para que tengan un fin favorables para ellos.
Because the kids need to have like supervision in order to have like a opportunity and a future.
En su educación personal e intelectual. En su educación personal
And
e intelectual.
for their education, their personal education,
E intelectual.
intellectually, and
En favor de la sociedad.
in favor of the society.
Porque los niños son educados a este tipo de escuela que hoy solicitamos
Because the children that are attending the kind of school that today they are here requesting
con una mayor calidad
with a better quality,
por lo cual el porcentaje de graduandos es mayor.
and where the percentage of graduation is higher
Que las escuelas tradicionales.
than the regular schools.
Considerando de que en la constitución es de este país
Considering that the First Amendment of the Constitution of this country
manifiesta la igualdad para todos,
talks about equality for all,
Danbury también tiene el derecho de tener una escuela, charter school. Una escuela. También tiene derecho de tener Danbury.
so Danbury also has the right to have a charter school.
Y su derecho está expuesto ante este Capitolio de Connecticut.
And this right is dependable on this capital in Connecticut
En este día de hoy,
today.
así como
As well,
en años anteriores.
in years before,
Necesitamos la aprobación
we need the approval
para que Danbury no sea huérfano
for Danbury not to be an orphan,
uno de los primeros de los primeros estados de este país.
orphan from the first state of this country.
Los habitantes de Danbury merecen una escuela
The people of Danbury, they deserve a school
con esta calidad.
with this kind of quality.
Así los padres tendrán la opinión sobre sus hijos. Así los padres tendrán la opinión
So this way, the parents will have
sobre sus hijos.
like the opinion or the voice over like their kids
Sobre su educación.
about their education.
Por lo tanto, pedimos
Because of that, we here ask,
por las razones expuestas,
because of the following, because of the reasons that she
por mí, por
she
mí,
already exposed,
por lo que han estado antes
for all that happened before
y por los que vendrán,
and for all that will come.
hablar a favor de estas resoluciones que pedimos.
That's the reason that that we request the charter school in that way.
Que como garantizador de los derechos de los estudiantes de Danbury,
And as a guarantee for the students of Danbury and their
está
rights,
establecido en la Constitución de 1786.
it's established in the Constitution on
Sí,
1786.
sí.
1786,
Y sus respectivas enmiendas.
and all their amendments.
Solicitamos que no nieguen este derecho,
We hereby request that you granted this right,
pues de hacerlo sería una negación a los derechos de los estudiantes de Danbury.
because if not, it will be a neglect on the students of Danbury
Por una educación de mejor calidad.
for a better education.
Es cuanto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Up next is Fabricio Fignat. Go ahead. You need an interpreter? No. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin and community members, all those present. Thank you for being here, present today as we discuss this vital topic of education. As pastor and teacher and advocate for education, I'm from the city of New Milford. I would like to share my support for charter school. This school, while public, have the autonomy to innovate and adapt to the specific needs of their students. As a community-based institution, charter school promote a personalized approach to learning, allowing educators to create inclusive and nurturing environment where every child can thrive. By encouraging diversity in teaching methods and curricula, charter school promote academic excellence and creativity. Additionally, as a proponent of Christian value, I see in this school an opportunity to strengthen the connection between education and moral principle taught in the Bible. Promoting love for others, empathy, and compassion are essential to shaping citizens who live according to the Christ teaching. Charter school can integrate this value into their curriculum and school culture, preparing students not only for academic success, but also for a life of integrity and service to others. Therefore, I urge to join me in supporting the charter school as they represent a promised path for the future of our community, rooting in Christ's principles of love, compassion, and service. Thank you once again for your presence and engagement in this important discussion. Thank you for hearing me. God bless.
Thank you. Up next is James Crocker. James. Floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Senator Austin and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, please support Craig Magnet Schools by implementing a long-term equitable funding plan. As a first-year student at the Craig Academy of Science and Innovation, I, James Crocker, a 16-year-old high school junior, can attest to the invaluable impact this program has had on my educational journey and personal growth. Prior to attending CREC, I experienced discrimination and discomfort in a public school environment due to my sexuality. However, since stepping foot into the halls of the Academy of Science and Innovation, I have found a welcoming and inclusive community that has provided me with both safety and opportunity. One of the primary reasons I feel I enjoy attending the Academy of Science and Innovation is the sense of acceptance and support I feel from both my peers and educators. Unlike my previous school experience, where I often felt marginalized and misunderstood, CREC has fostered an environment where diversity is celebrated and individuality is embraced. This sense of belonging has allowed me to focus on my studies and personal development without the fear of judgment or discrimination. Furthermore, the CREC Academy of Science and Innovation provides an exceptional learning environment that encourages exploration and innovation. One of the highlights of my time at CREC has been the opportunity to pursue my passion for journalism through the creation of Raven TV, a school news channel. This project, which is part of my capstone class, not only allowed me to hone my skills in media production, but also provided me with a platform to amplify student voices and share important stories within our community. Beyond my own experiences, it is essential that funding for CREC magnet schools remains a mainstay in state budgeting for several reasons. Firstly, CREC magnet schools serve as beacons of excellence within the education system, consistently producing high-achieving students who go on to excel in various fields. By investing in CREC, we are investing in the future success of our students and our state as a whole. Additionally, CREC magnet schools plays a crucial role in promoting diversity and equity in education. By authorizing specialized programs and pathways, CREC ensures that students from all backgrounds have access to quality education and opportunities for success. This commitment to inclusivity not only benefits individual students, but also contributes to the overall strength of our communities. In conclusion, the CREC Academy of Science and Innovation has provided me with a supportive and enriching educational experience that has transformed my life in countless ways. As a proud member of the CREC community, I urge policymakers to prioritize funding for CREC magnet schools to ensure that future generations of students have access to the same opportunities and resources that have enriched my own educational journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Gail Nolan. Gail, I see you online. Are you online?
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead. Speak loud, please.
Thank you, Senator Austin, and a shout out to my legislators, Senator McCrory and Representative Gibson, and all the members of the Appropriation Committee. I'm Gail Nolan of Bloomfield, current president of the Connecticut Family Resource Center Alliance. First of all, I want to thank all the legislators for the tireless work that you do for our state and its children. I'm here today regarding the governor's budget and the Family Resource Center line in the State Department of Education budget. Last session, you were gracious enough to give us an increase for some of the family resource centers, the alliance districts to be specific. And we really appreciate that. It's helped those sites tremendously. The FRC Alliance would respectfully request that our line item stay the same as it is currently. We recognize that there are many programs and services in need of in our state, and we are happy to be where we are in the governor's budget. Just wanted to remind you that these funds help each FRC retain the skilled professional workforce. They allow us to sustain existing services with the goal of expansion of new, much needed services for Connecticut's families. We're working to address fair compensation for our staff, to provide them the cost of living increases, and to be competitive in attracting new and talented individuals. With the loss of these funds, we would see a significant loss of critical programming. We do not have additional funds to address the increased prices of supplies and utilities set aside from these funds. The Connecticut Family Resource Center Alliance concept promotes comprehensive, integrated, community-based systems of family support and child development services located in public school buildings. We have 7 components that consist of families in training, early care and education, school-age childcare, adult ed and family literacy. We support family daycare homes, positive youth development, resources, and referrals. We are family strong, community strong, FRC strong. We also invite you to come hear more about family resource centers at our day at the Capitol, February 27th from 10 a.m. to 12 in the private dining room at the Legislative Office Building, to hear more stories from families and community members that are friends of the family and what we do with our limited budget. We have a website, ctfrc.org, that you can also look at, and follow us on Facebook to see some of our stories. The Connecticut Family Resource Alliance is part of the National Family Support Network. Their mission is to promote positive outcomes for children, families, and communities by leveraging the collective impact of state networks and championing quality family support and strengthening practices and policies. I'm the current chair of the board of directors for that organization as well, because the work we all do is to support families in Connecticut and across the country. I also work as a school readiness and child daycare liaison. I'm co-chair of the Bloomfield Early Childhood Council, called the Alliance for Bloomfield's Children. And these programs all work together collaboratively in communities across the state. We're able to flex to the needs of the community, and we all support families and communities raising children. The parents need supportive groups to help them find resources for things such as housing, food, diapers, childcare, so that they can work and they can educate their children in the best way possible. So I'm encouraging you to please support families and early childhood, because it's our future. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
For all that you do.
Thanks. Have a nice day. Up next is Jerlene Silva. And I apologize ahead of time if I'm not saying your names correctly. Do you need an interpreter?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Cities our compliments. My name is Gerlene Silva. I live in Danbury. I have three beautiful children. One, I have two boys, and one is of spectrum autism, and another one is ADHD. I am here to support charter school. The charter school is a great opportunity for our children and community. I believe charter school will provide our children self-confidence and support them to a future success. What I see is an opportunity to all be well in this world. We need your support to open the charter school in Denver. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you very much. Up next is Antonia Matisse. Antonia Matisse. Coming? Do you need an interpreter?
Yes.
Okay. Maria? She needs an interpreter. Who's interpreting for her?
Português. I prefer someone in Portuguese, please. Thank you.
Are you interpreting for us too? Okay. Next time. Go ahead.
Vai falar português ou espanhol?
Português.
Português?
Okay. Go ahead.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sou Antônia Matias.
My name is Antonia Matos.
Estou aqui feliz de estar aqui para defender a Charter School.
I am very happy here to be able to defend the Charter School of Danbury.
Sou mãe, avó e tenho amigos que estão precisando de uma escola como essa em Danbury.
I am a mom and grandmother, and I have friends who are also representing this Danbury Charter School.
Peço, por favor, que aprovem a escola em Danbury.
I implore that you guys approve this need for the Danbury Charter School.
Obrigado a todos.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Up next is Christopher Crane. Christopher Crane, FFA. Are you speaking for everybody? No? Just curious. Go ahead,
on?
Christopher, the
Is it
floor is
on?
yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Imagine you're walking down the halls of Housatonic Valley's Agri-Science Center, and inside the first door on your left, there are students practicing floriculture, studying botany, and working on arrangements for an upcoming wedding. On your right across the hall, there are students studying forestry, learning how to be an environmental advocate. You proceed down the hall and find students tearing down small engines and learning how to operate and maintain them. We have graduates who started their welding careers in our ag shop and learned to be self-sufficient business owners from our program. Beyond the shop, you see classrooms that are dedicated to students learning animal science, from the size of a little hamster to working with a local veterinarian outside in our school barn to conduct ultrasounds on our school sheet. My name is Chris Crane, and I hope you have gained a brief picture of what the 21 agri-science and technology centers in our state offer to students like myself. For the past year and a half, I've been privileged to be an active FFA member and student. I've gained essential career skills that I would not have been able to gain without the opportunities created by Housatonic Valley Ag Ed. I have learned how to maintain and operate a variety of heavy equipment, care for a vast variety of plants in our state-of-the-art greenhouse, how to care for animals of all breeds, and develop skills to advocate and communicate with the public. HB 5048 presents a critical issue for educational funding in our state. And without this equitable funding, students like myself would face a time of hardship and create a gap between skilled laborers and the workforce needed ahead to simulate a strong Connecticut economy. Without the funding, not only would students be affected, but employers as well. For example, I look to my family. My dad owns his own successful landscape and construction business with over a dozen employees during the busy summer. He has found over the years that his best employees are a product of our local agri-science program. Another example I would like to share is of my uncle, Richie Crane, who owns Crane's Outdoor Power Equipment in North Canaan, Connecticut, where he offers many power equipment brands such as Skag, Steel, Simplicity, and Fisher. Without a program that has such deep roots in our community, both my father and my uncle would not have the success they have today. In an ever-changing world, we must commit to agri-science and trade careers for our state. Housatonic Valley and Ag Ed programs across the state produce well-educated, hardworking, responsible individuals that care about the environment and the future of agriculture. I urge you to reconsider the proposed budget cuts to agri-science programs and to prioritize the needs of our local communities. Thank you for your time and attention to this very important matter.
Thank you very much, Chris. Up next is, Chris, could you go see the administrator? She's going to be sitting right over there for a minute. Thank you. Sue, that'll help you. People. Andrew Daukas, Daukas. Andrew. Andrew Daukas, number 27. Are you here? No. Up next is Cassandra Gallion. Cassandra Gallion. Is that you? Very good. Do you need an interpreter?
No.
Okay.
Chairwoman Austin and Walker, ranking members Berthel and Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cassandra Gallion, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Research at the Connecticut Charter School Association. I am here today to urge this committee to prioritize restoring to the budget the full funding increase promised to public school students just 8 months ago, and to ask that you help deliver equitable educational opportunities for the students who need them most, including those at the Connecticut's 21 public charter schools. I apologize. We were encouraged to see that Governor Lamont's proposed budget, HB 5048, recognizes that public charter schools have been historically underfunded and takes steps towards funding students based on their need. However, scaling back the funding committed to all public school students exacerbates inequities and breaks a promise at a time when schools and districts are financially strained. We support funding Connecticut students from early childhood through college and career. but at a time when the state has a budget surplus, the interests of different student groups should not be at odds with each other. Connecticut is in a position where it can and needs to invest in all of its students. That includes 2 high-quality charter schools that are looking to expand, mostly adding seats for pre-K and elementary students that had their new seats excluded from this budget. It also includes students in Danbury and Middletown whose families have fought for years to bring a new educational option to their communities, seeing 2 new and approved charter schools be denied funding yet again. Danbury Charter School and Capital Prep Middletown earned overwhelming community support and approval from the State Board of Education. Both new and expanding public charter schools in Connecticut have access to $24.5 million in federal funds through the Charter School Program Grant awarded to CTCSA in 2022, the first time these funds have ever been made available in our state. But without funding to open new schools or approval for seat growth for existing schools, these schools are unable to take advantage of these critical funds. We ask that you help these schools grow to meet the demand in their communities. The legislature has acknowledged that closing achievement gaps among students is a critical step in ensuring everyone succeeds. In Connecticut, results have shown that public charter schools are among the most effective ways to address those learning gaps. This budget helps public charter schools take incremental steps towards funding parity with their peers in other public schools, but these students, 94% of whom are students of color, still receive less funding than their district counterparts. While this budget takes steps in the right direction, there is more work to be done to support all public school students. We need to commit to investing in our students' futures. Like any investment, the benefits will take time, but when more students are meeting standards, graduating, and setting up successful careers, we will look back and see just how much the money we commit to our students today will help them tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Up next is Nakia Hall. Nakia, you're online.
Yes, hello, Senator Austin. Co-chairs Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Nakia Hall, and I am the Director of External Relations for Achievement First 10 Public Schools here in Connecticut. I first want to thank this committee for its commitment to all of Connecticut's public school students. You understand that our children are our most precious commodity, and we are responsible for ensuring that they are set up to meet their full potential. Just 8 months ago, you approved a budget that included a funding increase for public education based on students' needs. That budget also brought public charter schools incrementally closer to funding parity with their peers in other public schools. It was a significant and necessary step toward educational equity. I did not expect to be here today, not even a year after the passing of that important budget, to defend the funding that was promised to Connecticut students. It is unfathomable that in a year when we have a balanced budget, in fact, a budget surplus, anyone would suggest cutting anything related to education. The students most impacted are the most underserved in our state. What message are we sending them and their families? How are any of us comfortable with living in a state that has one of the largest opportunity gaps with a budget surplus? I urge you to remain invested in the success of our young people and reject Governor Lamont's proposed cuts to education funding. Achievement First serves students in 3 of Connecticut's largest cities, Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. Like other public schools in our communities, Achievement First serves predominantly Black, Brown, and low-income students. Our over 4,500 bright and beautiful K-12 scholars work incredibly hard every day to overcome this opportunity gap that has criminally persisted in this state for decades. The budget brings Achievement First and all of CT's charter schools closer to funding equity, but they still face the same challenges with less funding. Among them, the need for more social emotional resources and supports and long overdue facilities repairs. I ask that you hold firm to your longstanding commitment to providing an equitable funding formula for families, regardless of which type of public school they choose for their children. Let's make Connecticut a shining example of what it looks like when we invest fully and unequivocally in children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You as well.
Up next is Ariane Stupelli. Ariane? Okay, do you need an interpreter? Okay, can we try the gentleman right here? Do you want to try and interpret here? Because we have not heard your trying. He's also here, right? Oh, okay, Portuguese? Okay. Okay, come on up, Ariane. Who's gonna speak Portuguese for her? Okay. Go ahead, come on, guys. Go
Boa
ahead.
tarde a todos. Meu nome é Ariane, eu sou de Denver e gostaria de agradecer a oportunidade
Good afternoon, Senator Olson and esteemed members and chairs of the Appropriation Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Ariana and I am from Danbury. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for the opportunity today.
dos senhores e senhoras estarem nos ouvindo hoje, uma parte da comunidade brasileira.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we will be listening to the Brazilian community.
E segundo, que hoje estamos aqui juntos para pedir o financiamento da escola charter,
Secondly, we are here today to request funding for the Danbury Charter School, which will benefit our children by providing more support
que irá beneficiar nossas crianças, fornecendo mais suporte, tanto pelo idioma e pela atenção que as crianças especiais precisam.
whether it be through language or attention to special needs children,
E incentivando as crianças e adolescentes a frequentarem uma escola com tanta dedicação que é a charter.
or encouraging our children and adolescents to attend a school with such dedication, like the Danbury Charter School.
E tendo certeza que a educação e conhecimento é fundamental para eles, que serão o nosso futuro.
We can be certain that education and knowledge are essential, especially for them, as this is their future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next is DeAndre Martinez. DeAndre Martinez. Correct?
Hey,
Oh, go ahead. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
thank you very much. Dear Senator Austin, Senator McCrory, and the honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is DeAndre Martinez, and I live in Hartford. I am currently in the 11th grade at CREC Impact Academy in Hartford, which is a CREC magnet school. I am asking you to please support CREC magnet schools by implementing a long-term equitable education funding plan. I love attending Impact Academy because I never fit in anywhere. I was placed and dealt with the constant harassment and bullying directed at me, both physically and mentally. Once I left middle school, it felt as if I took a deep plunge into obscurity, my need to be assimilated into the depressive fog and struggle that was the COVID-19 pandemic. I felt unmotivated to do schooling and pursue my education because of all the obstacles presented in the way. Presented in the way because of the idea of trying without change in return. Once COVID restrictions started to die down, I was back into attending in-person school where I felt ignored and pushed aside while issues that started to boil up inside quickly arose. I completely flunked my freshman year of school during COVID, and I was close to doing it again until I was referred to CREC Impact Academy. I went in silence, not expecting any difference to my prior school experiences until I met the wonderful staff and intelligent students that attend this school. I wasn't treated as a student, more so as a family member. Everyone seemed to care and they put their full effort into making our small school the best it can be. I would not be speaking here today if it wasn't for this new experience, the Impact experience. I have been interviewed on news stations such as Fox 61 and have been actively helping our community through the challenge we all face regardless of where we are. We are a part of this together, so the thought of my school having resources cut without a long-term funding plan brings me great pain. So please do what is right and create a long-term plan to fully fund magnet schools.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jose Morfa, you're up now. Jose Morfa. Is Jose Morfa here? No, not here. Okay. Up next is Essence Divine. Essence Divine. Number 33. No. Up next is Dave Henry. Dave Henry. Number 34. No. Up next is Charles Dubé. Charles Dubé, number 35. The floor is yours, sir. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs, ranking members, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Chip Dume, the Executive Director of CES, Cooperative Educational Services, one of Connecticut's 6 regional education service centers. Our mission is to provide high-quality, affordable education and foster regional partnerships that support our 17 member communities locally. The RESCs, established in 1972, operate independently and are governed by local boards of education. CES is a proud member of the RESC Alliance, a collaborative effort formed in the 1990s to increase access to resources and savings for all Connecticut public schools. Today, the RESC Alliance works with state agencies and school districts to deliver a wide range of educational resources and services. Collectively, we directly serve nearly 13,500 students and offer special education programs at over 30 locations statewide. We are grateful for the $3 million in ARPA funding allocated to the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, CTTRP, which aims to diversify the state's teaching workforce. Connecticut TRP collaborates with 25 district partners, including urban, suburban, and rural schools, recognizing the benefits of a diverse teaching staff. To increase access to this program, the RESC Alliance is requesting $1.5 million budget line item under the Department of Education to support districts partnering with residency programs that certify diverse educators. This commitment will enhance recruitment, training, and retention in collaboration with school districts statewide. Research shows that teachers of color have a positive impact on student outcomes, leading to reduced dropout rates, improved college admission rates, and achievement gains for all students. Connecticut faces challenges in recruiting and retaining teachers of color, particularly in urban areas with predominantly non-white student populations. The Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, launched in 2019, aims to address these challenges by removing barriers to certification for candidates of color. Participants receive hands-on experiences, full-time pay and benefits, and courses in elementary and special education over a period of 18 months, all at no personal expense to the candidate. They're guaranteed a full-time teaching job in a partner district upon certification. Currently, nearly 150 teachers of color are already in classrooms through this program. With continued support, the number of diverse educators will grow, better representing the students in Connecticut classrooms. Investing in diversifying the state's teacher workforce is essential to providing voice and opportunity to marginalized populations. Allocating funds for this program will help achieve that goal. The RESC Alliance is also requesting permanent funding for $1.2 million for trauma-informed train-the-trainer programming called Uplift, which was established in 2023 using ARPA funds. Uplift provides 9 training modules, individualized consultation, and works with teams from 20 school districts, partnering with Western Connecticut State University and the Connecticut chapter of the American Federation of Teachers. This funding will ensure equitable statewide access to trauma-informed care, training, helping schools address the mental health crisis and impacts of trauma and toxic stress, especially exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Up next is Rose Murray. Is Rose Murray here? Rose Murray, are you online? Rose Murray?
She's rejoining as a panelist now.
Rose Murray? Okay, I see her. Rose Murray, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Rose Murphy, and I am an English teacher at Hill Regional Career High School, a New Haven Public Schools magnet school, as well as a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm here to testify on behalf of House Bill 5048, the governor's budget recommendation. As a proud graduate of Connecticut's public K-12 schools and colleges, as a proud New Haven public schools teacher for the last 10 years, I can confidently say that no one who regularly spends time in our public schools would dispute the need for increasing school funding to meet the needs of our students, rather than continuing to shrink our already underfunded system. It is easy to feel removed from the realities of public schools, so I would like to share with you a recent email I received from our single school social worker sent to all staff. Good morning. As many of you are aware, there are 2 cabinets in our school designated as the school closets. These closets hold necessities that our students may find themselves needing throughout the day. There are hygiene products, clothes, winter weather accessories, among other items. Students have access to these closets, no questions asked. As of late, we have noticed students looking for socks, underwear, and sweatpants. If you are willing and able to grab a few, the students would be appreciative. All sizes are needed. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
I'd like to share another piece of sorry, that was
go
part of
ahead.
the email. You're good. I'd like to share another piece of writing, this time written by a former student currently in one of Connecticut's public colleges. This student wrote her college essay about her experience moving from Afghanistan to the United States during high school. She wrote about how in Afghanistan her education was disrupted. She had to stay home after girls in her region were attacked with acid for attending school. Later, when she attended an all-girls high school, the school was invaded by militants who burned the school library. Her story broke my heart, both because of the horrors she was forced to endure as a child, but also because I knew that when she arrived in the United States, upon enrolling in public school in the wealthiest state and the wealthiest country in the world, the promises of the highest quality public education were not met. She did not have access to the English language teachers that she should have, or the English language learning programs that she deserved. Her school could not provide her with the counseling or supports to process what she had endured. These are among a litany of others, but are examples that I hope make it abundantly clear why I am opposed to the proposal to cut $150 million from our elementary and high schools. When teachers are no longer asked to provide socks or underwear for students, when our newcomers can be met with the bare necessities to succeed in our communities, then we will have the luxury of debating which programs to fund. As of yet, we have made the decision to underfund our schools. This is a choice we do not need to make. Connecticut, the wealthiest state and the wealthiest country in the world, has enough for all, from early childhood, elementary and high schools, to community colleges and state universities. I hope we can work together to fund the future of all of our public school students across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, I'm going to ask, are you done now?
I am done now. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice night. Up next is Cordelia Doviak, number 36. Okay, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Cordelia Ellinger-Doviak, and I am currently a junior at ACES Educational Center for the Arts in Hamden High School. Today, I want to share with you something close to my heart. The incredible opportunities that magnet schools like ACES Educational Center for the Arts offer us. Opportunities that we do not find in our traditional public school system. Imagine a school where your love for sculpting, painting, or theater isn't just an after-school activity, but the very core of your education. That's what a magnet school like ECA is all about. Each subject at ECA isn't just a small part of the school. There are communities of students passionately diving into areas like dance, creative writing, visual arts, music, and theater. ECA is about exploring what you love every single day and learning every single day. As a magnet school participant from kindergarten through 8th grade at ACES Wintergreen Interdistrict Magnet School, I was able to learn about myself and my love for acting. It was there that early on, as a grade school student, I was immersed in plays and dramatic experiences. I was able to play Nala in The Lion King when I was in 3rd grade. The theater bug bit me, and I have been provided an incredible education in the discipline of theater. I urge magnet school funding in Connecticut so that an outstanding educational experience, as I have had at 2 ACES magnet schools, can be provided for other passionate students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Up next is Sandra Jimenez. Sandra, do you need an interpreter? No? Okay.
I'm sorry, Sandra couldn't be here today. My name is Dana Velsky.
What is it?
Dana Velsky.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Chairwoman Austin and the esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to advocate today for the Danbury Charter School. I'm a Danbury resident, and I've been privileged over a 20-year career to help many folks who don't speak English as a first language to purchase homes and become contributing members of our communities. When I grew up, I personally attended about 8 different schools, and I know that it made a difference. When the teacher believed in me, I did better. And I can tell you that with language and many of the other barriers that we have, I realize it's a lot to ask our teachers to handle some of the things that the folks need to handle in schools. But I believe that with the opportunity of a charter school, we can do better for our students. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Up next is Catherine Lantigua. Catherine.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Antigua, and I am a proud union member from CSCA. I am also Child Care Council President, and I am also a home child care provider. And the reason why I'm here is to share my testimony. And my testimony is about that I have been a child care provider for 5 years. I own 2 child cares, in-home child cares, where I hurt my back. I hurt my back while at work. I don't have any insurance currently, and that is because I cannot afford insurance, health insurance. The health insurance that they're giving me is $1,600 every month, which we cannot afford with all of our expenses. Childcare providers, as you know, work with babies, and we get everything that babies get. So we get sick all the time. It is fair enough that as a child care provider, we can get insurance. My husband also is a child care provider, and he's been hurting for years, and he decides to stay hurting because we cannot afford child care. Health insurance. And I just want to say, every day we are sick and we focus and we are forced to close our doors. Parents are abandoned, left behind without childcare. They miss our work. This has in missing the impact in our economy. So I urge the committee to allocate funds for home-based childcare providers to access affordable quality health insurance. Supporting our healthcare needs means insurance high-quality childcare for families and children for care system. And it's just simple. I don't want to continue. It is fair enough that childcare providers get health insurance. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Mariluz Yali. Mariluz. Mariluz Yali. Do you need an interpreter? Yes? Come on, let's go. There you go. Mariluz, go ahead.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mariluz Yali.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marilucy Jali.
Vengo en representación de Mosaico Coalition de la comunidad de Norwich.
I come here today representing the Mosaic Coalition.
Tengo un primo que estudia en la escuela Charter y es una escuela con muchas enseñanzas extraordinarias.
I have a cousin who currently studies at a charter school where he is provided with excellent opportunities in his education.
Por ello, yo apoyo a que se habilite a la comunidad de Danbury
For him and for others alike, I'd like to invite you to join this support for the Danbury Charter School.
Go ahead.
So we may have the opportunity for other students to attend this Danbury school like my cousin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias. Up next is Dana Hillman Sabato. Hey, Dana, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Hillman Sabato. I am a licensed professional counselor, and I'm here as a former service provider. And I now work for a national service office that supports the implementation of Child First nationwide. Child First is an intensive early childhood mental health home visiting program that helps struggling families build strong, nurturing relationships that heal and protect young children from the devastating impacts of trauma, adversity, and toxic stress. We were first established in Connecticut, where we've been in operation for over 20 years. Our model is multi-generational. We use a team approach of a mental health professional and a care coordinator that engage with children and their caregivers in their home 1 to 2 times per week for 6 to 12 months on average. We use a trauma-informed model that provides psychotherapy to children and their parents together in the home. Our caregivers connect families with needed services to help reduce stress and support healthy child development. Child First is unique in that we are a clinical service that works with families who are most impacted by trauma and stress. And we really fill that gap in services for children, with families with young children who have acute needs. We are a data-driven organization, so I'd like to share some of our outcomes with you from our randomized control trial in 2011. Our families showed a 64 decrease in maternal depression, a 42% decrease in child aggression and behaviors, a 40% reduction in child welfare involvement, and a 68% decrease in child language problems. Our families also receive assessments at intake, mid-treatment, and discharge, and we continue to evidence outcomes that reflect those original RCT findings. We have waitlists over 200 families across Connecticut, with one OEC-funded site that has over 74 families on their waitlist at this time. We are asking this committee and the legislature to continue to fund Child First, allowing us to attract and retain a workforce that will provide quality and predictable services for our families that are most impacted by trauma and stress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Olivia Levitt and panel. Olivia, how many people are testifying with you? Four. Go ahead, ladies. All right, Olivia. Speak loud into those mics.
Okay, my name is Olivia Levitt and I live in Berlin. I am currently an 11th grader at Craig Impact Academy in Hartford, which is a magnet school, and I'm asking you to please support Craig Magnet Schools by implementing a long-term equitable education funding plan. Ever since I came to Impact Academy, I have found myself gaining confidence and control of my academics, as well as the support the teachers have given me have helped me understand class-related topics, but they also teach me and other students things which occur outside of school. I've had the opportunity to connect with community partners such as Level and International, and I'm also a part of my Student Senate and past council member, which have helped me learn the importance of rights and most importantly, equal rights for all. The school has helped me in a short amount of time grow, which is why I plan on finishing my schooling here and growing even more. Please support magnet schools and create a long-term funding plan so more kids can have this opportunity.
Okay, next.
My name is Ayana Luna, and I'm from Hartford. I come in here in support of magnet school funding. I attend the Academy of Science and Innovation, and I have been in the magnet school system my whole life. I started off at Montessori Magnet School, elementary school and preschool, and then in 2018 I started attending Academy of Science and Innovation. I feel like
Talk loud, okay?
my magnet school experience has been so amazing. Ever since I was a little kid, I have always been able to experience school with people from different diverse backgrounds and different lives than mine. Without magnet schools, I wouldn't have met the friends I have now and be able to live the life I have now. So for that, I'm eternally grateful for magnet schools, and I hope we can get the funding we need to keep them.
Good afternoon. I'm Elise Joseph from the
Say your name again.
Elise Joseph
Thank you.
from East Hartford, Connecticut, and I have attended Craig Academy of Science and Innovation since 6th grade. Personally, many teachers have offered me support whenever my anxiety was too much for me to handle. They covered me in constant compassion and willingness to achieve all my goals. I was able to use my newfound voice to advocate for my community's behalf without feeling inferior. I had the opportunity to join many leadership boards where I practiced fundamental skills such as critical thinking, commitment, and passion. My fondest memory was when I advocated for my teammates and me for better equipment. My pitch was sent to the superintendent, athletic director, and principal of my school. Within hours, I received a developed response, and we received that equipment within the next few weeks. It was at this moment that I knew I had chosen the right school, a school that puts the needs of students over anything. I was no longer the shy, insecure girl in the back of the classroom who walked into Innovation High School, but rather a change maker who was able to speak to all of you all for behalf of my school. Thank you, Craig, and thank you very much for listening.
Next.
My name is Mackenzie Stewart, and I live in Plantsville. I am currently a junior at Craig Academy, a computer science and engineering high school in Enfield. These institutions are not just buildings. They are beacons of innovation, equity, and opportunity. My experience at a Craig Magnet School has been profoundly enriching. It has afforded me a specialized education and the chance to delve into subjects that would have been inaccessible in a traditional district school setting. Witnessing my younger sister thrive within the nurturing environment of a Craig school, fostering her passion for the arts while maintaining a rigorous academic schedule, further solidifies my belief that the transformative power of magnet schools. As stewards of our nation's future, it is incumbent upon us to invest in magnet schools and ensure that every child has access to a world-class education. By doing so, we not only fulfill our commitment to equity and excellence in education, but also empower the next generation to lead, innovate, and thrive in an ever-changing world. Our magnet schools are at risk. Without sustainable funding, PREC will be forced to reduce resources in our classrooms and schools. I urge you to prioritize funding for magnet schools, recognizing their vital role in shaping the future of our nation. Please follow through on your promise to invest in the future of all students and pass legislation that includes a long-term equitable educational funding plan. Together, let us build a brighter future tomorrow for all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Emma Bigman and the FFA kids. Okay, guys, we're gonna go rapid fire testimony, okay? Just say your name and then testify. Go.
My name is Rachel Komnowski, and we are here to share the importance of funding FFA and VOAG programs. They provide us with students with leadership, brotherhood, hands-on experience, career preparation, in hopes of shaping the youths of our future.
My name is Isabel Longley. At Nonawag and Woodbury FFA, I've had chances and experiences like becoming an officer and joining CDEs, which are career development events. Being an officer has allowed me to help change my community. And joining the FFA has helped change me, and I've become more vocal in my community. Without the FFA, I would have not changed.
Hi, my name is Zosha Onizak, and I'm the Sentinel. And students are required to have an SAE, which is a supervised agriculture experience. It gets them career ready and it gets them experience in many fields such as veterinary, landscaping, and mechanics. I work as a veterinary assistant, and through the FFA, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't in it.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Anderson. I am here on behalf of the Region 1 ASTE Housatonic Valley Agri-Science and Technology Program. Agriculture is extremely important because it allows students to gain knowledge and skills necessary for any workplace. These include confidence, public relations, perseverance, and the list goes on. Without the grants that we currently receive from the state and local governments, our program would not have the equipment and resources needed to teach young, hardworking individuals like myself to stay and work in our communities. Thank you for your consideration of House Bill 5048, which will assure proper funding for generations of agriculturalists to come.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Haley Lauer, a senior at Northwestern Region 7 as a member of the Northwestern Regional FFA program. I ask that you look around the room you are in. The building would not be possible without agriculture. None of us would be able to testify for what we believe in without agriculture. Our own nation was built upon agriculture. I'm here today to ask that we keep our agricultural programs across Connecticut funded. I personally have been heavily impacted by my time in FFA. I'm a part of our timber team, have competed in Teach Ag and Equine Evaluation at UConn, where I've made connections with other students who share the same passions as I do. We have natural resources, mechanics, horticulture, and greenhouse nurseries, and Intro to Ag Ed for our freshmen. Personally, I spend most of my time in the animal science portion of our program, and have even found one of my passions of animal-assisted therapy through a program by raising and training a water buffalo calf to take to Rocky Hill Veterans Hospital, in which I spoke to veterans about how agriculture fits into their lives through therapy and got to understand how their programs are underfunded as well. Without my FFA chapter, I would not have had these opportunities to connect with diverse parts of our community in Connecticut. Coming from a town that is not a part of my school's district, without funding, I would not have had this opportunity, which has enriched my life and others. I believe in the future of agriculture. Thank you.
My name is Hannah Johnson, and anyone who knows me knows I'm a proud member of the Housatonic Valley FFA chapter. What most people don't know is that last year, a chronic illness I had been diagnosed with 5 years prior progressed unpredictably fast, leaving me incapable of continuing to do the activities that consumed most of my daily life. This program gave me purpose at a time when I had none left. It has bonded me with my closest friends, helped me develop fundamental leadership skills, giving me some of my best memories, and the ability to proudly represent myself, my school, and my state in national competitions. By equitably funding schools, the state would be prioritizing the future of its youth, and in doing so, allowing those struggling as I was to receive the support they deserve. Thank you.
My name is Emma Bigman, and I'm currently a junior at the Woodbury FFA chapter. Being a part of FFA has taught me career development skills that I will use throughout my whole life. I had the opportunity to compete in employability skills at a national level, which gives you the opportunity to make a resume, job application, interview with over 30 judges, and these are skills that you will use for the rest of your life. A lot of times this aspect of FFA is overlooked by agriculture, but students get the opportunity to develop skills that they will use in the workforce.
Hi, my name is Kylie Page. I'm a junior at Woodbury FFA, and I just wanted to touch upon our 3-circle model, which is basically 3 components that come together to make a well-rounded young individual. The 3-circle model is made up of a classroom setting where students get to work hands-on in their field of interest, so with animals or flowers or whatever they choose. And then it's also made up of the SAE, which Zosha already touched upon, which is our supervised agricultural experience, where students get to experience ag through an employment industry. And then there's also the FFA portion, which is what you're seeing now. It's students taking lead and showing and proving what they want. So please, please help us get our funding.
My name's Samantha Koska. I'm also a junior at Woodbury. Without this funding that you give our programs, we wouldn't have been able to do anything that we just touched upon. Our school grows leaders like we talked about, and we also grow future workers in agriculture. And without this funding, we wouldn't be able to teach those students what they need to learn to continue on what we've been doing for generations. And we wouldn't be able to create new technology, which will help us with agriculture advancements. So our schools are very important, and we really do need this funding. So thank you so much for the work that you put into.
Thank you. Is that everybody? Okay. Up next, Princess Lewis. We're going to do that panel now. Come on. Let's go. Here you go. How many people are testifying? 7. All. Okay, go ahead. Let's go.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Princess Lewis. I'm a senior at Connecticut River Academy. I'm here to share my support in funding magnet schools. These past 2 years in high school have been truly meaningful. Magnet schools have given students many opportunities and specialized programs. For me, CTRA has provided an important skill for the future, college readiness. As of now, I've taken 7 college courses for free of charge at Goodwin University. Keep in mind, these courses are easily transferable. Thanks to my school, I feel better prepared for the transition to college in the fall. My school has many pathways, which give students the opportunity to discover possible careers in the medical field, manufacturing, business, science, and the arts, just to name a few. Another thing I'd like to mention is the celebration of diversity. CTRA has not only created a safe space for people of all backgrounds to attend school, but they've also distinguished a designated time for students to share their culture through clubs, events, and organizations. Many magnet schools excel in creating acceptance and preparing this future generation to do amazing things. This experience for students is valuable. I'd like to ask that you treat these schools as such. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Jaylee Nieves. I'm a high school junior at Connecticut River Academy. Once it became time for me to start my high school journey, I knew I wanted to come to CTRA because of all the great opportunities that were available to me. Since I've been here, I have been challenged not only academically, but also socially. While at CTRA, I have been able to become class president for going on 2 years, as well as becoming part of the National Honor Society and one of my school's first student ambassadors. Before being in these student leader positions, I would have never gone up in front of a group larger than 10 people. But because of these opportunities, I've been able to break out of my shell and build connections like never before. As a scholar at CTRA, I have the opportunity to become a dual enrolled student, which I have taken advantage of. I not only take my regular required junior year classes, but I have also been blessed with the opportunity to be enrolled with Goodwin University, taking classes like English 101 and now 102, to also being able to take a public speaking course last semester. As I start my senior year next year, I will also be enrolled in 2 more college classes, leaving me to graduate high school with a full semester of college done for free. Coming from a family of only 2 college graduates, it has been important to my family and I that I have the equal opportunity to schooling. Connecticut River Academy gives me this opportunity and helps pave the way for my future, giving me the chance to explore these college courses. This is just one of the many opportunities that CTRA has been able to give me and can possibly give more if you help to pass this bill to get more funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Moody too, and I'm currently a junior at Connecticut River Academy. I've been through many schools throughout my life, and with this experience, I've learned many things. I started out in a refugee camp in Thailand, and when I came to America, I was a part of a public school which catered to regular classes. I then moved to a private middle school and currently enrolled at CTRA. Being able to continue my education at a magnet school allows me to focus on what I have to do after high school. We are in early college access school, so that opportunity allows me to take college classes early. When given this opportunity, I use it to my full advantage because there are many other kids who aren't able to have the same opportunity as me. And I'm not able to attend these college classes without the funds. So when you invest in the magnet school system, you're not only invested in the school, you're also invested in the youth development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiloh Miller. Attending a magnet school has not only diversified my educational experience, but also broadened my opportunity like this very one. Without the proper funding for schools, I fear that incoming scholars won't be able to share the same fundamental experience with magnet schools that I have. Connecticut River Academy has allowed me to make connections with individuals that I never would have previously been able to meet. They have also prioritized inclusion and have not only put a spotlight on minorities in our community, but have also made sure that our scholars are fairly represented. At CTRA, we have a motto. That motto is diversity, action, and awareness. And today, I've decided to take action and advocate for not only the magnet school system, but also for the scholars who attend these schools. My true purpose as a student is to leave my high school better than how I found it. And by sitting here today, that is what I'm doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Violet Marchand. I'm from Vernon, and I'm an 11th grader from Connecticut River Academy. So far, my high school experience at magnet schools have been great. I've been in the magnet school system since kindergarten, which has given me the opportunity to go to school with a diverse group of people. I've been able to befriend people from different ethnicities, cultures, and economic statuses, and it's given me the ability to be a strong advocate for myself and others. I'm taking classes provided by my school to become a licensed certified nursing assistant. For as long as I've known, I wanted to become a doctor, and now I have one step in the door. I get in-class training with hyper-realistic mannequins and clinical training at a rehabilitation center. With my CNA license, I'll be able to get a job at a rehabilitation center that we're training at, which is amazing that I'm going to be starting my journey as a healthcare worker at 16 years old. Another benefit of magnet schools is the size. Compared to other public schools, our classroom sizes are a lot smaller, so we get personalized attention. So when I'm confused in my AP classes, the teacher is able to address every question asked by all the students, which makes learning a lot more easy and more impactful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anya Shah, and I'm a freshman in high school at Connecticut River Academy. My experiences in the Goodwin Magnet System since I came in 2nd grade have been outstanding. My most heartfelt experiences include the relationships and bonds my classmates and I have created with our teachers and staff during our middle school years. We didn't have many field trips, clubs, or school dances. However, the staff and teachers of the middle school understood that. And not only did they advocate for us, they fought for us. They created a family full of love in each and every one of us. Their support continued at the high school, at our dance competitions and basketball games. Our teachers do so much for us by volunteering their time and funding their clubs and activities themselves, but they can't do that forever, and they shouldn't have to. The problem arises when people forget the reason why magnet schools were created in the first place. Magnet schools were not only just to increase diversity or to offer a unique curriculum like college classes to attract students. Magnet schools were also designed to give families a choice in their child's education
so they can choose the best education for their child, which may not be their larger local school. Families want their children to succeed and break the generational curse of failure. Teachers want to provide the best opportunities for their scholars. Connecticut River Academy has taught me that family isn't only found in a home. Family can be found in a community. I hope that other kids can experience what I have experienced. So please bring a change to funding for the magnet school systems. This is our time to shine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. You guys did fantastic. All right, next we have, I'm not sure, Philomeno from Lead. Philomeno. Luis from Lead. I'm sorry. No? Okay. She testified already? Is Luis here? No. Okay. Let me go to Brenda Brito. Brenda Brito. She already testified? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Louise, you hear or no? Yeah, no? Filomeno. Here? Filomeno. Filomeno. Filomeno is the most. No. Good. Okay. All right. Which Brenda here? Brenda. No Brenda. No Brenda. We've already heard from. Okay. So now we go to Deshaun Highsmith. Yep. Deshaun Highsmith. Look online. Sorry. Okay. Deshaun Highsmith. No. Analysts? Yes. But our lowest at the moment in the attendee section is number 2. Well, then, but you can promote them. 2 people in queue, please. Analyst, the lowest one is Susan Flanagan, 56. All right. Sorry, now let's. Sean's not here. Let's go with Monica. Monica from Common Ground. Hello. Good. I'm here. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Monica Machera-Philpott. I am the Executive Director of Common Ground Charter School, Urban Farm, and Environmental Education Center in New Haven. I am here today out of profound concern for the state of public education funding in Connecticut and to ask the Appropriations Committee to reject Governor Lamont's proposed budget adjustments, reinvest the promised $150 million needed to support Connecticut students, and fully fund the K-12 public education in the state budget. Common Ground High School serves a geographically, culturally, and academically diverse population. 70% of our students live in New Haven, with the remaining 30% hailing from 21 other communities. 78% of our students are in the high needs subgroup, and less than 5% of our students enter high school on track to achieve a college-ready score on the math SAT. And they grow so much in their 4 years with us. Even in the worst days of the pandemic, 100% of Common Ground seniors successfully defended their senior environmental leadership portfolio. Our students graduate from high school and enter college at rates that meet or exceed state averages. I'm incredibly proud of them and of the talented educators who work tirelessly to make that possible. but I am truly concerned about our ability to continue providing the services our students need. Next year, I will have to find a way to recalibrate our budget with about $300,000 fewer public dollars due to the end of COVID relief funding, funds that we used to provide additional social work, nursing, and academic support. I know these needs will not disappear with the end of the funding, and I foresee some hard choices ahead. Last year, I saw a glimmer of hope as the legislature adopted a budget that made major strides toward equitable funding for all of Connecticut's children. The governor's budget reneges on that commitment, reducing funding for K-12 education by $60 million. I can't imagine a worse time to go back on a promise made to Connecticut's children. Our kids are struggling with the residual impact of the pandemic on their education and mental health, as well as trauma brought on by world events. Since September, our high school of 225 students has made 11 emergency room referrals for students in a suicidal state. That's 1 every 2 weeks. Like many districts, we are also struggling with chronic absenteeism and the impact of cell phone addiction. We are committed to working through these challenges. We cut chronic absenteeism in half last year and have implemented a school-wide system to collect all student cell phones daily. This kind of effort takes enormous human capacity. It's no wonder that educators at Common Ground and across the state are struggling with burnout. I ask that you show our students and educators that their state government stands behind them and will ensure they get the education they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Yay, Common Ground. Next we have Pat Hayes. Pat Hayes. Pat Hayes? Yes. I just want to remind everybody that we do not do substitutions, so if your name has not been called, you cannot take that person's place. So just to point that out. Pat Hayes? Yes. Yes. Have a seat, sir. Right there. Go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Hayes of Weathersfield, Connecticut. And I am also a member of the Chef Movement Coalition, supports greater equitable education in the greater Hartford region. So, and I've been a supporter of the Chef Movement for a long, long time. Governor Lamont has already received our letters, our email detailing the objections that we have, but I'll just give you a highlight here. We want, of the 150 million that was set aside for improving education, we want all of it to be included for education. We don't want to see any reductions there. We want to see that all of the funding set aside specifically for chef magnet schools is allocated to the chef magnets. There are a couple of technical details in here, but we're making this public. We want the ability to allow the magnets to increase local tuition if there are tuition deficits that result from state budget appropriation issues. The power was removed prematurely, in our opinion. We have 2 operators for magnet schools, Crick and Goodwin, and they need the ability to charge the local communities if there is a deficit. That should be restored. Generally, we want to promote increased education for all public school operators, to have sufficient funding to keep pace with inflation. And then the last one is a very specific request to the commissioner, to grant the Commissioner of Education the authority to identify open choice seats in the school districts surrounding Hartford so that those can be made available. Open choice student applications are far short. There's very few open choice seats, and there's monetary incentives, but we want to have more enforcement. So those are the key items, and they are in the testimony and in many email blasts. Any questions?
No, thank you. And thank you very much for your testimony, sir, and thank you for coming on advocate. I just want to let everybody know that the Commissioner of State Department of Education is now with us, listening to our testimonies. I think that's very important for all of us to understand. She is trying to hear your voices, so thank you. Next, uh, Sheila Murray. Sheila, yeah. Go right ahead.
Welcome, State Commissioner. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sheila Murray, and I am the Senior Director of the Stepping Stones program. It's a Birth to Three program with HARC, serving 16 local towns, including here in Hartford. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for recently increasing our GAP, or General Administrative Payment, in addition to deciding to cover the cost of Spanish interpretation for Birth to Three services. Our state Birth to Three programs help the most at-risk children and families in their homes, childcare settings, and communities. Over the past 7 years, the requests for statewide Birth to Three services increased by nearly 50%. In fiscal year 23, 13,810 children and families received 474,209 hours of service. It is important to remember that Birth to Three receives funding from the Office of Early Childhood, or OEC. Our clinicians holding advanced degrees, including master's and even doctoral degrees, provide comprehensive early intervention services. This means we help parents, foster parents, daycares, and guardians strengthen their caregiver capacity. As they engage with children who have developmental delays and/or diagnoses, including preterm infants, children with autism, deaf and hard of hearing children, and children with genetic and neurological conditions, questions develop, and we are there with wholehearted responses. Our support for families experiencing homelessness, food and housing insecurity, mental health issues, and other critical needs often include collaboration with other state agencies and programs. Do we save the state money? We do. Early intervention services during this critical window of brain development for young children has positive effect. 55% of children in Birth to Three programs do not later participate in special education services. How can you take action? OEC just released what it actually costs to do business in the state of Connecticut for Birth to Three services. They commissioned Public Consulting Group, or PCG, to do an independent cost and rate study. The results of our, our current rate of 120 per professional hour that has been unchanged for the past 7 years is 29% lower than the new recommended and calculated rate of 167 per professional hour. Birth to Three under OEC needs to be fully funded to the new rate of 167. How will this funding help? This funding will help to offer competitive salaries and benefits to attract and retain highly educated clinicians, to cover the cost of significant procedural requirements developed over the past 7 years, including non-billable time in the fee-for-service model. Please also cover.
Just sum up real quickly.
Yeah,
please.
sure. This funding will also cover increased operating expenses given the 20% cumulative inflation over the past 7 years. Please fully fund Birth to Three under the Office of Early Childhood to the new rate of 167. Recently, one of Connecticut's Birth to Threes could not be financially sustained and their contract with the state was ended. Please don't let this happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Filomeno Isenglu. Filomeno? No? Okay. Okay. Stephanie DeLon? Come on down. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. How are we all doing today? My name is Stephanie DeLeon, and I'm a member of LEAD, Latinos for Educational Advocacy and Diversity. And I'm here to express my strong support for the Danbury Charter School. Thank you for this opportunity and to hear me out. I'm a first generation Latina coming from 2 immigrant parents, and I'm the first person in my family to ever pursue education, let alone higher education. And I believe with this charter school that that LEAD is working on in Danbury, they will ensure that the next generation of Connecticut's future leaders will have amazing opportunities and benefits that other schools cannot provide. And with your support and funding here with our charter school, we can ensure that the youth and minorities will achieve educational prowess and be able to pursue their dreams and achievements. I'm grateful for the opportunity today for sharing my perspective with y'all. And I hope you can take in consideration not only my words, but also all the voices of the other charter school supporters here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carla Escuevo? Carla?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, you're on, okay.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. El senador Austin, el representante Walker y los miembros del Comité de Asignaciones le agradecen esta oportunidad de testificar sobre el presupuesto por el gobernador para la Oficina de Primera Infancia. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. He sido una orgullosa residente de Stanford durante 15 años. Soy una madre devota de 2 hijas adolescentes y la fuerza visionaria detrás de nosotras, Connecticut. Una defensora de los derechos de las trabajadoras domésticos y el cuidado infantil. Como inmigrante que llegué a los Estados Unidos a los 17 años, navegué por un territorio desconocido para construir una vida con mi familia. Ahora me concentro en empoderar a los trabajadores domésticos y a los cuidadores mientras abogan por los derechos laborales de las comunidades inmigrantes y las comunidades de los niños de Connecticut. El trabajo de limpieza y cuidado sustenta otras profesiones. Sin embargo, estos trabajadores esenciales enfrentan pobreza, robo de salario, discriminación. A pesar del papel crucial, muchos luchan por costear una educación y un cuidado infantil de calidad para sus hijos, lo que subraya la necesidad urgente en un cambio del sistema. Garantizar que el cuidado infantil fomente los parámetros de desarrollo de los niños y al mismo tiempo apoya a las familias no es tarea fácil, especialmente a la luz de las revelaciones de la pandemia del COVID-19. La financiación federal presenta una oportunidad para la inversión a largo plazo en cuidado infantil, inclusivo y de alta calidad para todos a través del dinero del ARPA. Aún así, no es suficiente. Es solo una curita para un sistema en ruinas. El plan del panel Blue Ribbon es una base vital, pero una financiación cohesiva es esencial para el progreso real. Para lograrlo, se debe establecer una fuente de ingresos sostenible. Esto requiere financiar las iniciativas recomendadas y reforzar el fondo para la primera infancia de Connecticut, reconociendo que una financiación insuficiente lo vuelve ineficaz. Los insto a todos a aprovechar el momento de prolongar reformas significativas a largo plazo, que fortalezcan y mejoren el sistema de cuidado infantil en Connecticut para las generaciones venideras. Gracias, Carla Esquivel, nosotras Connecticut.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Thank you. Next, I'm going to go to Melissa Santana. Melissa Santana? Please have a seat. Somebody else?
understanding is that we're doing.
Yeah, we're doing a panel, so is somebody else? Yep, somebody else. And we're gonna do this quickly. Okay. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, esteemed members and chairs and chairman of Appropriations Committee. My name is Melissa Bettinger Santana, and I am honored to be here on behalf of LEAD and the Danbury community. As a first-generation citizen fluent in 3 languages, I've directly witnessed the profound benefits of embracing diverse learning environments. My education in a well-established, culturally rich school system broadened my perspectives and equipped me for success in a global society. Now, as a mother of 2 young daughters, I understand the necessity of offering varied educational pathways to cater to our community's diverse needs. A charter school system that celebrates diversity in learning methods is essential to ensure every child thrives academically, irrespective of their socioeconomic status, ethnic background, or learning preferences. Moreover, I want to emphasize the pressing need for approval and funding for the creation of the first Danbury Charter School. Our current literacy rates, graduation rates, and educational readiness falls disproportionately short, exacerbated by overcrowded schools. Urgency is paramount, as quality education can be a matter of life and death amid the mental health disparities we face. Our community is overwhelmed with ever-growing waiting lists for new students joining our educational system, highlighting the critical need for additional educational options. Furthermore, with the economic surplus in one of the richest states in the country, we have the ability to equitably invest in the Danbury Charter School. Connecticut has proven its ability to invest in alternative education, as we have other excelling charter schools. By allocating these resources to this cause, we can further strengthen our educational landscape and provide opportunities to children to thrive in. By establishing this Danbury Charter School, we can proactively address these issues with tailored approaches safeguarding the well-being and future success of our children. Therefore, I implore your support in establishing the Danbury Charter School, which prioritizes inclusivity and fosters an environment where every student can excel. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna. I have lived in the greater Danbury area since I came from Brazil in 2011. Words cannot describe how grateful I am for the opportunity to be here in front of all of you today. To speak in support of the Danbury Charter School. I'm a mother of 2 beautiful boys with special needs, and my journey as a parent is no different than most of the parents in this room. I know we all have one thing in common, which is that we love our children and we want what's best for them. We all go beyond our limits to be sure that we have done everything we can to raise good humans who make a difference for the better in this world. With the charter school, we can give kids a more centralized education, focusing on each other's strengths and building core values that prepare them for adulthood. Furthermore, having a charter school in Danbury will not only benefit our children, who right at this moment are struggling to cope with a world post-pandemic, mental health crisis, and the constant change in the modern world, but will also, without a doubt, benefit our community, setting our teenagers to flourish and preparing them to be a generation of success. We have a robust immigration community in Danbury and all over this country, and I'm a supporter of the idea that immigrants are the most valuable assets we have. We know from studies that immigrant and bilingual kids benefit from charter schools. Our immigrants, American and bilingual kids are our responsibility. They're not going anywhere, and it's our duty as a country to support them as they navigate the world we're living for them. They will be the next generation to sit in the chairs of these rooms and make decisions. So I beg you to please take into consideration the future of America when you're deciding about this matter. To conclude, I'm a true believer that K-12 are the golden years to prepare our children for the challenge of adulthood. Investing in them now, and especially having an educational plan that brings out the best in each one of them, will guarantee their future success and that we as a country stay the shiny city on the hill. Thank you so much for your time and support, and God bless the United States of America.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Renata Cordeiro. I'm a member of Brazilian community in Danbury, where I lived for more than 20 years. I'm a proud mother of 3 amazing kids who are currently in formation of their academic lives. There is a quote that says, Dogs from yesterday don't hunt the bunnies from today's. Meaning, times has changed, and so are kids in their abilities to focus and learn. Schools has been doing their efforts to accommodate those changes, but I found that the charter school curriculum would cut some slacks on how these changes can be quick and efficiently achieved. Therefore, I'm here to call your attention for our petition that has more than 3,000 names, most of them from parents who sees their children getting more benefits from the charter school, not only because of their great curriculum, but mostly because of the diversity of our kids, especially in Danbury area, that has more than 15% of its population of immigrants from the various parts of the world. I humbly thank the committee for this opportunity and much more if I witness our petition being attended and our kids being rewarded for your decision in their favor. We need a charter school in Danbury. In God we trust. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
My name is Lucia
Speak,
Triana.
get closer to the microphone so I can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Lucia Viana. I'm a resident of Danbury and mother of 2 children. I strongly believe that Danbury urgently requires additional school facilities. The current classrooms are overcrowded, make it nearly impossible to adequately cater to every child's needs, especially with the increase of number of special needs students. Not all special needs students require a placement in a specialized classes. Men are fully capable of thriving in regular school settings. However, due to the overcrowded classrooms, these students often fall behind. I advocate for the establishment of charter school, which I believe would greatly benefit both students and parents in fulfilling their educational aspiration. Today, I urge the statement representative of Connecticut to support the funding and approval of our first charter school, as it is vital for the future success of our children and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of committee and chair of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Yandra Lopes, and I come from Danbury, Connecticut. First, allow me to express my gratitude for this opportunity to discuss a matter close to my heart and so important for our community future. Today, I stand before you to advocate for the founding of the charter school in Danbury, a school that has already received approval but has been left without funding since 2018. As the founder of Connecticut's first Brazilian Community Center, my #1 commit is to provide high-quality education opportunity for our children. In Danbury, a city where we are proud to call home, over 10,000 Brazilian residents contribute for our community. Yeah, this is one of the communities that has been hurting the most since many of our children are forced to drop out and abandon their dreams. The reason, overcrowded school that can no longer meet the needs, a school too large where bullying is rampant, and a lack of support of English language learners have caused 50% of these students to drop out of school in Danbury, almost double the state average. A while back, we conducted an interview with young individuals as part of the DALU study on a student that have disengaged and dropped out from the school system. These students were between 13 and 20. Their stories, filled with experience of isolation, depression, and sense of not belonging, were heartbreaking. These children feeling unseen and unheard in overcrowded classroom have lost hope in a system that should empower them to dream. Many tried to end their lives because of how painful and hopeless the situation had become. In a school of 4,000 students, many felt lost. Imagine the impact of feeling excluded for something fundamental as a language. Those young individuals are facing not just the challenge of adapting to a new country, but the added burden and surviving education system that's too big to meet their needs. They need hope. They need education option. One size does not fit all, and parents should have the right to choose what's the best for the children. Danbury, it's a large city, doesn't even have one single charter school. We are fighting for a charter school in Danbury because the system is continuing to fail our children. I'm asking you to please fix the injustice and let us give these children the opportunity they deserve to transform the future. Thank you for your time. I trust you that you will take a stand with us, leading us to a new future of equity and opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, the next group will be Fabricio Becara. Fabricio?
I'll be translating Portuguese to English.
Oh, good. We appreciate that.
Eu vou na ordem que ela for chamando, pra facilitar.
Is everybody speaking? No?
It's a panel as well.
Oh, okay, but the panel doesn't mean 30. Let me clear that one. How many people are speaking?
10.
Huh?
10.
That's 30 minutes. I just wanted to point that out.
Yes.
Short statements. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Pode começar.
Go right ahead.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, esteemed members and chairmen of the Appropriations Committee.
Moro em Danbury e é com grande prazer que venho a este plenário
My name is Fabrício Figana. I live in Danbury, and it is with great pleasure that I come here today on this platform to talk about
para falar sobre uma das coisas fundamentais em nossa vida,
one of the fundamental aspects of our lives,
a educação de nossos filhos,
the education of our children.
a escola em Danbury
The charter school in Danbury
ajudará nossos filhos a ter uma educação melhor.
will help our children with a better education.
E uma formação humana se dá além da família e para a responsabilidade da sociedade.
As a human formation extends beyond the family to the responsibility of our society.
E através disso, nossas crianças, adolescentes e jovens
Through this, our children, adolescents, and our young people
precisam de um lugar onde possam ser ouvidos.
need a place where they can be heard.
Se queremos uma vida baseada nas raízes da educação,
If we want a life based on the roots of our education,
precisamos também ouvir os nossos filhos que pedem uma escola centrada no diferente.
we also need to listen to our children who are asking for a school focused on diversity and inclusion.
Como pai de duas filhas que falam basicamente 3 línguas,
As a father of 2 daughters who basically speak 3 languages,
eu entendo a importância dessa escola em Danbury, não para um grupo, mas para outro diferencial dentro da nossa sociedade, dentro da nossa cidade e estado.
I understand the importance of the Danbury Charter School, not only for one group, but for another differential within our city, our state, and especially for our children.
Aqueles que vocês têm e o poder de votar, pensem que o futuro é a sua responsabilidade e que a mudança precisa ser feita agora.
For those of you who have the power to vote, you must realize that the future is your responsibility and the change we need to happen is now.
Não deixamos de aprovar uma escola que irá demonstrar felicidade e alegria a milhares de crianças, adolescentes e jovens.
Let us not fail to approve a school that will bring happiness, joy to thousands of children, adolescents, and young people.
Muito obrigado pela oportunidade.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you because I can't have all 10 people talk because there are other people that were here before you on the list. And so I'm pushing them down. So I'll give you 3 people and then you're gonna have to step aside and I'll give some more people that have been waiting, okay? And you've got to abbreviate. You don't have to go through the whole thing, but we got the message. Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
So, okay. Fine.
Boa tarde a todos, me chamo Salésio, sou morador de Danbury.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salazio and I live in Danbury.
Gostaria de agradecer a todas as autoridades presentes aqui que nos estão dando atenção no dia de hoje.
I'd like to thank everyone in authority for the opportunity here today.
Estamos aqui para pedir a todos uma ajuda para a aprovação do Danbury Charter School, para que possamos ter um futuro promissor para as crianças que têm uma necessidade especial.
I'd like to ask for your help here today to help us with the promissory education that we need for our children through the Danbury Charter School.
Pela atenção de todos, obrigado.
Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you.
Okay. This is Spanish to English.
Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mi nombre es Anthony de Jesús,
My name is Anthony de Jesus,
residente de Danbury.
resident of Danbury.
Agradezco a la senadora Austin,
I'd like to thank the Senator Austin,
al representante Walker,
Representative Walker,
al senador Berg,
Senator Baird,
al representante Nucio
Representative Nucio,
y a los miembros del comité de asignación por brindarme la oportunidad
and the members of the committee to provide us this opportunity
de representar
of representative the Danbury Charter School.
la financiación para Danbury Side School.
For
La
the
falta
funding.
de opciones educativas está afectando
The lack of opportunities is affecting our school
proporcionadamente a las familias inmigrantes
proportionately to the immigrant families of Danbury,
y la sobrepoblación en nuestras escuelas actuales
and the overpopulation of our current schools
está afectando negativamente a nuestros estudiantes.
is negatively affecting our students.
Con el bachillerato internacional ofrecería un ambiente
With this Danbury Charter School, it would offer an environment,
educativo diversos y de calidad
an educational environment of quality and diversity,
que preparará a nuestros hijos para el éxito.
which would prepare our children for excellence.
Les insto a apoyar la finanza de una inversión
I invite you today to support the financial need of the Danbury Charter School
para nuestra familia y el futuro de Danbury.
for our future, for our families and the future of Danbury.
Tomando en cuenta
Taking into account
que últimamente las poblaciones se han multiplicado.
that lately the population has multiplied.
Anteriormente,
And
anteriormente podía ser posible que se hiciera con la persona que habían.
Previously, we could have used the educational system in place.
Pero si nos centramos a ver 2 años atrás,
But if we focus on 2 years ago,
al Danbury ser una de las poblaciones más tranquilas,
in Danbury being one of the most calm populations,
se nos ha multiplicado el
Eh.
ambiente en persona.
the environment has multiplied in chaos.
En pocas palabras, es como si tuviéramos al dobles de la persona que teníamos anteriormente.
It's as if we have double the population than we did before.
Muchísimas gracias. Espero que nos tomen en cuenta. Por
Thank
favor.
you so much, and we hope you take that into account.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna hold just one. Okay, one more right now. Okay, thank you.
Boa tarde, meu nome é Gabriela Lima, eu sou membro do Centro Comunitário Brasileiro.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Lima, and I'm a member of the Brazilian Community Center.
Eu agradeço a oportunidade de ser ouvida pelos senhores, que são pessoas capacitadas e que têm o poder de mudar a realidade de muitas pessoas.
I appreciate the opportunity to be heard by you today, those of you who are capable individuals with the power to change the reality of many lives through coherent decisions like the Danbury Charter School.
E por isso eu peço, por favor, que tomem uma decisão coerente de apoiar a nossa escola a Charter School em Danbury.
That's why I kindly ask you today to support this initiative for the Danbury Charter School.
A charter school dará o suporte que as nossas crianças precisam.
This charter school will provide the support our children need
Com professores altamente qualificados, atenciosos e que darão o apoio necessário.
with highly qualified and attentive teachers who will give the necessary support to shape
Para formar cidadãos de caráter e que terão sucesso não só na escola, mas também na vida.
They will shape citizens of character who will succeed in school, in life, and in our community.
Muito obrigada pela atenção.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to hold for a second. Thank you. So I'm going to call on number 58, Becky Tyrell. Becky?
Hello. Good evening and thank you for hearing
Becky,
my testimony.
Speak a little louder because we're having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
All right. Good evening and thank you for hearing my testimony, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee and Commissioner Russell Tucker. My name is Becky Tyrell. I am the Food Service
Excuse me,
Director
just one
for.
second. Guys, we want to hear the other testimonies from other people too, so please. Thank you. Go right ahead, Becky. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No problem. I am the Food Service Director for Ed Advance, the Regional Education Service Center in the northwest corner of the state. And as such, I oversee meal service in many different school districts in our region. I would like to thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you about the proposed funding that will continue to provide school breakfast for all students and to allow students who currently qualify for reduced meals to receive free lunches. Free breakfast for all students has been a blessing this year. There are many families in every town who do not qualify for free meals, but they struggle to make ends meet. A family of four must have an annual income below $55,000 to qualify for free meals. Too many families and children are falling through the cracks. We do not means test families to provide transportation or school supplies, yet we know hungry children can't learn. School meals for every child allows hungry children to thrive and reduces the stigma for all children. I strongly support the funding that will continue to provide these meals to our students. I do, however, have a concern about our community eligibility provision, CEP districts. These schools serve the most economically disadvantaged students in our state, and the formula that they must follow unfairly limits their reimbursement for school meals. I work in a CEP district where 49% of the students are directly certified as free. For every 100 student breakfast meals, 78 meals are reimbursed at the free rate of $2.28, and 22 meals are reimbursed at the paid rate of only 38 cents. Not far away in a district with less than 20% directly certified free students, every breakfast meal is reimbursed at the free rate. This burden impacts the ability of that food service department to cover its costs. And if they don't cover their costs, it goes on to the school district. It also allows us to pay workers in that region a living wage. I urge the committee to support funding of free breakfast for all and to consider a way to hold CEP districts harmless so we can truly support all the children in our state. Just as an aside, I'm a member of the Plainville Board of Education, and hearing everything that's coming before you today, I sympathize with so many needs and such limited funding. But I do have to say that having children fed is an absolute necessity for us to expect them to be able to do the things that we need them to do in order to be successful citizens and successful students. So I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, Gavin Thompson. And after Gavin is Isling Morris. Isling Morris.
Hello, committee. My name is Gavin Thompson. I'm a member of the Mosaic Coalition. I'm here to support that we fund the Danbury Charter School By doing so, we will provide proximity and educational relief to the Danbury High School, while at the same time giving educational options and creative educational options to the youth. We have to teach them the methods of how to learn, and this charter school will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Isling?
Good morning, Senator and committee members. My name is Eddie Santiago. I'm an educator and parent of charter school students. I'm here under the Mosaic Coalition to support the opening of Danbury Charter. As a parent, I know firsthand the benefits of charter schools. To see my son struggle in a sizable public school setting as a parent was tough, but having a choice to choose the school that best fits my child was life-changing for my son. He went from having behavioral issues and struggling academically to being a social butterfly and routinely making the honor roll. That was only because I had a choice to place my child in the best educational setting for him. Parents deserve a choice, students deserve a choice, and Danbury deserves a choice. So please be the voice that gives Danbury a choice. Thank you. Have a good day, and God bless.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, I'm going to do the next, okay? Thank you. I want to repeat these people. Isling Morris. Is he here? No. Okay. All right. Susan Flanagan. Susan Flanagan? Okay.
Hello.
Go. Oh, I'm sorry. Susan Flanagan, you're in remote. I apologize.
I'm in remote, yeah. Good afternoon, Senator Austin and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Susan Flanagan, and I'm the director of CREC and CREC Soundbridge Birth to Three. We operate a comprehensive birth to three program serving families with children with developmental disabilities and a specialty program working with families with children who are deaf and hard of hearing. I want to thank you for the increase to the general administrative payment to $200 in last year's budget. It was an immense help to our birth to three system, but this boost did not come close to covering the deficits we experienced with inflation and the high cost of doing business in Connecticut. In order for birth to three companies to become financially stable, we need adequate payment for the comprehensive services we provide. Last year, OEC commissioned a comprehensive cost and rate study, which showed the cost of providing early intervention services in the state of Connecticut as $167 an hour. We currently have a rate that is 29% lower than that at $120 per hour. Our contract rate has remained stagnant since 2017. High inflation has had a significant impact on our financial stability. The contracted hourly rate only provides payment for the time spent with children and families. It does not encompass the many non-billable hours we have for things such as travel, report writing, finding resources for families, and training and supervision. CREC has a staff of highly committed and experienced providers. They have continued to receive well-deserved raises and good benefits. Despite this, many of our staff members have felt the strain of financial burden on the system and have moved on to school systems and private businesses for stability. We are unable to recruit new staff members as we are unable to compete financially with these businesses. Although we understand the challenges of funding a change in a biennial budget year, we cannot wait another year. CREC has been part of Connecticut Birth to Three since its inception. There have been hard conversations about pulling out of Birth to Three due to our unsustainable financial losses. This would be a burden on a system that is already having increased referrals and difficulty recruiting new providers. But as one of the providers who provides services to children who are deaf and hard of hearing, and there are only 3 of those, it would be even more devastating to the system. CREC's commitment to all children was the only reason that this did not happen. By providing comprehensive early intervention services during the critical window of brain development, Birth to Three program services positively impact children and family. 55% of children who participate in Birth to Three did not participate in Part B services, reducing the cost for special education services in every community. Last year, 55% of the children enrolled in Birth to 3 did not end up transitioning to special ed. Using the data provided by EdSite, the City of Hartford spends an average of $34,000 per child enrolled in special ed. When applying Hartford's costs statewide, this would be viewed as a savings to the state of Connecticut as $138 million. The Birth to Three program continues to be a major cost savings program to the state of Connecticut. I'm asking you to support the viability of Birth to Three system and increase funding by 29% to the rate of $167. Thank you for your consideration and continued work on the behalf of the children and families in Connecticut.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next. Panelist? 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 Are you calling the panelist? Yeah, oh, yeah.
How many?
Three.
Okay.
Three, okay.
What's the three? Thank you.
Boa tarde, senhoras e senhores senadores,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen,
autoridades aqui presentes e ou representadas e a todos os demais.
to those authorities who are present and the representatives and everyone else.
Meu nome é Maraíse e venho solicitar gentilmente o olhar dos senhores para o nosso pedido.
My name is Maraíse, and I come here to solicit a gentle lens to our cause.
Eu acredito que a escola charter irá contribuir muito para o aprendizado de nossas crianças, o que implicará em resultados positivos para toda a nossa sociedade.
I believe that the Danbury Charter School will contribute to the learning of our children and will imply positive results for the entire society.
Tenho filhos com TDAH e espectro autista, e uma educação onde identifique e compreenda a forma de aprendizado de cada criança em questão traria muitos benefícios emocionais e intelectuais para as nossas crianças.
I have children on the spectrum and with learning disabilities, and an education where we can identify and understand an individualized form of learning for each child is in question, and many benefits, many emotional benefits and intellectual benefits will be brought to our children.
O meu filho adolescente e com TDAH tem dificuldade de se concentrar em momentos em que todos devem parar e ficar ouvindo o professor. Aprende muito rápido e perde o interesse de estar presente ali naquele momento.
My adolescent son, who has learning disabilities, has a difficulty of concentrating in moments where everyone needs to stay still and listen to the professor. He learns very fast and loses interest being there, present in the moment.
Todos nós seremos beneficiados por esta escola, por estar conduzindo a educação de forma mais próxima, individualizada e de resultados ainda mais positivos quanto a crianças seguras e confiantes em si próprias.
All of us will benefit from this school. It will conduce in education in a closer form, individualized, with results that will be even more positive than what the children, and it will secure the children's positive reinforcements, building confidence in themselves.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I just what was her name?
Maraíse.
Maraíse Ferreira.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Meu nome é Nizeli, sou de Danbury.
My name is Nizeli and I'm from Danbury.
Eu gostaria de agradecer a oportunidade de voz aqui hoje.
I'd like to thank everyone today for the opportunity of voicing my opinion here.
Como mãe e membro da comunidade brasileira,
As a mom and a member of the Brazilian community,
venho pedir o financiamento da escola Charter.
I come here to ask for financial support for the Danbury Charter School.
Para nossas crianças,
For our children,
para que eles tenham uma oportunidade digna
so they can have a opportunity dignity, opportunity?
de uma criança se
Dignified.
Dignified
expressar,
opportunity, yes, thank you.
de uma criança se expressar como verdadeiros são.
For a child to express themselves as they truly are.
Depois de ler e ver as oportunidades da Charter School,
After reading and identifying the opportunities that the Danbury Charter School will bring,
nos oferece, venho implorar a todos,
I come here to you today to implore
os senhores e as senhoras que nos ajudem a fazer futuro melhor para nossos filhos.
so you ladies and gentlemen can help us make a difference for a better future for our children.
Sei que o futuro deles estão em suas mãos,
I know their future is in your hands
porque hoje vocês têm o poder de fazê-lo dia chegar a este onde vocês estão hoje.
because only you guys have the power to be able to guide the path to arrive where you guys are today.
Obrigado pela oportunidade.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Meu nome é Sônia Pupim.
My name is Sonia Pupin.
Sou de Danbury,
I am of
Connecticut.
Danbury, Connecticut.
Obrigado por me receber hoje aqui.
Thank you for having me here today.
Estou aqui para pedir aos senhores e senhoras que apoiem a Danbury Charter School.
I'm here to ask for your support, ladies and gentlemen, of the Danbury Charter School.
Sou mãe e avó e gostaria de ter a opção de uma escola que vai compreender as necessidades de meus netos.
I am a mom and grandmother, and I would like to ask of you to have the option of a school that will understand the necessities of my grandchildren and other children.
Por favor, nos ajude.
Please help us.
A educação é a maior semente plantada para termos cidadãos de valores.
Education is the biggest and most important seed that we can plant in our citizens.
E para isso precisamos aprender a escutar as necessidades de nossas crianças e jovens.
And for that to happen, we need to learn to listen to the necessities of our children and our adolescents.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now we will go to to Becky Tyrell. Becky Tyrell, are you still with us? Becky Tyrell? I see her on the screen, but I think she's probably disappeared. Okay, next, Maria Elizabeth Robles. Maria? Can you unmute yourself, ma'am? Can you unmute?
Hola,
Thank you.
hola, ¿me escucha?
Mhm, go right ahead. Do you need translation, ma'am?
Es español, por favor.
Yes. Just one second. Okay, go right ahead.
Ok. Buenas tardes, honorables miembros del comité. Mi nombre es María Robles, residente de Meriden, Connecticut.
Wait, go ahead.
¿Mm?
Good afternoon to all the members of the committee, and her name, now I forgot her name.
Mhm.
And she's from Meriden.
Okay, go right ahead. Go ahead, Maria.
Ok. Estoy aquí hoy como educadora de cuidado infantil en el hogar.
She is here today as a educator for young children.
Okay, go ahead.
Durante un año y orgullosa miembro sindical de CSEA Local 2001.
No, you can't.
¿Puedo repetir?
Sí. Por más de un año y orgullosa sindical del CSEA.
You can't hear?
I do, but I don't know what is the
Okay. All right. All right, well, Maria.
Yes.
Okay, somebody. Wait a minute, Maria, we'll try again.
Thank you.
Não, espanhol. Ela tá falando que ela
Jennifer.
No,
Ela
okay.
tá falando de
Maria?
lugar.
Yes.
Go right ahead,
de
try
lugar
again.
e eu não tô entendendo o que que é.
Okay, Maria, try again. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, thank you. Estoy aquí hoy como educadora de cuidado infantil en el hogar.
I am here today as an infant educator in a home care system.
Okay.
Durante un año y orgullosamente miembro sindical
As 1 year of being a member of a syndicate
de CSEA,
of CESA,
SEIU local 2001,
it's the name of a local
Yes.
sector,
el cual representa a más de 3,000 educadoras de cuidado infantil en nuestro estado Connecticut.
in which represents over 3,000 infants who are being under the care of this sector.
Si bien el presupuesto actual asignado
Hard to hear her. ¿Usted puede hablar un poquito más alto, por favor?
Sí. Si bien el presupuesto actual asigna algunos fondos para ampliar el cuidado infantil,
The good proposed for this infant care, for the funding,
Go ahead.
no aborda la brecha crítica en nuestras necesidades de atención médica,
does not bridge the gaps of our medical needs.
como educadora de cuidado infantil en el hogar.
As an infant educator of a home care system,
Me cuesta poder costear las opciones de atención médica necesarias.
it is very costly for me to provide the medical funding necessary.
Este año pasado, el costo de mi premio era más de $400 al mes.
This past year, the monthly funding was more than $400 per month.
Esto sin contar que la tarifa estándar aumenta para este año 2024.
Not to mention that the standard monthly tax increases for this 2024 year
Y no me cubre asistencia dental.
and does not cover the assistance needed.
Sin acceso a atención médica accesible,
Without medical assistance available,
esto perjudica mis finanzas y la calidad de vida de mi familia,
this directly jeopardizes my financial status and my direct family as well,
ya que soy cabeza de un hogar de 5 miembros.
as I am the head of household of 5 members.
Esto trae mucha inseguridad y estrés para mí.
This brings much financial insecurity and stress to my life.
Entiendo que los educadores de cuidado infantil merecen ser respaldados por el Estado,
I understand that the home care infant providers need the support of our state
para que podamos estar sanos y seguir brindando un servicio de calidad a nuestras familias trabajadoras.
so we can be healthy and be able to provide the care necessary to these families.
El alto costo de mis deudas médicas
The high cost of my medical needs
me ha obligado a abrir un segundo turno
has obligated me to open a second term or
ya que solo
option,
un turno no me permite cubrir deudas al final del mes.
which still doesn't allow me to cover all of the financial needs and
Okay,
expenses.
Maria, we're going to have to sum up, okay? Can you tell her that?
Vamos a tener que parar o hablar un poquito menos.
Ok. Cuando estamos enfermos no podemos brindar atención de calidad a nuestros niños.
When we are sick, we cannot offer quality care for our children.
Insto al comité a que asignen fondos para que proveedoras de cuidado infantil en el hogar
I urge the committee to provide sufficient funding for infant home care, child care providers.
accedan a un seguro médico accesible y de calidad
I'm requesting for accessible healthcare coverage
para satisfacer nuestras necesidades de atención médica.
to satisfy our medical needs.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is Latoya Radway here? Yes?
And thank you. I have one other on my panel.
You have one other on your panel?
Yes.
There's no panel. You can be on
Oh,
the individual.
all right, no worries.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Good afternoon, representatives, commissioner, and members of the committee. My name is Latoya Radway, here with the Mosaic Coalition in support of the Danbury Charter School. There is power in numbers, and here today is a small representation of the numbers of those who support the need for this charter school. It goes without saying that education is the key, and not only for an individual's development, but our development as a community. Students today are slipping through the cracks and have to settle with the limited access of educational options. As the ones who represent and have the voices for our community, I urge you to support the need for the Danbury Charter School, as our students deserve and have the right for educational options. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Gladys Cooper? Gladys Cooper? I'm sorry? I don't see her. No, I don't see her. Okay. Louise Williams.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nunzio, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Louise Williams. I'm a professor of history at Central Connecticut State University. I'm president of CSU AAUP, which represents 3,000 teaching faculty, librarians, counselors, coaches, and trainers at the 4 state universities. We also are part of Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to testify on HB 5048, the governor's budget recommendations, and to oppose the proposal to cut $150 million from elementary and high schools. It may be surprising that someone representing higher education faculty would go out of their way to advocate for this issue. In fact, it may even be contrary to our own interests. Governor Lamont's budgeting practices have been to give funding to one group only by taking it away from others. In order to increase funding for early child care, he plans to take money from K through 12 education. But if you do as I'm advocating here and recommend maintaining funding for public elementary and high schools, our governor most likely will insist that no more money be given to our state colleges and universities, which he has underfunded by about $160 million. So why would faculty in higher education act so contrary to their own interest to advocate against these cuts? This is because we know all education is connected. I and my colleagues in our public colleges and universities see firsthand what inadequate funding for education does to our young people. We have seen how the needs of students have increased dramatically over time. When I first came to Connecticut from New York City 30 years ago, I was thrilled at how much better prepared students were for college-level work here, but that has changed. There are many complex reasons for it. It could be massive inequality and underfunding of K through 12 schools in Connecticut. It could be social media and smartphones. I don't know why, but I do know that many of my students, especially the increasing number of minority and first-generation students, come out of high school woefully unready for work that I used to expect. And this is just not academically, it's emotionally, socially, and mentally. In the 100 level history course I'm teaching right now, there are so many problems. Students are unable or unwilling to do the reading. They don't concentrate in class. They skip class. They can't follow directions or complete assignments. But if you talk to them one-on-one, it's very clear that they are not dumb. They are very smart young people who just have so many more issues and problems than ever in the past. It's unfortunate the costs of education have increased, but it is a fact I know very well. The young people in our state need more help than ever. Cutting funding for one type of education to pay for another is insane. It creates a vicious cycle that hurts everyone. College professors do not have the time or skills to fix students who come to us so unprepared. We cannot adequately teach the teachers of the future, and we cannot guarantee businesses a skilled workforce they do not need to train themselves. This is so unnecessary. Connecticut is the wealthiest state and the wealthiest country in the world. So I urge you to fund the future of all public school students across Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Gladys Cooper. Gladys Cooper. Okay. Panel number 2. Panel number 2. Panel number.
São mais duas? É? São mais duas? Huh? Yeah. 2 on this panel, and that's the last of this.
Sure.
We're final 2.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mary Ellen Batista. Thank you for having us over here. Eu sou fundadora do Centro Comunitário Brasileiro em Danbury.
She's the founder.
Excuse me one second. Please, everybody, so we can hear the testimony, please. It's people from your team too. Go right ahead.
She is the founder of the Brazilian Center, Community Center.
I can speak English, but I feel like my kids or other kids coming to USA and can't speak English. So, obrigado aos senhores e às senhoras por ouvir e nos dar a voz nessa noite.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving us this voice tonight.
Estou aqui como mãe,
I am here today as a mother,
como amiga e
As a
como
friend.
trabalhadora de um centro comunitário brasileiro, onde atendemos várias pessoas todos os dias.
and as a hardworking citizen in our community where I work every day in Danbury.
Tenho 2 filhos.
I have 2 children.
Quando eles foram para a escola,
When they went to school,
foi muito difícil para mim.
it was very difficult for me.
Eu tive que ter 2 trabalhos
I had to have 2 full-time jobs
para pagar uma escola particular para o meu filho,
to pay for a private education for my sons.
porque as escolas que haviam na minha região
Unfortunately, the schools in my region
estavam lotadas.
were overpopulated,
E isso já se passam 10 anos.
and that has already been 10 years ago.
E todos os dias
And every day,
eu escuto na minha região,
I hear in our region,
em Danbury,
in Danbury,
a mesma história.
the same story.
Por isso estou aqui hoje
And that's why I'm here today,
para implorar aos senhores
to implore to you guys today
para que aceite a Charter School em Danbury.
to accept the Danbury Charter School.
Tivemos há 2 semanas atrás
2 weeks ago, we had
alguns jovens para falar um pouco por que eles saíram da escola.
we had a young adolescent group come and talk to us and tell us the reasons why they dropped out of school.
E todos eles falaram a mesma história, que estavam sendo bullying porque não sabiam falar a língua.
And they all had the same story, that they were bullied for not speaking the English language,
Outros porque tinham uma especial necessidade.
and others for having special learning needs or disabilities.
Por isso eu imploro aos senhores
And that's why I'm here begging for you guys today
para que aceite a Charter School em Danbury.
to accept the Danbury Charter School.
Eu sei que dia
I know one day
essas mesmas crianças
those same children
podem estar aí no lugar de vocês.
can be or will be in the same places that you guys are today.
Thank you pela oportunidade.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Boa noite.
Good evening, everyone.
Meu nome é Vera Zanoni,
My name is Vera Zanoni.
moro em Danbury.
I live in Danbury.
Obrigada por nos receber e ouvir.
Thank you for having us here tonight and listening to us.
Estamos aqui para interceder em favor da Charter School em Danbury.
We are here fighting for this cause for the Danbury Charter School.
Sou avó e gostaria muito que meu neto tivesse a oportunidade de ter uma escola de qualidade.
I am a grandmother, and I would love for the opportunity for my grandson to have access to this Danbury Charter School.
Escola que influencie no bom sentido na formação do caráter de nossas crianças e jovens.
A school that can form the character of our children.
Agradeço a atenção e a oportunidade de falar nessa casa. Muito obrigada.
I thank you guys today for the opportunity that we have to speak and fight for this cause today. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes, we'd like to thank you guys on the behalf of the coalition, LEAD, and the Danbury community. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. I have no idea where I am on this list. I'm gonna be honest. Believe it or not, we still have 239 people here. Okay, so I'm going to try Carlos Santana. Okay, Carlos Santana? No? Okay. Susan Lembowski? Susan Lembowski? No? Okay. I did 6 already. Yeah, I did her. Greg Florio?
Good evening.
Oh, hi, Greg.
How are you?
I'm sorry. How are you? Go right ahead, Greg.
To the Honorable Chair, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Greg Florio, Executive Director of CREC, the Capital Region Education Council. CREC has proudly provided educational services in the greater Hartford area to our member districts for over 50 years. I want to express gratitude to the General Assembly. Last year, you were courageous in furthering a sustainable, equitable educational funding formula for magnet schools that not only supported our schools, those of us operating magnet schools, but also helps school districts across the state. It was transformational. I know it wasn't everything that we wanted, but it was a major step forward. I also will acknowledge the governor's budget does increase funding for magnet schools in the per pupil grant, but that only provides short-term relief. It isn't the transformation that we saw moving forward last year. And I'm hoping that the legislature this year restores that funding and the changes that were made. 15 years ago, the per pupil grant for magnet schools covered over 75% of the cost to educate a student in one of those schools. Today, that same grant only covers about 53% of the cost to educate that child. The remainder of that cost growth over those 15 years has been passed on to school districts, in our case, throughout the Hartford area. Again, it's very important that we move back to last year's budget and the funding changes that were made that are very important, not only to magnet school operators, but to the sending districts. As I said, in my career, it is the first time we had taken a major step in transforming the educational funding model to bring it to one model as opposed to the multiple models that were being used. So again, I thank you for what you did last year, and I hope you restore that funding this year. I do also want to just mention that we are very appreciative of $1.5 million in each year of the biennium budget for the teacher residency program, which began at CREC about 5 years ago, which is now operated by the RESC Alliance across the state. It is transforming classrooms, bringing a diverse teaching force into those schools where children are seeing a teacher who looks like them, and it's having a great impact. We're hoping that that funding, which was taken from ARP ESSER, can become a line item so that we can continue that important work. So thank you for everything you do, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next. Oh. Corley Santana. Sorry, I thought it was Carlos.
It's okay. That is my husband's name, so it works out.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Coralie Santana, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Strategist for the Connecticut Project Action Fund, which is a nonpartisan 501c4 organization that advocates for solutions that better the lives of Connecticut's vulnerable and financially distressed families. Connecticut children and families are facing a childcare crisis, and we need help. We support the governor's attempt to prioritize early childhood education funding and recognize, as we hope he recognizes, that his proposals are only the initial step that ultimately fall short of what Connecticut children need. We are here to urge this committee and all members of the legislature to invest in Connecticut's children by delaying implementation of the new kindergarten eligibility law by 1 year and investing $50 million more annually in early childhood education subsidies in order to make sure that the impact of that law to make up for the impact of that law. And following the guidance of parents and educators to invest even more in Connecticut's early childhood education opportunities, we commend Governor Lamont, Commissioner Beth Bai, the Office of Early Childhood, and the Governor's Blue Ribbon Panel for prioritizing the importance of a well-funded early childhood education system. As you all know, the Blue Ribbon Panel provided key short-term and long-term solutions and recommendations to increase subsidies to help families who qualify for subsidies but have not received them. That's about 79% of families. Substantial increases in funding, as recommended by the Blue Ribbon Panel, are also needed to achieve that goal. We know that the total number of families in need of Care for Kids subsidies will also increase under the new kindergarten eligibility law. While we fundamentally agree with it, the kindergarten age requirement, it must be paired with expansion of access to early childhood education through allocation of sufficient resources. We also support the governor's 1.8 million commitment to piloting the TriShare program in New London County as one of many solutions necessary for increased high-quality care in New London. Connecticut children and families need the legislature to take bold action to invest in Connecticut's economy by investing in the needs of working parents and their children. The governor and the legislature should commit to early learners as the parents and educators, and it does not have to do so at the expense of pre-existence commitments to the K-12 system. Instead, the legislature must take bold action to better attenuate the state's fiscal guardrails to ensure we fairly and thoughtfully invest in every child. Because we know that there's a lack of preschool and childcare, we know that there are 9,000 families that are impacted by kindergarten eligibility. That's a cost to families at about 117 million in unanticipated childcare expenses in the next year alone. These families are left asking, what good is a supposed historic income tax cut when they're facing a $13,000 bill for an additional year of childcare? Right now, parents are left with few options: endure financial strain, deprive their children of essential early education opportunities, or not return to the workforce. All this comes at the expense of children's access to quality early childhood education opportunities. Lastly, while expanding Care for Kids funding program by 60% SMI to 65 is commendable, we need to ensure that lowering the threshold for qualification results in more families securing subsidies, as only 21% of eligible families have secured a subsidy with the existing threshold.
You have to sum up.
Oh,
please.
that was the last of our comments, so thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you for testifying. Next, Lisa DeSosa. Is Susan Lombowski here? No. Is Jennifer Zarelli here? No, she's remote. Jennifer Zarelli, number 68. Jennifer? No. Okay, go right ahead.
Hello. Thank you, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate your consideration of my thoughts today on the matter of creating long-term funding solutions for CREC schools. My name is Lisa D'Souza, and I live in Bristol, Connecticut. I have a son that attends Montessori at Batchelder in Hartford, and a daughter that I recently entered into the CREC lottery to hopefully attend the Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts in Hartford next fall. The biggest reason that our CREC schools deserve a long-term funding plan is because of their robust diversity and celebration of every different type of person. I personally grew up in Litchfield, Connecticut, and to say that it lacks diversity is an understatement. We had one Black family in the school system that I can remember. The halls of my school were a sea of white, with many kids being from similar religious backgrounds, and anyone who varied from heterosexual and cisgender identity was either forced to stay closeted or face ridicule. Sadly, my two daughters, who attend Region 10 public schools in Burlington, Connecticut, are facing a very similar experience. When I finally left my small bubble of a town and went off to college, it was complete culture shock for me. And as my children have grown through the years, I've realized that their immersion into diverse education and social circles should not wait. The second most important reason that CREC is important to me and my family is safety. As a queer student, my oldest daughter's middle school experience has been filled with bullying, harassment, and trauma. Her current school is more interested in not rocking the boat of the community members who do not want diversity and equity to be embraced than adequately and boldly protecting the marginalized student body who so desperately just want to belong and receive an education. My daughter is a bright, intelligent, and willing student, and yet she has been homebound tutored for the last 11 weeks while we tried to mend her mental health. In December, I took her to an open house at the Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts, and at the end of the night when we got in the car, she turned to me with tears in her eyes and said, "This is my school. This is my home." The pride flags everywhere, the impressive murals on the walls, the affirming staff who ask for pronouns when addressing a student. I can't tell you what that meant for my family. It felt like we could breathe again, and that there are places where kids like my daughter can not only survive but thrive. And I finally have hope that she will survive her high school years and finally show the world who she is and what she's capable of. For us, CREC schools means safety. All the evidence shows us that funding for these schools has so much room for improvement. Our kids deserve this, and these schools cannot afford any cuts in resources, nor do the local school districts deserve to inherit an increased cost. I ask that you please follow through on the state's promise to invest in the future of all students, stand by students like my daughter, and increase this much-needed funding to correct magnet schools.
Oh, don't, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your passionate testimony. Thank you. Thank you. Maria Matos?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Maria Matos. I'm the Vice President of Operations and Expansion of Latinos for Educational Advocacy and Diversity. Thank you for this opportunity. In our persistent pursuit of funding for the Danbury Charter School, it pains me to address the challenges we face. Some local leaders have attacked us with false claims suggesting that the opening of the charter school takes funds from the traditional public schools in Denver. One even went so far as to label our families as a very vocal and well-founded minority, attempting to dismiss the voices of the Black, Brown, and Latino communities in Denver. This person struck me because he seems to perpetuate a trend among the opposition that seeks to undermine our cause. It's disheartening that some choose to dismiss our children, suggesting that only a mere 6% of the school population will be served by the Danbury Charter School. I hope that we are able to look at our children as people and not exclusively as dollar figures. It is hurtful to hear some suggest that the district should use the money that will cover the cost of 2 buses full of children living in disadvantaged communities to cover the cost of the salary of 4 staff on their sites. I confess that I struggle to find the words to define what moves the heart of an individual that can think this way, in this manner. However, my persistence is forever sustained because I, as well as many others, believe in the transformative power of education. Despite attempts to silence the voices, I and the community stand strong, committed and united in our mission to create opportunities for all the children and their families. As we navigate these ever-present challenges, please allow me to leave you with the words of a Psalm, 15:1-3. May our hearts, hands, and tongues be unified in believing and practicing truth. Let us be faithful, responsible, and trustworthy, standing as people of integrity with pure hearts. Thank you for the time and consideration and the opportunity to bring attention to the urgency of funding the Danbury Charter School. Let truth prevail in our quest for a brighter future for our community's youth. Thank you very much.
Next, Jennifer Zarelli. Okay. Maria Silva. And after Maria, after Maria, Yuri Cruz. Yuri Cruz?
Yuri Cruz is on remote.
Okay. Thank you.
Translate.
Okay. Maria?
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, miembros del Comité de Aprobación. Mi nombre es María Silva, abuela y voluntaria.
Good afternoon, Appropriation Committee members. My name is Maria Silva, a grandmother and volunteer at the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut and Beach.
En la Coalición Dominicana América de Connecticut, llevo 7 años esperando la apertura de la escuela Charter de Danbury.
and I have been waiting for the opening of the Danbury Charter School for about 7 years.
Cada año mi corazón se arruga viendo que nuestros niños, incluidos mis nietos, no tienen esta oportunidad educativa en este año.
Each year, my heart hurts to see that my children, including my grandchildren, miss out on this educational opportunity.
Les suplico, terminen con esta espera.
This year, I ask you to end with this wait.
La financiación de esta escuela es urgente y esencial por el futuro de nuestros niños.
The funding of this school is crucial and urgent for the future of our children
Y el bienestar de nuestra comunidad.
and the well-being of our community.
Le ruego que apoyen la apertura de la escuela Chapter.
I beg you to support the opening of the charter school
De Danbury.
in Danbury.
Gracias por su tiempo y por atender esta petición.
Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak about this request
Que guardo en lo profundo de mi corazón.
that I keep close to my heart.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Yuri Cruz. Yuri?
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
I see her. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Uh,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Yuri. Go right
Good
ahead.
afternoon, dear member of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Judy Cruz. I live in Watertown. I'm here as a parent leader, as a special need mother, and as an active member of LEAD. I want to talk about the charter school in Danbury. I came from North America, seeing better opportunities and better education for my children and future generations. And now they are denied the right to that quality education. I believe that as a parent, we should have the option of looking for a school that has an innovative curriculum to empower our children to continue growing with new development opportunities throughout their life. It is no fair that they are being denied the right to have it. It is no fair for them who are the future, who are the hope of those parents who left everything behind to give them a better education, and now that is denied to them. As a community leader and education advocate, I have a responsibility to ensure that every child has access to best education possible. It is time to focus on what really matters, the future and well-being for our children. Please be sure that our children will have a great future. Thanks for your time and considering this call to action. I hope that together we can make a better future for all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Bruni Edwards.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Bruni Edwards, and I am the Director of Ed Advance Birth to 3. Ed Advance has been providing comprehensive early intervention services in Connecticut for 30 years. We are honored to be one of the 18 programs supporting Connecticut's most vulnerable children, but there are many challenges associated with delivering early intervention in this state. The fee-for-service model of payment, rising inflation, increased costs to employer-provided health insurance, state and federal procedural requirements, staff training and supervision expectations imposed by our lead agency make it very difficult to be financially stable. This past year, a comprehensive cost and state rate study was conducted, and the results were released last month. Our current rate for early intervention sessions has been the same since 2017,
and it is 29% lower than the recommended rate outlined in the cost report. In the cost report, it was noted that only 2 of the 6 nonprofits retained earnings in 2022, the year evaluated in the cost study. EdAdvance Birth to 3 was one of the 2 programs that showed a surplus in that year. It is very important to note that our surplus in 2022 was due to receiving some COVID relief funds and to being understaffed. As we begin to fill open positions, when we fill our full-time positions, we will be operating at a deficit. Programs should be able to meet the needs of children and families and still remain financially solvent. It has been very difficult to recruit and retain licensed and certified staff. Since we target the same staff as school districts and outpatient pediatric clinics, we find ourselves not being able to meet the salary expectations the market demands. We are asking for a reimbursement rate closer to the recommended $167 an hour, and we need legislative action to embed cost of living increases in OEC's budget to allow programs to keep up with operating expenses related to inflation and offer competitive salaries to recruit and retain certified and licensed staff. It is imperative for the stability of Birth to 3 and the continuation of quality services for children. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Dawn Krakow. Dawn?
I'm here. Hi. Great, thank you. Good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dawn Krakow, and I am the Northeast Regional Policy Director for Food Court, and I'm a resident of Marlboro. I am here today to thank you for your support of school meals last year and speak in support of funding in the budget for school breakfast and increased access to school lunch. In communities throughout the state of Connecticut and across the country, Food Court partners with schools and communities to nourish kids' health, education, and sense of belonging. School meals allow each student to bring the best they can to school each day for optimal learning. The research is clear. Students who eat breakfast at school have been shown to achieve higher on standardized math tests and attend more days of school. Offering no-cost school meals also decreases the stigma a student may experience when they cannot afford to participate. We've heard many stories of students choosing not to eat for fear of embarrassment or because of the burden and increased meal balance puts on their families. No-cost breakfast for all helps address that inequity. When families are unable to pay for school meals, schools are forced to either collect that debt or take it on, putting a greater strain on families, administrators, and school budgets. The federal government sets reimbursements and eligibility guidelines with no regard to state differences in costs of living. So without state support, the number of families in Connecticut making too much to qualify for school meal support, but not enough to make ends meet is vast. Finally, increased student participation strengthens meal programs. As Lucy Nolan's testimony pointed out, last year's investment in school breakfast meant over 400,000 more meals served in a month as compared to the same month in 2022. And that is something to celebrate given Connecticut's history of falling behind most other states in school breakfast participation. My written testimony includes a visual of how school meals for all policies can transform school food. Simply, when more students participate, economies of scale tip in their favor, allowing them to bring more variety, more choice, and more local fresh foods that support our agricultural economy. Creating a school food system that enables school districts to meet the nutritional and cultural needs of students, where students are spared from stigma and shame, is a move towards justice in the educational system. In this vein, I hope the committee will also explore and support how to financially support our most marginalized schools that participate in the community eligibility provision, but would receive no state funding with this proposal. Thank you for your support and consideration, and have a great evening.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, Elise Joseph. Is Elise Joseph here? No. Okay, Philip O'Reilly. After Philip is Alex Almeida here. Okay. Sorry. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Appropriation Committee members, and thank you for the time and for allowing me to address you today on behalf of my school community. My name is Dr. Philip O'Reilly. I'm the Executive Director of Odyssey Community School in Manchester, a school that serves students who represent 14 different local communities, including Hartford, Windsor, Vernon, Middletown, with a majority of our students from Manchester. I was appointed the Executive Director in 2020 and joined Odyssey after 39 years as a Windsor, Connecticut teacher, a Sharon Center School principal, and a New Hartford and Portland, Connecticut school superintendent. As a resident of Sharon, I also now serve on the Sharon Board of Education. As you may know, Odyssey is the first state Board of Education approved charter school in Connecticut, opening in the fall of 1997. Odyssey currently has a maximum approved student enrollment of 373 seats, which are currently filled by pre-kindergarten through grade 8 students. I wish to thank you for the increased appropriations that you made possible for charter schools in the first year of our biennial budget process last spring. This was much needed revenue for Odyssey and for all my charter school colleagues. I know I speak for them all in saying how imperative it is that you do not reduce the approved increases in year 2. These appropriations are vital to our success in meeting the ever-growing needs of our students, and they are growing needs. So too are the appropriations made to my other public school colleagues. All of us rely on that funding, especially as we exhaust the federal money we received during COVID. Please reject any proposed cuts and fully fund year 2 public education commitments. Public schools need the ongoing support from you. I am also here with you today in an appeal for your assistance as Odyssey seeks to add 36 additional preschool seats for 3- and 4-year-olds as we move closer to a modest renovation and expansion project at the school. This potential building project will provide the needed space for 2 additional preschool classrooms that will allow us to match our existing K-8 grade level cohort. Bringing preschool to Odyssey in 2022 represented a growth opportunity that has been a magnificent success. The addition of these 2 classrooms has made an exceedingly positive difference in the lives of our preschool families and the early learning needs of our youngest students. Most notably, the growth in these students is astonishing, especially for those students whose life experiences have been particularly circumstantial. Now we would like to complete the project so that we can provide high-quality early childhood education to more 3- and 4-year-olds. In the most recent school lottery that we conducted in the spring of 2023, we had fewer than 50 available seats school-wide. We had 480 applications in this lottery process, including, most importantly, 163 applicants for just 18 open preschool seats. Certainly, the total number of Odyssey applicants illuminates our success as a pre-K grade 8 school, but also validates the considerable need for more early childhood learning opportunities of our sending communities, especially and most especially in our town of Manchester. Undeniably, this is an issue of equity that is exacerbated by the scarcity of quality preschool programs in our state and in our Hartford County communities. The issue of equity is further intensified for our families with the new kindergarten entry age requirements for the 24-25 school year, established with recent legislation. I am speaking with you today to directly appeal for your support for funding for the 36 additional preschool seats that Odyssey Community School has requested for the 24-25 school year. Please review my written testimony for more information and know that I am always willing to speak to you if you have any questions, and please come visit us at Odyssey Community School. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Alex Almeida?
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Alexander Almeida, and I'm the creative director and coordinator of Mosaic Coalition in Norwich, Connecticut. I want to raise my voice in support of the Danbury Charter School because I'm a witness to the successful operation of one in my city, in Norwich, and other cities. I have seen firsthand the achievements of students both during their studies and in their futures, thanks to this school. Therefore, I find it highly appropriate to support the charter school with funding. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Denise Diaz? Denise? Oh, okay, Melissa Wilkins? Melissa Wilkins? Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, Melissa, go right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Melissa Wilkins. I'm the Birth to 3 coordinator at Creative Interventions. Advocating today for an increase in paid rates for birth to 3 service hours based on the recent rate study, which is not only necessary to cover the cost of actual services, but also to close the gap between sustainable salaries and cost of quality care. The goal of Birth to 3 is to provide family supports to allow children and families of children with developmental disabilities to thrive. This holistic approach requires more than just one-on-one clinical consults. Consider the non-billable services, such as the imperative task of a service coordinator taking time outside of visits to track down and assist impoverished or homeless families to identify resources to support with food and shelter. Therapists pursuing education opportunities to learn more about less common health and medical conditions which impact particular families. Indirect services such as confirming appointments, preparing forms and paperwork, and coordinating care with other organizations. Not to mention travel time, which is as a factor, which extends the number of work hours required to earn a sustainable salary, requires a buffer of non-reimbursable time to avoid shortening family visits due to factors such as accidents, weather, and traffic, and takes time to plan efficient routes and minimize costs of fuel and travel hours. Also consider professional development. Birth to 3 has a growing reputation as a field for young professionals with a shrinking population of more experienced staff. There's a shocking number of staffing shortages statewide, and each day agencies are submitting requests for authorization for remote staffing to the State Office of Early Childhood in an attempt to meet family needs with limited staff. Therapists with bachelor degrees that opt to pursue master's degrees and specialties often acknowledge during the process that their current employer will be unable to offer competitive salaries compared to other industries. Increasing the paid rate for birth to 3 services cannot wait. I humbly request that this committee appropriate funds in this legislative session to support or supersede the recommended calculated rate from the recent cost study, with overcompensation suggested given that there's no regular schedule for rate review. As we know, the current rates were established 7 years ago in 2017. The average annual pay for an early intervention specialist in Connecticut is $53,760 per year. The staff financial burdens, such as the increased cost of living, specifically education, fuel, transportation, technology, and communication systems, all labor on that. The average cost of a master's degree is $35,700 per year. This is 66% of the early intervention salary. I have served as a direct provider and am currently in an administrative position. As a therapist, I spend a number of unpaid hours supporting families between visits. I could not afford to remain in the field as a therapist due to low wages and hours of work and work hour uncertainty. Throughout my career and even currently, I'm wavering on whether or not I can afford to commit to a master's degree program due to financial factors. Many providers could benefit significantly and would invest in the education to better field services if they could afford to do so.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Next, Javier Cuevas. Javier? No. Next, Justin Elliker.
Hi, Representative Walker and Senator Austin and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thanks so much for having me on. I'll be super quick because I know you have a very long night and appreciate all the work that you're doing. Want to just start by saying thank you so much for the significant increase in educational funding in last budget cycle. I know that it's difficult to increase funding, but it is hugely helpful to our communities. I wanted to also underscore, and I know that you're going to hear from other municipalities, that there's I think some general concerns about the governor's budget and educational funding and following through with the commitments that were made last year. New Haven had a relatively small reduction in our overall budget, but around $300,000, but other municipalities were hit pretty hard. While I think we all can gather around supports for increasing funding for early childhood education, which is hugely, hugely important, it shouldn't come at a cost to the overall K through 12 public education system. So as much as you can, we hope you find a pathway to follow through with that original number. And I just underscore that even with that number, I think we all as a community need to try as much as possible to do more. New Haven's or Connecticut schools are not regionalized like many other states are. And so our system is very segregated. And, you know, to give you an example, New Haven spends around $19,500 per student. New Canaan spends around $23,000 per student. New Haven has 67.2% of our student population is low income. New Canaan has 0. And arguably, New Haven should be spending a lot more than a place like New Canaan that already has a lot of resources on our public schools. And so, as always, we're grateful for the work that you're doing to increase educational funding, and whatever you can do to push that limit more, we'd be very grateful for it as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. And with that, I am going to turn the baton over to Senator Berthel. Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your tenacity this afternoon in running the meeting. So happy to take the reins for a little while. So next is, looks like number 83 would be Dr. Carmela Levy-David. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Austin and Walker, Ranking Members Bethel and Nuncio, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today in opposition of House Bill 5048, the Governor's proposed mid-biennium budget adjustments. My name is Dr. Carmela Levy-David, and I am honored to serve as the superintendent of Bridgeport Public Schools, home of nearly 20,000 of the most dynamic students in our state. Soy la doctora Carmela Levy-David y estoy orgullosa de servir como la superintendente de Bridgeport, el hogar de más de 20,000 de los estudiantes más dinámicos del estado de Connecticut. Today, I address you with a deep sense of concern. Just last year, my esteemed colleagues stood before this legislature, urging you to address the impending crisis, and you acted. Now, barely a year later, the governor's budget proposal seeks to strip away the very progress we fought so hard to achieve. Last year, so many parents, students, teachers, and community members submitted testimony and advocated for an increase in state funding for all our public school students, regardless of where they reside. It was amazing to see the General Assembly work together to pass a bipartisan budget that addressed concerns from key stakeholders and committed to a historic $150 million investment in our students. As the daughter of immigrants and an immigrant myself, I can tell you that it took my family over 115 years to move from sugarcane crop farmers to the executive level that you now see before you. And that is only as a result of having been availed the opportunity of an education in this country. We owe it to our students to allow them the opportunity to transform their families within one generation, especially when they live in this wonderful and very prosperous country that we call the United States. The governor's budget not only fails to honor this commitment, it actively undermines it. It will take essential resources from our students, and it relies on, and that will remove them from the classroom and shift undue burdens onto local budgets and taxpayers. This is unwholly acceptable. We cannot allow promises made to our communities and students to be casually discarded. We owe it to all of our students with diverse learning needs, neurodivergence, multilingual needs, newcomers, and students representing over 69 different languages in 83 different countries to have the opportunity to succeed. I implore you to consider the ramifications of Bridgeport Public Schools, one of the highest needs districts in the state that serves a community that has been historically disadvantaged and underfunded. Federal ESSER dollars were a lifeline for our district and have been instrumental in addressing the multifaceted challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Beyond supporting after-school programs and technology enhancements, ESSER funding has helped to provide critical services, including special education, language instruction, and critical mental health support for our students. Essential positions, once sustained by federal aid, now hang in the balance as the number of students who rely on them continue to grow. Our special education figures underscore this urgency for
Dr.
nearly
Levy
4,000
David,
students.
excuse me, I believe your time is up. If you would please summarize.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Similarly, the burgeoning population of multilingual learners, now exceeding 5,500 students, underscores the evolving landscape of our students' needs. And in light of these challenges, I urge you to reject Governor Lamont's proposed budget, safeguard the $150 million commitment to our students, and to share a testament to our shared values and aspirations for a brighter future, support them in transforming their families within one generation by denying this decrease in our funding. Thank you for listening. We are Bridgeport.
Thank you very much for your testimony tonight. Next up will be Emma Bigman. No sign of Emma. Okay. All right,
She's
next
already
up.
spoken, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
She's already spoken. She was in a student panel.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next up would be Violet Marchand.
Violet has spoken as well, sir.
All right. Dina Sears Graves.
Good evening, esteemed Connecticut General Assembly members and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dina Sears Graves. I'm President and CEO of United Way of Southeastern Connecticut, representing New London County. Just want to also say hello to our local representatives that are here today. I know Kathleen just left and Representative Nolan. I'm here today to speak on why it's important to keep school breakfast and meals for students who qualified for reduced price meals in the budget. All schools that participate in the National School Lunch Program must get funding for the cost of food that the USDA does not reimburse. Without it, families must take on that burden. I want to share with you some startling statistics. In New London County, 82% of female-headed households with children, 61% of Black households, 52% of Hispanic households, and 59% of those under 25 years old live below the ALICE threshold. ALICE stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed. They struggle every day just to afford basic needs. ALICE families are in a unique position as they don't often qualify for services or support. However, we need to help support ALICE households. Why is it important to keep school breakfast and meals for students who qualify for reduced price meals in the budget? Parents won't have to worry about school lunch debt or having to pack lunches on school days. It will help reduce their grocery costs, and it will free up their resources for other necessities. There are many other reasons why it's important that many others will address today, but I am here today as a voice for ALICE, asking you to provide a little relief for the hardworking families struggling every day. School meals do make a difference to students and their families. We also have in written testimony from our Annie Stockton, who's the vice president of our food center, the Gemma E. Moran United Way Labor Food Center, just giving some local stats about what we're seeing directly on the ground through our food center, the food pantry, and our mobile food pantry distributions. But thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Scott Jerzambik, who I believe I saw online. Scott, the floor is yours. You'll need to unmute, sir.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Scott Jerzambik, President-elect of the Connecticut Library Association, the town librarian in Fairfield, and a Seymour Public Library patron. I offer my sincere thanks for the restoration of state aid grants. While modest in amount, these funds make a significant impact on libraries, which consistently demonstrate their financial acumen as government entities. Libraries are more than just book repositories. We bridge the digital divide, serve as community gathering spaces, and stand as a line of defense against loneliness. We are also staunch advocates for free speech and expression. Despite limited resources, we achieve so much through resource sharing. And this brings me to my advocacy for the Connecticut State Library and the Connecticut Library Consortium. The State Library plays a vital role in our shared resource ecosystem. Its programs and services benefit taxpayers in numerous ways. This includes the delivery of physical library materials across the state, as well as shared digital resources. The Connecticut Library Consortium maximizes local taxpayer dollars by securing substantial discounts on materials, furnishing, and supplies specific to libraries. They assist libraries statewide in purchasing digital resources, equipment, and other services at the most effective price. Both CLC and the State Library offer resources beyond those directly accessible to the public. They provide expert staff who consult on programming, governance best practices, and collection development. Both are vital to public libraries in this state. Members of the committee, please visit your local libraries. Talk to your constituents who use them. They will be the first to convince you of the importance of public libraries in the communities you represent. Work that is significantly easier with the State Library and the Connecticut Library Consortium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Next up is number 88, Shiloh Miller.
Shiloh has spoken already, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next is Mary Helen Baptista.
She already spoke, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Melanie Rosacci.
Thank you.
Floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Chairwoman Austin and Walker, ranking members Bethel and Nuccio, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today in opposition of House Bill 5048, the governor's proposed mid-biennium budget adjustments. My name is Melanie Rosacci, and I have the honor of serving on the Wallingford Board of Education. I am deeply disappointed that the governor's budget does not fulfill the promise of the $150 million in additional K-12 education funding, a promise that he made just 8 months ago. At a time when many children are still struggling with the effects of the pandemic and resources are desperately needed to combat learning loss and meet the mental health needs of students, the governor's over $60 million in cuts to K-12 education funding are especially troubling. These cuts, in addition to the loss of federal ARPA dollars, simply stated, are devastating. Every day, Wallingford Public Schools educates over 5,000 students across 12 schools. Each of these students have unique needs, backgrounds, and experiences, and it is our responsibility to provide all of them with high-quality education that they deserve and that they need. Equitable, adequate funding is an essential component to be able to provide that high-quality education. Student needs are at an all-time high in Wallingford and across the state. Our schools are serving more students who are eligible for free or reduced lunch meals, more multilingual learners, and more students with disabilities. Over 46% of Wallingford students are now considered high needs, which is an increase of nearly 3 percentage points just from last year. As the number of high needs students rise in Wallingford, it's crucial to address the issue of excess cost grant reimbursement levels. While the projected rate for the 23-24 school year was 88%, the district budgeted conservatively at 80%. However, the actual reimbursement rate has fallen short at 71%, resulting in a significant deficit of over $300,000 for the Wallingford School District. This consistent underfunding not only disrupts our budget planning, but also places strain on local resources, highlighting the importance of dependable reimbursement rates for municipalities. This underfunding has been happening for at least the past 5 years, but perhaps longer. Next year, this annual unfair financial burden will be in addition to the increased cost to local school districts for students attending magnet schools if the proposed removal of the magnet school tuition cap is implemented. The effects of proposed policy changes must be looked at cumulatively and from the perspective of local districts. We need the state aid that was promised to help meet the critical needs of students. If the state breaks the promise, it means either passing the buck on to our local taxpayers or potential cuts to student services and programming, teachers, paraprofessionals, or mental health professionals like counselors, social workers, and school psychologists. As you consider adjustments to the state budget, I urge you to remember the needs of students, educators, and communities across Connecticut and reject the governor's proposed cuts to K-12 education. Thank you for your consideration and for providing me the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Carlos Cardina.
Good evening.
Good evening. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. My name is Carlos Cadena, and I work for LEAD as an ESOL teacher for adults. I am asking the committee to support the previously approved but not yet funded charter school in Danbury. Today's testimony by my fellow supporters and mine must remind you of the movie Groundhog Day. The same topic is rehashed at every new public hearing, but it should demonstrate to you how important a charter school is to parents and advocates and how committed we are to get your support. The Danbury school system is overcrowded. Danbury High School is the most populous public high school in the state, with approximately 3,600 students. The Danbury Career Academy, now under construction and expected to open for the 2025-26 school year, is supposed to solve the overcrowding issue. The academy is expected to serve approximately 360 middle school and 1,040 high school students. Despite the anticipated reduction of high school students, Danbury High will remain the largest high school in Connecticut. The school population in Danbury has been increasing at a faster pace than other areas of the state, and it is not expected to slow down in the next couple of years. City leaders intend to attract new businesses to downtown Danbury, and that goes hand in hand with the construction of new housing units. Danbury's population will continue to grow, and the school system as currently planned will not be able to keep up. The charter school should be considered as a supplemental resource to help alleviate school overcrowding and provide another free educational option for Danbury's children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Next up is Anya Shah.
You spoke already, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next would be Colleen Bailey.
Good evening, Senator Berthel and Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the for allowing us to speak as a panel tonight. I promise that we will be brief. My name is Colleen Bailey, and I'm the Executive Director of the West Haven Library. I'm speaking today with my sincere thanks to the legislature for reinstating the state aid incentive grants for public libraries. Any additional funding public libraries receive goes right back to serving our patrons. For West Haven, these funds enabled us to increase our book budget for large print materials. Large print are used by many of our senior population and those with vision impairments. We are fortunate to have a bookmobile in West Haven. With the bookmobile, we provide door-to-door services for several of the homebound in our community, which is a group that by and large are voracious readers and almost exclusively read large print. Libraries are the cornerstone of every community. They are places of refuge, places of learning, places of growth, and places to just be. Thank you again for recognizing the hard work done at public libraries by restoring the state aid incentive grants. These are funds that have a direct impact on so many of our residents and patrons directly. Well-funded libraries are assets to all of our communities. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kate Byrod. I'm the director of the Cragen Memorial Library in Colchester, and I'm a resident of West Hartford. I would like to just say on behalf of all of my colleagues, public libraries across the state are very pleased that the state aid incentive grants to public libraries were restored in the 2023 session to support library activities through SB2 enacted as Public Act 23-101. I know that you have heard from State Librarian Deborah Schonder earlier today about the administrative change to move those funds onto their own line items rather than as part of the operating budget of the State Library itself. The $1,200 or so that Cragen Memorial Library will receive will help us build the services, programs, and collections that serve the children and teens of Colchester. This is especially important at a time when the library's budget has been cut at the local level. Thank you, as always, for your support for Connecticut's libraries as we serve our communities.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lindsay Delegan. I am the new library director at the Jonathan Trumbull Library in Lebanon, Connecticut. I'm here to thank you sincerely for reinstating funding for the state aid incentive grants to public libraries during the 2023 session under SB2. State grants and aid given to public libraries, especially very small rural libraries like the Jonathan Trumbull Library, offer critical funding in support of our mission to provide so many essential services to our communities, from free access to Wi-Fi and printing to programs that support lifelong learning. Last year alone, the Jonathan Trumbull Library nearly doubled our program attendance from 6,112 attendees in 2022 to over 12,000 in 2023, showing the growing need for library services in our community. With the additional $1,200 the Jonathan Trumbull Library will receive this year, we are planning to host a program series during the summer school break focused on teaching residents about environmental conservation and protecting our crucial pollinators. Libraries occupy a unique position in Connecticut communities by providing programs to educate and entertain residents of all ages, from birth to 100 years old. Supplemental funding like the state aid incentive grants to public libraries helps to make this possible. Thank you so much for your continued support for this funding.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Next up would be Lena Esposito. Lena, are you there?
No, we don't see her, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Next online, number 95, Jade Thomas. Jade, the floor is yours.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I'm a policy specialist at All Our Kin. All Our Kin is a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 600 licensed home-based childcare providers in Connecticut. These childcare professionals have the capacity to care for more than 3,000 of the state's youngest children, including neighborhoods in New Haven, Bridgeport, Stamford, and the surrounding communities. More than 2 decades of working with family childcare educators has given us the opportunity to listen and learn. Their message is clear. They need not only our support, but our respect and investment. Therefore, I ask that you consider opportunities to expand upon the proposed early childhood investments, as well as long-term solutions to funding the state's early care and education system. All Our Kin applauds the strides that Connecticut is making to ensure our childcare system works better for children, families, and educators. However, the state needs to be able to spend the funds necessary to adequately support early care and education and the full spectrum of education and human service programs that kids and families need to thrive as they grow. All of these systems must work together to provide support for children's learning and development. Our state's current financial restraints are forcing us to choose between securing our children's well-being early or later. But it's not a choice we have to make if we choose to invest in all of Connecticut's young people. We recognize that the budget proposal for fiscal year 2025 includes funds to expand access to care for kids in addition to providing childcare stabilization grants. But as a state, we can and should go further. In fact, the proposed budget adjustments for early education fall short of the recommended investment outlined in the Blue Ribbon Panel strategic plan. That's a misstep that limits our ability to address a number of issues, including improving the stability of the childcare workforce, expanding access to infant and toddler care, increasing access to facilities funds, and drastically expanding care for kids in order to serve a greater number of families. The state can help home-based childcare businesses thrive by remaining committed to the work of the Blue Ribbon Panel and exploring long-term options for funding early care and education in order to invest and transform the Care for Kids subsidy system, improve educator wages, and support access to healthcare and retirement benefits, in addition to increasing access to facilities funds and supporting professional learning, coaching, and business training. Connecticut's childcare system is in need of transformational investment. I ask that the committee support additional funds for early care and education and the full spectrum of education and human service programs. Connecticut leaders must explore long-term options to secure dedicated funding for the childcare industry. Together, we can ensure children from every part of the state have access to positive early learning experiences. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Next up is John Carlos Muser. It's a student. Has already spoken, perhaps? Okay.
I don't think he has, Mr. Chair. He was not
Oh.
part of the panel. No,
All right. Not in the room?
he's not in the room. He should be remote. Is he? We're gonna no,
Let's see.
not the queue, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Administrator. Next up would be Sheila Ayala.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sheila Ayala, and I'm come to represent the Mosaic Coalition Community Center in my city of Norwich. I'm a mother of two, and this is my experience. My two children are graduates of the IDCS school, charter school in my community. Now they going to high school with a very satisfactory academic level, thanks to the type of education they received during their elementary and middle school education at that school. Today, they are confident students and ready to start a university life, which is why I ask, please, to open and approve more schools like this, and especially for the Danbury community that needs it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Next up is Steffi Frias. No? All right. Next up is Noob Ganzi. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. My apologies.
Mr. Chair, how about Samaj killings?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I did skip right over Samaj. My apologies.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry about that, Samaj. The floor is yours.
No worries. Actually, my name is Brendan. Samaj is one of my students. He's also with the Mosaic Coalition. I'm speaking on his behalf because he actually had to go.
Okay, perfect.
Again, my name is Brendan. I'm the executive director of the Mosaic Coalition, and we're here today to support the Danbury Charter School. And it comforts me that I see some familiar faces who I'm addressing and speaking to, because I'm hoping that your ears have been open for everyone that's come here tonight with us, standing in solidarity to open up this Danbury Charter School. I will speak not only on behalf of all of the students that will benefit, but I also want to address the educators that will benefit from this charter school being in this community. I speak as an educator. I've been able to teach for the last 10 years, going on 11 now. I've taught ESL classes, I've taught English, I've also taught Spanish, and I've taught these in multiple cities, in multiple countries, and multiple continents. And as an educator with that experience, I can say that as much as it will benefit our children, again, our teachers also need some of this, I want to say, relief and this support, because it is very important for us as educators to be able to feel like we have support and to be able to feel like we have somebody in our corner. And that makes all the difference in the world when we wake up every day and we educate our youth and we pass on traditions that mean something. So I ask again that you consider doing everything that you can in your will and your power to make sure that this school is not something that we fight for, but something that we fought for and it's in the past and it's opened up and we can celebrate together as a collective. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you have, I know you got a long way to go, but I hope that you enjoy the rest of your night. And I thank you again for opening up your hearts and your minds and taking these words into consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Okay, and we've reached number 100, Madam Administrator, Noob Ganzi, and I'm sure I have mispronounced that again for a second time. No? All right. Let's move on to number 101, Maria Reyes. No. Okay. Number 102 is Peter Crumlish. All right. Number 103, Moody Hitu.
Moody spoke already, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Number 104 would be Isabel Rivera. All right, moving right along. Number 105, Andrew Feinstein. Mr. Feinstein, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Berthel, and I'm delighted to see you with the gavel in your hand. It's unusual.
Thank you. It's a group effort here tonight for a very long meeting. So,
and while I'm at it, let me give a shout out to Susan Keene, who just does a remarkable job for you guys.
Oh, I think we would all agree with that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I represent SEEK, Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. There's a double challenge for education. The first one is that the COVID stimulus money has to be obligated by September 30th of this year. That money was heavily directed towards Title I districts. That money's going away. There's no backfill for it. And so what we're seeing not only is a loss of a massive amount of money, but particularly a growing gap between the haves and the have-nots. Right now, even with this stimulus money, East Hartford, Danbury, Meriden each spend less than $17,000 a year per pupil, while Greenwich, Old Saybrook, and Weston spend more than $26,000 per pupil. I don't know how that's justifiable. The second challenge is, of course, the governor's budget, which seeks to redistribute the $150 million appropriated last year. In tribute to you, Senator Berthel, I'm going to quote Nancy Reagan: "Just say no." On that. It is not, we do need the money for early childhood, and there ought to be a seamless web of support that goes from early childhood through elementary and secondary. And the money is, the $150 million was established for that. It does not nearly make up for the loss of stimulus money, but it's critical. Now, each state has a different funding formula. Of all the states, only Connecticut just funds high-cost services through the excess cost grant. The ECS grant is supposed to be distributed, to include special education, but there's nothing designated. It is clear that special education is a large driver of costs. So what we'd like to see happen is we'd like the ECS formula to be amended to include a weight for special education. The figures are, if there were a 25% weight, which is equivalent to the weight for English learners, that would add $41 million to the budget, which how you find the money is up to you, of course, but it's adding a special ed weight would really help rural districts, some of which are really overloaded with special education costs, and would obviously help the urban districts as well, who are a higher proportion. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you when I see Senator Austin there, working with Senator Austin as we move forward on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your kind words for the committee as well. Thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Next up would be number 106, Melissa Santana. Okay,
Here,
no.
she's already spoken. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Number 107 is Violet Sims. Okay, no Violet. Number 108 is Don Miletto online. Hello, Don.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thanks for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Don Miletto. I am the CEO of the Connecticut Alliance of Boys and Girls Club and represent the interests of Boys and Girls Clubs in Connecticut to this body. On behalf of the 15 Boys and Girls Club organizations in Connecticut, serving 30,000 youth annually, ages 6 to 18 at our 53 locations, I want to thank the Appropriations Committee for funding the Neighborhood Youth Center grant in the 2023-2024 budget. Those funds directly support programs in academic success, healthy lifestyles, leadership, all areas of focus at our club locations. Governor's budget funds the Neighborhood Youth Center grant at $1 million, and we are appreciative for the continued support. We'd also like the Appropriations Committee to consider an increase to include targeted programming for teens. These funds will be used to increase the number of teams served and increase the dosage of service, particularly in the areas of workforce development and college prep. Our clubs have all submitted written testimony to this committee, and we look forward to the opportunity to sit down to discuss such opportunity for teens. Thank you again for recognizing the importance of after-school programs and providing resources to help support such efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Okay, number 109 online is, let's see, we have a William Rice, but I see Megan Fountain waiting as number, oh, I'm sorry, my apologies, 109. Mr. Rice, are you there? Okay. 109. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Yes. How are you? Sorry.
Good. No worries. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. All right. Good evening, members of the Appropriation Committee, and thank you for giving me a short period of time to talk to you today. I'm speaking to you today as a parent of 3 former magnet school students and an advocate for education, as well as a current magnet school operator, urging your support for funding for magnet schools and improve policies to enhance school choice opportunities for students. Again, my name is William Rice. I'm Assistant Executive Director at ACES, and I'm here to shed a light on a specific issue that has come to our attention due to current magnet school legislation affecting one of our programs at ACES at Chase in Waterbury, a 6-8 magnet school with a STEM theme. I want to emphasize some of the recent accomplishments of that school, as it's been named in 2024 a Magnet School of Excellence by the Magnet Schools of America, and that's the highest award in that category. The school was formerly located in Meriden. It was called Thomas Edison Middle School. And in 2020, that school also received the Magnet School of Distinction Award from the Magnet Schools of America. And we relocated to Waterbury in 2021. When the school was situated in Meriden, families from that local community enjoyed increased and enhanced access and funding opportunities, which was made possible by legislation, because they knew there was going to be a higher likelihood that families from that area would be the majority of the applicants. However, since the relocation to Waterbury, that increased level of access and funding has not been extended to the new community. The impact of this shift has led us to make some difficult decisions at ACES, which severely limits the number of students from Waterbury who could be accepted through the lottery process. Despite having hundreds of applications last year for this school year, we could only seat 16 of those applicants for the 23-24 school year. And regrettably, this pattern will persist for next year and years beyond without some intervention. I'm bringing this matter to your attention in hopes that the Appropriation Committee will consider addressing this challenge in some way. The families of Waterbury deserve the same school choice opportunities as their counterparts in Meriden, and it's crucial that legislative adjustments be made to rectify this disparity. I urge you to review those policies and so we can provide fair and equitable funding and opportunities for those Waterbury families, and so we can do the best work for everybody involved who's going to want the opportunity to attend ACES at Chase on that beautiful campus. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Number 111 is Dr. Matt Conway. No. Oh, there we go. Dr. Conway, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Ranking Member Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Matt Conway, and I appear before you today on behalf of CAPS as immediate past president, as well as a very fortunate superintendent of schools for the great city of Derby, to share with you some comments with regards to HB 5048, an act adjusting the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. Like many of you on this committee and in this building, and as an early child care provider myself for over 20 years in the private sector, and as someone who understands how vastly underfunded care for kids is and always has been, as someone who implemented pre-K into our public school system under the Smart Start funding and Alliance District funding in Derby, we all see and know the academic, social, and economic value of supporting these programs, but ask not to take away from K-12 education to accomplish this. It will defeat the benefits we are all trying to achieve for all kids. And while the governor's proposal on HB 5048 claims to remove funding from magnet schools as opposed to ECS, his proposal in HB 5050, lines 126 through 130, removes the 58% tuition cap set in PA 23204 that magnet schools can charge local boards, thus shifting the magnet school losses from HB 5048 back onto local boards of education's ECS funding after they have already created their 25 budgets. Specific to the 11 Alliance districts losing funding with the governor's adjustments, Derby being one of those 11, I would like to request a hold harmless provision that we have applied in past years, most recently in section 267 of PA 22-118, that would hold harmless Alliance districts to the greater the amount as determined by PA 23204 and HB 5048, because these economically disadvantaged and distressed municipalities have already created their 24-25 budgets based upon language in 23204. For all other non-Alliance districts losing funding in the governor's adjustments, I would ask that the committee consider a phase out over 3 years as opposed to creating yet a second cliff for these districts to deal with. They planned for the first. We all knew ARP ESSERS and ESSERS was going away. That was planned for. But changes to 23204 in the governor's budget are not planned for, and will leave these districts with a $500,000 to a $1.2 million loss in ECS dollars. Lastly, as everybody knows, this budget underfunds excess cost by over $74 million. Every town and city in this state will be negatively impacted with this financial burden. We have not fixed anything. We're really just hiding the actual cost by passing the financial burden to every municipality, taxpayers in those municipalities, and to those who can't afford. And because of the mobility of some of our communities, this impact is extremely significant. I would like to thank this committee and people in this building who are supporting and align their thoughts to this testimony, and for your advocacy moving forward together.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Next up online is Christina Gilberte. Floor is yours.
Hi. Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christina Gilberti, and I'm the Director of a Birth to Three program, Rehabilitation Associates of Connecticut, and a member of the Birth to Three Interagency Coordinating Council. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony tonight. The Office of Early Childhood Education engaged an outside agency to conduct a cost report and rate study. This external study was prompted by concerns from birth to three companies who are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of overhead and operational costs, as well as increasing clinician wages. The rate study was recently completed and revealing that the current rates are inadequate. Our concern lies in the possibility that the rate study results may not be acted upon during this legislative session. It's really imperative that we can recruit, retain, and train qualified clinicians while meeting the demands of the increasing number of referrals. We understand that this year presents challenges with the short legislative session and fiscal constraints. However, the Birth to Three program stands out as an effective and efficient initiative. Remarkably, many children enrolled in Birth to Three do not need to transition to preschool special education, which translates to significant overall cost savings. I urge you, please, to fund the Birth to Three rate studies, calculated rates during this legislative session. It is imperative for maintaining the stability of Birth to Three and ensuring the continuation of services for infants and toddlers with developmental delays in their families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Next up is number 113. Looks like remote. I don't see that. Jacqueline Ulola.
She's online. She hopped out and she's coming back in now.
Okay. Thank you, Taylor.
He will, in all likelihood, have a translator, Mr.
Sí, buenas.
Okay.
Sí, buenas. Mi nombre es Jacqueline Ulloa.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Ulloa.
Soy proveedora por más de 7 años de cuidado infantil aquí
I have been a
en
home
Connecticut.
a home child care educator for more than 7 years.
Y tengo 16 años que resido en el estado de Connecticut.
During the last 16 years,
de lo cual no me ha sido posible poder obtener el plan médico.
that I have lived in Connecticut, and as a child care provider, I have not been able to afford quality health insurance.
Y en el 2022 me diagnosticaron con cáncer.
In 2002, I was diagnosed with breast cancer,
De lo cual fue muy traumatizante, tanto para mí como para mi familia.
that of which strongly impacted me, my family,
Porque a pesar de la situación, no tenía plan médico y es
from
la
not
fecha
from not having health care.
que todavía estoy pagando las cuentas. Cada día aumenta más.
I'm still paying over $20,000 in debt, and it keeps increasing.
Porque tengo que estar periódicamente, estar chequeándome, haciéndome estudio y
As a
la
cancer
cuenta
payment,
cada día aumenta más.
As a cancer patient, I have regular visits and exams that I need to have.
Y uno como proveedora de cuidado infantil,
As a child care provider,
es muy importante nuestra salud, tanto física como mental,
our physical health is just as important as our mental health,
porque eso mismo transmitimos a los niños. Tenemos que estar saludables y bien y emocionalmente para poder dar un buen servicio.
and our health is translated into our work, and exactly what we are exposed to is what the children are exposed to. We have to be in good health in order to provide quality childcare.
Yo le pido que por favor de ese dinero tengan en cuenta para podernos proveer un servicio de calidad médico.
I urge the committee to allocate funding for home childcare providers to access quality and affordable health insurance,
que es de suma importancia tanto para nosotros como para o sea, nuestros niños y el servicio que damos para la comunidad.
Meeting our healthcare needs means ensuring high-quality childcare for families and a strong childcare system to the community that we provide.
Muchas gracias y espero que nos tomen en cuenta.
Thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Okay, next up is 114, Elvis Novas. Do not see Elvis online. Okay, number 115, Tomas Reyes. Good evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good evening, and thanks to the members of the Appropriation Committee for having me here today and allowing me to speak on behalf of the Danbury Charter School. When I moved to the Danbury area about 15 years ago, I was actually one of the considerations for us to get where we were going to be buying a house was where we will get the education for our children. The options for elementary schools were okay, they were good, there were some options, and then there was overcrowding already back then in the high school and the middle school. So we ended up moving to a town a few miles away, and that in a way what resulted is our kids grew up in a place where probably they didn't see their heritage reflected, which would have been the opportunity given to them had they stayed or gone to the Danbury school system. It's a decision I made, and I regret it. Now, the same way I made that decision, other parents perhaps may want to do that, but don't have the ability to do so. So I'm asking you to release the funds that are associated with a school that was approved 7 years ago, and not only that, there is a place selected, there's a place picked out, there are people on the ground, there's an operator ready to go, and the organization that I support, again, which is the Latinos for Educational Advocacy and Diversity, that team has services in place that go together with what the charter school is going to do. So I hope that we can get this funding release, and then with that, we can get a better future for our children. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Have a good evening. Next up is number 116, Robin Kaplan Chu. Chu?
Oh, yeah, hi.
Thank you.
Good evening. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name's Robin Kaplan Cho, and I am the retirement specialist for the Connecticut Education Association, representing active and retired teachers across the state who are members of the state teachers retirement system. I'm going to make it very short and just state that CEA supports the governor's appropriation of the full actuarially required funding to both the Teachers Retirement Fund and the Retired Teachers Health Insurance Fund. In addition to the active teachers' contributions to these funds, the legislature's full contribution is critically important to ensuring the long-term solvency of both funds, of these funds which active and retired teachers rely on for their retirement security. So again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Next up is Catherine Cruz. Okay.
Hello, good
The
evening.
floor is yours, ma'am.
Members of the committee. I am here to advocate for Danbury Charter School for the fundings. We need a better education for our children. I have a lot of friends and family in Danbury that have been going through a lot of situations with their children where they're not getting a fair education, they're not getting equal education. That's why I would like to please pledge by telling you guys that by investing in charter schools, we invest in the future of our kids. Our kids need a better opportunity, need a one-on-one education. Their classrooms are overpopulated, overcrowded, and they're not getting the attention that they deserve. So please, I urge this committee to prioritize fair and equitable funding, please, to the, for the charter schools in Danbury. Let us ensure that every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential, regardless of where they're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Okay, next up is number 118, Sandra Guzman. Okay. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, dear members of the Appreciation Committee. I am Sandra Guzman, representing the Connecticut Dominican American Coalition and LEAD. I want to testify in favor of the opening of the Danbury Charter School. As a social leader, I have a direct connection to the communities in the churches, and that gives me a clear perspective on their needs. Just as mother knows that is the best for her children, community leaders know that what benefits our people. The Danbury Charter School is an opportunity to provide quality, equitable education focused on the well-being of our young people. In addition, I want to emphasize the importance of collaboration between legislators, educators, and families to ensure that all voices are here in this process. Education is the cornerstone of our future, and only through a joint effort can we ensure that the best opportunities are provided for all our students. It is essential that we work together for the future of our children. Your support of this school will not only benefit the current generation of students, but will also lay the foundation for a brighter and more just future for our community. Thank you for your considering the testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. We've had a few people that have come on that were earlier on the list that I'd like to address at this point. Number 96, John Carlos Muser. The floor is yours.
My name is John Carlos Musser, and I am a student representative on the Board of Education and a junior at Wilbur Cross High School. I'm here to testify on HB 5048, the governor's budget recommendations. Public schools are already in desperate need of funding. I can tell you by the holes in our ceilings, the vacant teacher positions, and the bathrooms that at times barely function that our schools do not need more budget cuts. How can I tell my fellow classmates, friends, and those who I've considered family who complain to me about the indoor weather effects from yesterday's rain, or those who search to find an open bathroom like buried treasure? Our school is a community that fosters learning and growth. It would be even a scarier thought to think of my high school, Wilbur Cross, with even less money. I urge you to fully fund our neighborhood public schools this session. My school is a neighborhood public school, which means that we do not have the additional funding and resources that magnet schools and charter schools receive from the state and private donors, respectively. The vast majority of Connecticut students attend neighborhood public schools. Connecticut, the wealthiest state and the wealthiest country in the world, has enough for all, from early childhood, elementary, and high school to community colleges and state universities. I hope we can work together to fund the future of all public school students across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I hope to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Have a good night.
You too.
And next, I'd like to address 101, Maria Reyes.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es María Reyes.
My name is Maria Reyes.
Estoy aquí hoy como educadora de cuidado infantil en el hogar.
I'm here today as a home child care educator.
Durante 16 años he trabajado como proveedora de cuidado infantil.
I've worked as a child care provider and educator for over 16 years.
Y soy orgullosa miembro sindical de ECIU Local 2001.
And I'm a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001.
El cual representa más de 3,000 educadoras de cuidado infantil en nuestro estado.
The union, which represents over 3,000 home-based child care providers across the state of Connecticut.
El presupuesto actual asigna algunos fondos para ampliar el cuidado infantil.
While the current budget allocates some funds to expand child care,
no aborda la brecha crítica en nuestras necesidades de atención médica.
it does not address the critical gap in our healthcare needs.
Como educadora de cuidado infantil en el hogar,
As a home-based child care educator,
me cuesta costear las opciones de atención médica necesarias.
I struggle to afford the necessary healthcare options.
Esto es primordial.
This is essential.
El alto costo de la vida
The high cost of living
no nos permite pagar un seguro médico de calidad.
does not allow us to pay for a quality health insurance.
El estado de Connecticut nos exige tener un físico médico vigente.
The state of Connecticut and OEC requires us to have a current medical physical exam
A nosotras como educadoras.
as child care educators.
Siempre estamos dispuestas a cumplir nuestras responsabilidades y hacer nuestro trabajo con dedicación.
As child care educators, we are always willing to comply with the regulations and to do our work with dedication.
Pero sin acceso a atención accesible,
However, without access to affordable healthcare,
nos vemos obligadas a priorizar nuestra salud muchas veces y quedar endeudada.
we are forced to prioritize between our health or going into debt.
Este trabajo requiere una larga higiene personal óptima,
Our work requires optimal personal health,
incluyendo la dental, ya que nuestra salud,
including dental hygiene as well,
impacta directamente en nuestra capacidad de brindar cuidado.
especially since our health directly impacts our ability to provide childcare.
Por esto,
For this reason,
es necesario un seguro de salud accesible y de calidad para todos los proveedores de la primera infancia.
affordable and quality health insurance is necessary for all early childhood providers,
Ya que depende toda la familia de nosotras, las trabajadoras, que confían en nuestra salud personal.
especially since all working families who depend on us also depend on our personal health.
Una vida saludable no solo mejora nuestro bienestar mental,
A healthy life not only improves our mental well-being,
sino que también nos permite llevar una vida de amor y tranquilidad.
but it also allows us to lead a life full of love and tranquility.
Por ello,
By this means,
insto al comité de asignar fondos para que las proveedoras de cuidado infantil en el hogar puedan acceder a un seguro médico accesible y de calidad.
I urge the committee to allocate funds for home child care providers to access quality and affordable health insurance and fully fund early childhood education.
Y satisfacer nuestras necesidades de atención médica no solo significa garantizar un cuidado infantil de alta calidad para las familias,
Meeting our healthcare needs ensures high-quality childcare for families,
sino también construir un sistema de cuidado infantil sólido,
but also a strong childcare system and a thriving economy.
crucial para una economía próspera.
Crucial to a thriving economy. Yes.
Gracias por su atención y consideración.
Thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Thank you for your testimony and good evening. Next up would be number 104, Isabel Rivera, online.
Isabel Rivera, prende su micrófono, por favor. Isabel Rivera, ¿podrías prender el micrófono? No te escuchamos.
Sí. Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Buenas tardes, estimados senadores y representantes.
Esteemed senators and representatives of the committee.
Soy líder del colectivo de defensa contra las deportaciones de Hartford.
I'm a leader of the Hartford Deportation Defense Collective.
Y madre de familia.
And I'm a mother.
Tengo dos hijos, uno en high school y el otro está en 5º grado.
I have 2 children, one in high school and the other in 5th grade.
Mis hijos han estudiado en una escuela pública de Hartford que ha recibido muchos premios por la calidad de la educación.
My children have studied in a Hartford public school that has received many awards for the quality of the education.
Me ha encantado porque los maestros y el personal nos han atendido bien todas las mañanas.
I love the school because the teachers and staff have taken good care of us every morning.
Donde está lloviendo, la directora y los maestros están recibiendo a los niños con una sonrisa que aguantan el frío y esto significa mucho para todas las familias.
Every morning, whether rain or shine, the principal and the teachers are outside welcoming the children with a smile that withstands the cold. And this means a lot to all of the families.
Cuando yo necesito programas para mis hijos, ellos han dado a mis hijos una ayuda extra para el aprendizaje.
When I need programs for my children, they have given my son extra help for his learning challenges.
Nos han dado programas de deportes, lo cual debe ser un derecho para todos los niños y jóvenes.
They have given us sports programs, which should be a right for all children and young people.
Pero por falta de presupuesto y por falta de personal, estos programas están siendo recortados.
But because of budget, a lack of budget, and because of a lack of staff, these programs are being cut.
Programas que son para los niños especiales ya los han perdido y cuántos más programas vamos a perder para nuestros hijos y si ustedes recortan siguen recortando presupuesto.
Programs for children with special needs have already been cut. And how many more programs will we lose for our children if you fail to increase the budget?
Estamos hablando del futuro de los niños y jóvenes que van a ser los nuevos doctores, los nuevos maestros, los nuevos empresarios y los futuros gobernadores de Connecticut.
We're talking about the future of the children who will be the new doctors, the next teachers, the next business owners, and the future governors of Connecticut.
Estamos hablando del futuro de sus hijos, de sus nietos y de sus bisnietos.
We're talking about the future of your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren.
Estamos viendo ya el impacto de la falta de presupuesto a tantos maestros que están estresados y están saliendo de las escuelas por falta de un mejor presupuesto.
We already see the impact of underfunding in our public schools, with so many teachers who are stressed out and leaving the schools for the lack of a better budget.
Cada maestro tiene una gran cantidad de niños en un solo salón de clase. Si un maestro se enferma o se jubila, no hay maestros de repuesto. Es algo muy preocupante en las escuelas.
Each teacher has a large number of children in the classroom. If a teacher becomes sick or retires, there are no teachers to replace them.
Tendríamos que tener vergüenza de estar jugando con el presupuesto de la educación, habiendo tanto dinero en Connecticut.
We should be ashamed to even debate cutting the education budget when Connecticut has so much wealth.
¿A dónde va este dinero? El gobernador quiere recortar más a los millonarios por sus excesiones financieras.
Where does this money go that the governor wants to cut? It goes to the millionaires for their tax breaks.
En vez de contratar a los mejores maestros, el mejor personal preparado, en vez de ir para adelante, el gobernador quiere ir para atrás.
Instead of hiring the best teachers and the best trained personnel, instead of making progress, the governor wants us to go backwards.
Invito a los políticos a que visiten y miren la emergencia que hay dentro de las escuelas públicas, de los cuales los maestros hacen lo que pueden con el mínimo.
I invite the lawmakers to come and see the emergency inside our public schools, where teachers do what they can with the minimum budget that they have.
Presupuesto que ellos tienen hasta ahora, de lo cual debe ser una vergüenza de que las escuelas faltan presupuesto, ahora se le van a quitar más.
And it's shameful that with schools already underfunded, we would even think about defunding schools even more.
Muchos jóvenes no van a seguir estudiando en la universidad por falta de matrículas, los accesibles. Los padres no tienen alcance para pagar tantas deudas en las universidades, de la cual debe ser pública y gratuita.
Many young people cannot study in the university anymore with the tuition hikes. Families cannot afford to pay so much debt to the universities, which should be public and free.
Queremos una educación pública de calidad para nuestros hijos, para sus hijos y sus nietos.
We want a high-quality public education for our children and for your children and your grandchildren.
Debe de ser un presupuesto estable para todas las escuelas.
We need a stable budget for all schools.
Gracias y pase buenas noches.
Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you for your testimony and good evening. Okay, we will return now to the call of the speaker list, and we are now at number 119. Dana Volsky. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. Okay.
Dana spoke already, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I see number 120, Diana Perry, is anxiously awaiting. Good evening, Diana. The floor is yours.
It's a hard act to follow.
I know,
My
right?
name's Diana Perry, and I'm one of 6 regional trauma coordinators from the RESC Alliance. These positions were created with ARPA funds as a result of Public Act 22-47, Sections 17 and 18. And together we developed Uplift, a trauma-informed train the trainer and consultation program that's available statewide. I am here to ask you to support permanently funding these positions and this program by creating a $1.2 million line item in the State Department of Education's budget to offer trauma-informed care training to our schools. Thus far, we've brought Uplift content to over 2,500 school staff and community members, which was developed in part through focus groups with over 100 Connecticut youth. 9 out of 10 of the educators who received our foundational module report that these concepts are relevant and can be implemented immediately. And 95% of the youth that we spoke with felt that their schools would benefit from engaging in and having access to Uplift. We currently work with teams from 20 school districts and have partnerships with both Western Connecticut State University and the Connecticut chapter of the American Federation of Teachers. AFT also supports Uplift and submitted written testimony on our behalf. With funding, we can do what the Public Act concerning children's mental health intends: ensure equitable access to trauma-informed care training. Uplift cannot be a passing fad because trauma exposure is not going anywhere. Please support schools in addressing the impacts of trauma and toxic stress on students and educators. Help us minimize the devastation that's been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that childhood trauma exposure can affect neurological, emotional, academic, and social development. Without proper care and trauma-informed systems, exposure can lead to higher rates of discipline referrals, suspensions, chronic absenteeism, emergency room visits, juvenile justice engagement, diminished self-worth, and lower academic achievement and graduation rates. These disparities and other serious public health risks increase exponentially for students of color and other marginalized students, with upwards of 90% of Connecticut youth in our juvenile justice system reporting a trauma history. Nearly half of Connecticut's youth with depression don't receive treatment, but 70% of those who do receive it at school. 40% of Connecticut adults report symptoms of anxiety and depression. Those are our educators and support staff who bend over backwards to help our youth learn and grow. Our schools are at a breaking point as they navigate debilitating learning losses and higher staff attrition rates while trying to help students with unprecedented mental health concerns. Our schools want to learn how to implement trauma-informed care strategies. And I would like to say unequivocally that our students deserve a state that funds high-caliber training on how to mitigate the impacts of trauma and toxic stress on their lives and the lives of school staff. This legislatively mandated comprehensive program should not be left to collect dust. The mental health crisis devastating Connecticut is far from solved, and I implore you to support the creation of this line item and embrace the idea that a trauma-informed educational approach is crucial for staff and student well-being. With your support, we can positively impact mental health outcomes and foster a safer learning environment for our youth and educators. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good evening. Okay, we're going to go backwards on the list again just for a moment. We've had 2 additional people sign on. I'd like to recognize Lena Esposito online. Lena?
Yes, good evening. Hold on, just give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the appropriate committee, Senator Austin, Representative Paris, Representative Johnson, and all the members of the committee. My name is Lena Esposito, and I'm here as a concerned parent. Hearing from the parents express their difficulties to trying to help the children to pursue the kids' education goals and needs. I believe that the parents should have the option to look for a school that would represent a child with all the innovations and curriculum that empower them and continue to grow with new opportunities, creating strong individuals through their lives. I want every child to succeed and have the access to the tools that are important to succeed in the future. I want to have more charity schools, especially in Danbury, because I can see the necessity in my community. Looking how my community has been struggling to fulfill the children's educational program is a heartbreaking. Please review the high rates of students absences in Danbury and the great job that the charter school is being created for them. These opportunities for these children is not only educational, if they engage with the communities to make it better. Keep our children at school is a priority and a journey to succeed. Please be sure that our children will have a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Lena. Have a good night. Next, we'd like to recognize number 98, Steffi Frias.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, honorable members of the committee. My name is Steffi Frias. I am a childcare organizer for SCIU CSCA Local 2001, which represents over 3,000 home-based childcare providers across the state. And additionally, I am a former home-based childcare organizer, which I serve, childcare provider, which I served the Waterbury community for 5 years. While the current budget allocates some funds to expand childcare, it does not address the critical gap in our healthcare needs. As a former childcare provider, I remember the many times that I was extremely stressed about going to a routine medical appointment just because of the high cost of medical bills. I know that I am not the only one. I'm not the only provider that was going through that at the moment. And today, there are many providers that are also going through the same situation. I urge the committee to allocate funding for home childcare providers to access quality, affordable health insurance. Meeting the needs of our childcare providers' healthcare needs means ensuring high-quality childcare for families and a strong childcare system, crucial to a thriving economy. Thank you so much for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Okay, let's get back to the list. I have next up number 121, Madeline Delgado. Online.
Hi.
Hello. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Delgado. I'm here today as a home-based childcare educator of 3 years and proud union member of CSEA CEIU Local 2001, which represents over 3,000 home-based childcare providers across the state. While the current budget allocates some funds to expand childcare, it does not address the critical gap in our healthcare needs, which is critical to the recruitment and retention efforts that are necessary to address the childcare crisis as a whole. As home-based childcare educators, we struggle to afford necessary healthcare options. At the moment, I'm paying private medical insurance where my premium is like $580 per month. This has cost me an incredible amount of stress because my copays and deductibles are exaggerated and incredible high. At times, I have to compromise my well-being just because of the fear of the high medical bills. Without access to affordable health care, I am forced to work overtime, working weekends, and sacrificing time with my family because I need to prioritize my health. When we are sick, we cannot provide quality care for the children and the support our communities rely on. Every day we are sick and are forced to close our doors. Parents are abruptly left to find last-minute childcare or miss work. This has an immense impact on the economy. I urge the committee to allocate funds for home-based childcare providers to access affordable quality health insurance. Supporting our healthcare needs means ensuring high-quality childcare for families and a strong childcare system crucial for a thriving economy. Thank you for your attention and consideration. Madeline.
Thank you, Madeline, very much for your testimony. Have a lovely evening.
Same.
Thank you. Okay, next up is number 122, Amparo Pichardo.
She texted me that she's on it, but her mic, it's not enabled.
Okay, you want to come back?
Sure.
All right. All right, we'll get back to Amparo.
I do have her testimony in case that if you want me to read it, if that works.
Sure, let's do that, and then we can keep moving forward. Thank you for that.
Okay. So this is the testimony of Amparo Pichardo. Good evening, honorable members of the committee. My name is Amparo Pichardo. I am here today as a home childcare educator for 10 years and a proud union member of CSCA SEIU Local 2001, which represents over 3,000 home-based childcare providers across the state. While the current budget allocates some funds to expand childcare, it does not address the critical gap in our healthcare needs. As a home-based childcare educator, I struggle to afford necessary healthcare options, which has led to my well-being being compromised and has left me with a large debt of more than $13,000. My health insurance premium is over $900 a month, and I still have a pretty high copay when I go to the doctor. In order to educate our children, I need to know that I have support where I don't have to put my health at risk. Without access to affordable healthcare, I am forced to use credit cards to pay my medical debt, resulting in further debt. Sometimes I'm even afraid to go to an important medical appointment since my payments are very high. This must change. When we are sick, we cannot provide quality care to children and the support our communities depend on. Every day we are sick and are forced to close our doors. Parents are abruptly left to find last-minute childcare or miss work. This has immense impact on the economy. I urge the committee to allocate funding for home childcare providers to access quality, affordable healthcare. Meeting our healthcare needs means ensuring high-quality childcare for families in a strong childcare system, crucial to a thriving economy. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Steffi, for taking care of that. We appreciate that. Have a good evening. Thank you. All right, next now would be number 123, Luis Bermudez. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Hello, good evening. Mr. Senators and teachers and staff from the state Connecticut and parents of the children of Denbury, we are today here gathered on special education. Our children and the necessary funds are given for opening offer here chartered school in Denbury. I am a community leader and resident of Denbury. I want to express my gratitude to Senator Austin and Senator Bertel, our Representative News, and the members of the Appropriations Committee for allowing me to support funding of the Denbury Charter School. Overcrowding in our school district is affecting in the quality of education our children receive. I urge to support this is funding a crucial solution for our families and Denbury education future. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony this evening. Have a good night. Next is number 124, Braula Guzman.
Good afternoon. I'm here today to support charter school. I'm ESL English teacher at Lead in Denbury, and I'm also resident at Denbury. For me to open charter school is very important because have proven to be a valuable addition to our education system, offering unique opportunities and benefits for students, families, and the community as a whole. As a parent, we ask for financial funding support for this charter school, and our new generations deserve a high-quality education and their opportunity to reach their full potential. I would like to say thank you for the community to let me testify and let us work together to make this charter school a reality for the benefit of our children and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good evening. Next is number 125, Stephen Medancy.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to testify this evening. I'd like to say I appreciate all the work that this committee is doing, listening to extensive testimony today, big numbers in front of you, and so I appreciate the opportunity, and I will be brief. Yes, I am Stephen Medancy, the privilege of serving as the superintendent for the Southington Public Schools. As I testify this evening, there's a couple components of the governor's proposed budget that I'm opposed to and a couple that I support. There are two reforms that have specific impact to Southington and several districts around the state. For us, there would be about 161,000 less in education cost share revenue and another 184,000 passed on to local taxpayers if the 58% cap is lifted. In combination with that, I'm urging the committee to review what's going on with excess costs for special education services. And if it's not for the appropriate, if it's not the appropriation committee, to please pass that on to the appropriate committee for further review. This past cycle, while we know there's a tiered system of 88% and it may be capped depending on the amount of funds available, we were slated to receive $3.6 million, yet we only received $2.9 million in this fiscal year with a shortfall of $700,000 from what we were eligible for. Southington does a wonderful job with our continuum of services. We try to avoid outplacement with as much as possible. So we do try to seek excess cost reimbursement for in-district students for in-district programs, which should be an advantage to the state, given sometimes we know that the cost can be absorbed in for outplaced tuitions. It's my understanding that there was a miscalculation of the funds needed to reimburse districts at their qualifying tiers during the development of last year's budget. And I worry that the State Department of Education had a chance to rectify that for this session and may have failed to do so. So I'm hoping we can correct that in this session. And again, I urge the committee to review that carefully and see if we can make that right. I applaud the progress that was made at last year's proposed budget and adoption, and I would hate to see some of these reforms roll that progress back when at a time when we know Connecticut is already lagging behind in the state share funding for education. And then lastly, I do support the proposal within the governor's budget of funding the continuation of the Science of Reading master classes. As a district and participating member of the CAPS SDE co-sponsored Science of Reading class currently in cohort 3, I can attest to this learning firsthand. It will take high quality instruction by knowledgeable staff to close existing achievement gaps sought after in the Right to Read Act. And speaking with my superintendent colleagues, I think there is almost universal agreement that we support the research associated with the science of reading, and we all want to close any existing achievement gaps. And I believe the focus on high quality instruction and local control can make that happen. So thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Have a good evening.
You as well.
Thank you. Next up is number 126, Maureen Brummett. Brummett, did I say that correctly?
It's Maureen Brummett. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the members of the Appropriation Committee for the opportunity to testify regarding the Connecticut State Department's budget by way of House Bill 5048, an act concerning the state budget for the biennium June 30th, 2025. My name is Dr. Maureen Brummett, and I'm the proud superintendent of Newington Public Schools for the past 5 years, as well as a graduate of Newington High School, class of 1982. The governor's proposed budget relative to the Connecticut State Department of Education has many highlights with some significant challenges as outlined by the state and school finance project, such as reducing the overall funding for K-12 education by $62.9 million and eliminating the $150 million education finance reform line item. The focus of my testimony will be the education cost sharing formula phase-in schedule. Although the governor's budget added $6 million more to the grant of $2 billion, the adjustments made over a 2-year period have significant problematic decreases in the funding for many municipalities and school districts. There are many municipalities that are seeing a significant reduction in ECS monies over a very short amount of time. Newington's projected increase has been cut by $563,000. The town of Newington has been underfunded relative to the annual ECS grant for many years. House Bill 5003 accelerated a long overdue increase for Newington However, unfortunately, House Bill 5048 eliminates a substantial amount of Newington's projected increase, all at the time when we are becoming a more diverse community with higher rates of free reduced lunch rates and higher multi-language learners. These significant proposed changes to the ECS grant amounts are problematic for many municipalities and school districts as they try to reasonably forecast and put forth budgets to their communities. Additionally, this comes at the same time as the sunsetting of ESSER grants, the continuous underfunding of the excess cost grant, substantial increases to contractual obligations, and ongoing inflation. I implore you to restore the amount as determined in Public Act 23-204. Districts are in the process of submitting their budgets for 24-25 and cannot afford adjustments of this magnitude. Please do not hesitate to contact me if I can be of further assistance regarding the impact of House Bill 5048. And thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony and for advocating for the students of Newington and many other communities in the state of Connecticut. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. You as well. Thank you for your testimony. Next up would be number 127, Anita Ford Saunders.
Good evening. Can you hear me and see me? Yes.
Yes,
Sorry
ma'am.
for the angle. My
We can
name's
hear
Anita
you and
Ford
see.
Saunders.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Anita Ford Saunders, and I live in Middletown, Connecticut. I'm a member of the Capital Prep Middletown Planning Committee. I've been there since the summer of 2022. I'm testifying here today for the need of equitable education options in Middletown and our region, and honest and fair governance. I'm asking members of this committee to reinstate the funding originally put in the budget for Capital Prep Middletown. As a parent of Black sons in Middletown schools, I've had several different experiences. In elementary school, on picture day, a proof, hard for you to see this, a proof came back with my son holding a rope over his shoulder. The explanation was that it was Western motif. There was no one there culturally competent enough to know that putting a rope over the shoulder of a young Black boy could have been misconstrued as something terrifying or traumatic. The most telling was when my son was in middle school. I had a firm and confident conversation with the principal about putting him in an advanced math class, an AP class. I insisted he be challenged and was told if he couldn't keep up, they'd have to put him in a lower level class, which was fine. That son went on to major in accounting in college, and it secured his first job as a Fortune 500 company. We've all heard the phrase, the soft bigotry of low expectations. This is still a reality for many parents in Middletown. Here's another reality. Capital Prep had the highest score of all charter school applicants in 2023. We were unanimously approved by the Connecticut State Board of Education. The planning committee followed the rules, then changed the rules of the game. They changed the rules of the game. The funding was stripped from the budget before midnight, the final night of the session. Fair and honest governance? I don't think so. And here's why. There have been a small clique of legislators who have taken dishonesty to another level. They have been relentless in trying to prevent an equitable education experience from our children. When we ask why, we get no answers. We get ignored, disrespected, lied to, and lied about. We've been treated like we don't exist, and even that our children don't matter. They treat our kids like they don't deserve the outstanding education in a public school known for success. I must mention that our brothers and sisters in Danbury are still fighting the battle after over 5 years, stymied by one legislator for no other reason than thirst of power and position. Letting one or two people who do not have our children's best interests at heart change the course of history for our kids is really shameful. That faction continues to claim that the community hasn't had a voice or never knew about the school. That's not true. The community has spoken both pro and con. The State Board of Education has all the letters, has heard testimony in person even, and those voices have been overwhelmingly in favor of bringing this public charter school to Middletown. The community has spoken. Senators Lesser, Hockendahl, and Kushner refused to listen. The kind of governance of sneaking around, telling lies, snatching back funding that was legally earned must stop. This is what I'm talking about, fairness and governance. We must remember that this is about the children. Please support the public charter schools and put the money back in the governor's budget for Capital Prep Middletown. Thank you so much for giving me this time to share my feelings and thoughts.
Thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to number 127A, Francesca Velasquez. Francesca, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, here. I think my camera. Oh, there you go. Hi.
And now we can see you.
I know. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Francesca Velasquez, and I am a child care center owner in Stamford, Connecticut. My testimony is about the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. I appreciate the OEC's budget. That was one of the few agencies' budgets that went up in the governor's proposal. However, it's still far from what we needed. And I was on earlier when Beth Bai was on, and I think it was Senator Austin that asked regarding the care for kids. And one of the things that we're struggling with is the waiting lists that poses a delay on the reimbursement. Reduced income is a challenge for our child care centers. Families often wait an extended period to receive care for kids for about 5 months. I just had a family come to me, and she first came to me when her baby was 3 months. They just accepted her or pulled her off the waiting list. Her baby's 5 months old and has been with the grandmother ever since. And because of that, I trade off the affordability, right? My trade-off for the affordability to support families that are unable to afford childcare. We offer them a care for kids rate while their application is being processed. However, this results in a significant loss of income for us, amounting to about $860 monthly per family. Care for Kids is only retroactive, paying back only 2 weeks from that time. And the processing is being delayed. Care for Kids is processing applications and paperwork received on December 28th, as of last Friday, February 9th, that I checked. So I have families that just applied. They received their application on February 5th, but they won't get to those applications, I don't know until how long. And one of these families are one of the demographics that are not supposed to be waitlisted. They're homeless. And I'm in a tug of war with myself on whether or not I take this family, because there's 3 kids and it's tearing me apart. But my thing is that adding funding to early care and education is critically needed because this sector has been ignored for so long. Public support for early care and education pales compared to public funding for K-12 system. But that is not the reason to take money from K-12. We need to fund both of them. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good evening.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, next up would be 128, Mady Fernandez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maite Fernandez. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. To all the state officials. I'm here representing Mosaic Coalition. I'm General Coordinator of the City of Norwich. I'm here to support the opening of the charter school in Danbury. I lived in that city a few months ago, and I was able to closely experience the need for the education options since the public schools are currently overcrowded, and information doesn't reach students correctly. Personally, I believe that information and education are crucial tools for the personal and professional development. As a professional publicist, the academic training I received has been essential for my career development. It has opened many doors in life. By blocking these types of schools, we are limiting education for the future generations. Currently, there is a massive migration of people from other countries who need access of education, and charter schools offer a quality academic curriculum. Therefore, we request the proof of the charter school in Danbury. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Next up would be number 129, July Milano.
Hi.
Please proceed.
I wish to extend a warm and respectful greeting to each of the Appropriation Committee members, and I appreciate the opportunity to address some vital issues. My name is Julie Miliano, and I come before you today as both a concerned parent and to advocate for educational equity. It did troubles me to see our Danbury public schools continue to struggle with overcrowding year after year. This issue not only impacts the quality of education of our children receive, but also hampers the ability of our educators to provide the personalized attention and resources necessary for optimal learning. One potential solution that has been proposed and approved, but has yet to be funded, is establishing the Danbury Charter School. While this option has been available for our community since 2018, I am disregarded by the need to repeatedly plead for the funding. Why is there resistance to providing parents with the choice of a charter school significantly when it could alleviate the pressing concern of overcrowding? As parents, we are responsible for ensuring our children receive the best possible education, yet we are deprived of a school choice or from selecting the most suitable environment. Implementing a charter school could significantly alleviate overcrowding, provide enhanced educational resources, and encourage innovation and learning. Supporting the charter school is a right for us as parents, and an opportunity to ensure equitable education for all our children. Please consider allocating the necessary funds to support the Danbury Charter School. Doing so will not only be an investment in our children's education and future, but also a step forward towards addressing the ongoing challenges faced by our public schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good evening. Next up online is number 130, Terrence Collins.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'd like to first thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak and give my testimony. I am a sixth grade teacher for CREC. I work at the Academy of Computer Science and Engineering. I'm also a past resident for the TRP program, whose mission is to diversify our schools. I'm actually reading it because I think this is brilliant. Diversify our schools and provide opportunities that may not otherwise be available to people of color who want to enter the field of education. I am living proof that it works. I'm a veteran, a Gulf War veteran. I am a father. I also was an activist for several years in the inner city of New Haven, Connecticut. So I've done a lot in my 53 years. But my testimony is a little bit more than that. It's testimony of hope. I look at the future through the eyes of the students that I teach. All students, but specifically my students of color. Having me there, and again, I'm a man of a certain age. I know I'll never retire from this type of job, but I'm there for a lot more than that. I'm there as a model. I'm there for hope for our future. So if there's anything that I can do, and this is way past my bedtime, but anything that I can do to support this program continuing with getting funding, me going to work every morning and seeing the smiles of all of my students, especially the children of color that see someone that looks like them, it tells them that they can do it too. So my message is not just only to support the TRP program getting additional funding, but my testimony is about hope. It's about the future. So if any of my words, and I was really nervous initially, but I thought, why would I be nervous speaking the truth? So if my words can sway anyone in this committee to give us some consideration to help us continue our mission, I would be eternally grateful. And I know that our future would be more secure with having teachers of color like myself representing excellence, representing hope and equity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service to our great nation, and thank you for your testimony this evening. Have a great night.
You too. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Next up would be number 131. 131. I'm sorry. 131. Ashley Carl. No. All right. Let's go to online. We have number 132, Keisha Zapata.
Good evening. My name is Keisha Zapatka, and as a resident of Waterbury, a constituent, and a parent, I am here today, or this evening, to advocate and express my strong support for the continued funding of magnet schools. These institutions play a crucial role in our education system, offering innovative, diverse, and academically rigorous environments for students across the state. Magnet schools offer curriculum options that focus on different themes and educational experiences that prepare students for higher education and eventual career success. Magnet schools also offer specialized programs that cater to students' interests and career goals using various strategies and assessments to monitor student progress and learning. But not only do the students benefit, but the teachers benefit by allowing for innovation and professional development to increase multidimensional instruction. This multifaceted approach ensures that the curriculum is relevant and engaging for each student. Currently, for middle school, my daughter attends ACES at Chase in Waterbury. Accepting her spot in the lottery was one of the best decisions that my family has made for her education. She has excelled and broadened her career aspirations due to the engineering course instruction called Project Lead the Way. That is something that she had never experienced prior to this school. In conclusion, I strongly urge the committee to continue supporting and funding magnet schools. They offer a unique and beneficial approach to education while providing diverse learning environments and upholding academic excellence. Supporting and funding these valuable institutions for the betterment of our students and our future is a vital part of our education system, and I thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great evening.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Next up is number 133, Ann Stockton. Okay. Number 134 is Servio Garcia.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Servio García.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sergio Garcia.
Soy estudiante de LEED.
I'm a lead student.
Estoy acá para apoyar que abran una nueva escuela de Charter School en Denbury.
I'm here to support the opening of a new school in Danbury, specifically the Danbury Charter School.
No tengo hijos, pero tengo sobrinos que estudian en East Orange, New Jersey, en Charter School y es muy buena educación.
I don't have any kids right now, but I do have nephews that in New York, Orange County, that they go to charter school and they receive a great education.
Espero y tengo esperanza que aprueben una escuela en Denbury para las futuras generaciones.
I am hopeful that you think about opening a charter school in the Danbury area.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Next up is number 135, Fola Sumter.
Buenas noches. Gracias, estimados gobernadores, senadores. Me da un gusto que hayan hecho una atención a llamada de Charter School Denbury.
Hi, good evening. Thank you to senators and the whole committee. And it's a pleasure to be here and for the
Charter School Denbury.
and thank you for the opportunity to give me the opportunity to talk on behalf of the Danbury Charter School.
Estamos en una época de saturación escolar dentro de las escuelas públicas,
We are here facing overcrowded schools in Danbury,
pero es el momento de tomar atención al llamado de abrir una opción
and it is the time to think about opening to have a new option in Danbury,
que es una escuela Charter School dentro de Denbury.
which is opening a Danbury Charter.
He escuchado ya muchos años atrás que están intentando abrir una escuela Charter School dentro de Denbury.
I heard it's been quite a few years since they've been trying to open a Danbury, the charter school in Danbury.
Sé que los presupuestos son muy altos,
I know the budget in this is high,
pero también que como hispano dentro de este país, que me abrió las puertas,
but I know also that as a Hispanic in this country, that opened the doors for me.
necesito que mis hijos y mi generación tengan una educación de alta calidad.
I need that my kids in the next generation have a higher quality education.
Se preparen para ser futuros representantes de un estado
If we prepare to be the future legislators,
y por qué no decir de un país.
and why not for to rule the country?
Así que les pido no como un favor,
So I'm asking not as a favor,
sino que puedan trabajar en las peticiones que estamos haciendo.
but to work collectively on the petitions that we are on the petition that we are asking,
Que ya no son ni 1000, ni 100, ni 1000,
which is not 100, it's over thousands,
sino somos miles de familias dentro del estado de Connecticut
and like I said before, over thousands of families in the state of Connecticut
para tener una educación balanceada
is requesting to have a quality education
y mejorada para nuestra población.
and better for our community.
Sé que los recursos lo hay dentro del estado de Connecticut.
I know that Connecticut have resources,
Solo senadores y gobernadores es el momento que como representantes del estado
but our as state legislators,
se pongan a trabajar y tal vez se les haga difícil,
and we asking to our state legislators to start working, even though if it's a hard task,
hacerlos por las circunstancias que estén pasando dentro de las regulaciones del estado.
to do it even with the regulations they have on the state.
Pero si en verdad les importa ayudarnos
But if you're truly trying to help the community,
y están en sus deseos,
and if it's within your wish,
solo les pido de favor
I kindly ask you,
que con la sabiduría que Dios les ha dado,
with the wisdom that God have given you, provide you,
y como comité puedan hacer una resolución
and as the committee come with a resolution
a la petición de la comunidad.
of the petition of the community.
Hay algo como seres humanos,
As human beings,
necesitamos tener el amor
we need love
de Dios
of God,
y apoyarnos para mejorar
and we also need support to be better
como nación
as a nation
y Estado.
and as a state.
Agradezco mucho
Thank you.
por su tiempo
Thank you for your time
a ser escuchado.
and for the time to hear my words.
Buenas noches.
Have a great night.
Thank you for your testimony and have a good evening. Madam Administrator, at this point, I would like to pass the gavel to the good Representative Antonio Felipe.
Thank you, Senator. And for purposes of seeing and hearing from you, I hope you have a tremendous night.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say you as well, sir. Thank you. And enjoy the rest of the evening.
All right. Next is Kate Byrode, or was she part of the panel for libraries earlier, Madam
Kate
Administrator?
was part of the library panel.
Perfect. Next would be Amy Casavina Hall from United Way of Connecticut.
Did you call on Fola Sumter?
I thought we did. Did we call up Fola Sumter? Yes, thank you. And it seems like Amy isn't here. So what about Jim Williams from the American Heart Association?
Yes, good evening. My name is Jim Williams, and I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in Connecticut. I would like to thank the leadership and members of the Appropriations Committee for providing me with the opportunity to provide brief comment on the governor's proposed budget to specifically support incentives and funding to increase access to affordable and quality childcare, as well as to continue funding free school breakfasts for all kids, regardless of family income. We applaud all efforts to address targeted outreach, recruitment, and retention of licensed early care education programs and pre-licensure technical assistance. We know that in the first few years of life, a child's brain develops rapidly, building an important foundation for future learning, behavior, and health. Every childhood is a time when skills, knowledge, and habits are developed. Many children spend a significant part of their day in early care and education programs, making these settings ideal for building habits that help children grow up healthy. Additionally, we strongly support funding that gets us closer to healthy, free school meals for all students, regardless of family income, which this proposed budget does as well. Please support these two critical funding proposals as provided in the bill. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have now or in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We appreciate it. Next is Nicole Nalen from Rehabilitation Associates of Connecticut. Is she not online, Madam Administrator?
Hello.
All right.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. Floor is
Good
yours.
evening, committee members. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nicole Nalen. I'm an assistant director of a Birth to Three program, currently serving children and families in 47 towns across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on the proposed budget. As you've already heard today, a rate study was completed by reviewing a lot of data submitted by all of Connecticut's Birth to Three programs. It was determined that the current rates are not sufficient to provide these federally mandated services at competitive wages in Connecticut. Birth to Three has not received a rate increase since 2017. However, our eligibility evaluations have increased 47% since that time. We need funding to hire new qualified staff and keep experienced staff within the system so that infants and toddlers receive these critical services at this important juncture in their development. Our children cannot wait. I realize that this is a difficult year with a short session, but Birth to Three is a program that is both effective and efficient. I urge you to support the Birth to Three's rate study calculated rate during this legislative session. It is imperative for the stability of Birth to Three and the continuation of quality service provision to our children with developmental delays and their families. Thank you for your consideration. Have a good night.
Thank you, Nicole, and have a good night as well. Next, we have Evelyn Matos from the Dominican Coalition of Connecticut.
Buenas noches, honorables representantes y senadores.
Good
La
evening.
señora Evelyn Matos no pudo asistir el día de hoy y en su lugar voy a testificar yo.
Good evening, committee members. The person who was going to speak wasn't able to make it, so I will be speaking on her behalf.
Estimados miembros del
Excuse
Comité de
me, excuse me,
Apropiaciones,
guys. Are you guys also signed up to speak, the two of you?
Correct.
I know that we, in the past, were letting folks go, but we have over 300 people on the list. If folks don't show up, we can't have folks replace them. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Next we have Joy Johnson from the city of Waterbury. What about Jen Rankowitz from Odyssey? Are you online?
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Rankowitz, and I'm a teacher at Odyssey Community School, a charter school in Manchester, Connecticut. Thank you to the Appropriations Committee for your time and support of my testimony. I am here to express my deep concerns regarding the recent budget adjustments proposed by Governor Lamont, which would result in a significant funding loss of over $62 million for public education in our state. As we navigate the complexities of educational recovery post-pandemic, it is imperative that we prioritize and safeguard funding for our schools. With federal COVID relief funds set to expire soon, cutting funding from the state budget would have detrimental effects on our education system and the students that it serves. This rollback not only breaks a promise to Connecticut's public school students, but also undermines efforts to address long inequities in education funding. While I am relieved to hear that the charter school funding is currently secure for the upcoming school year, I am troubled by the proposed adjustments that deviate from the promise to create a universal needs-based funding formula. This is a matter of equity, as the schools and districts most in need of funding primarily serve Black, Brown, and low-income students. Investing in a needs-based funding formula is crucial for strengthening the overall public education landscape for years to come, ensuring equitable access to quality education for all students, regardless of their backgrounds or zip codes. By fully funding charter schools and public schools alike, we can directly address achievement gaps and ensure that all students have the resources they need to succeed. In light of these funding challenges, I would like to bring to your attention the opportunity for Odyssey to expand its pre-K program. Odyssey, a high-performing school deeply respected in its community, recently submitted a request to the Department of Education for additional seats in their pre-K program. Despite overwhelming community demand and a consistent annual waitlist of eager parents in the hundreds, our request was denied. For the past 12 years, I have worked at Odyssey as a teacher. I've also been fortunate enough to play the role of a parent as my son was enrolled at Odyssey's first pre-K class in the fall of 2022. I've had the unique opportunity to experience the inclusive community built on strong values, the rigorous learning environment, and the unmatched desire to grow, improve, and outperform through the lens of two very important perspectives. I know the tremendous expectations for high-quality instruction that occurs at Odyssey, and I see the impacts on my son as he thrives as a learner. But my words can only begin to paint the picture of Odyssey, and nothing quite compares to the experience of visiting and seeing our teachers, students, and school leaders in action. It would be our honor to invite you to Odyssey and discuss more in-depthly our successes and our plans for growth. It is clear that there is a pressing need to expand pre-K opportunities at Odyssey to meet the needs of families in our community. Therefore, I urge the Appropriations Committee to include funding in the budget to support the growth of Odyssey's pre-K program. By doing so, we can ensure that more families have access to high-quality early childhood education, setting our children on a path to success from the very beginning of their educational journey. Thank you so much for your attention to these critical matters.
Thank you. Guys, was that 3 minutes or did we start the timer late? Okay. Just making sure. It seemed like it went on for a little while. Thank you, Jen. We appreciate it. Next is Sandra De Silva from LEAD. Are they here? Floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the committee and everyone in attendance. Thank you so much for having us today. As you already know, we've been in this fight for about 7 years or so Today, I'm here to speak up and be the voice of those who are not being heard. I believe that giving this funding to the city of Denver will help the students have a better educational option. This will mean smaller classes that will lead to higher level of learning assistances for those who need more help than others. Being in an overcrowded school such as Denver High School makes it difficult for every single student to become 100% successful. This is why I believe that opening up another school will make a tremendous impact in the life of our children and the future of our nation. Please remember that education is the best investment that could be made. So I urge you to please hear us and help us out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Miriam Johnson.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes, good evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all the esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I have gratitude and urgency that fills me as I address you today on the vital matter of the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. I'm Miriam Johnson Sutton, and I'm a mother, a proud mother of a 9-month-old who's in childcare currently, but also a dedicated member of the early care and education workforce for over a decade. And I proudly serve at Friends Center for Children in the heart of New Haven. Public investment is our only sustainable path forward. I have so much gratitude for teachers, families, providers, and policymakers who continue to fight the burden of being within an underfunded and undervalued system of early care and education. And the urgency that I feel today stems from a deep conviction that compels me to implore you all to prioritize the full funding of early care and education, but not at the expense of the K-12 education budget. Throughout the years, parents and providers alike have been overlooked and resulting in a system that is collapsing. And each day I witness firsthand in my work the struggles of parents and caregivers like myself who are forced to navigate their budgets with hopes and prayers, while childcare centers and owners and operators grapple with the challenge of offering livable wages to their staff and benefits to their employees. The urgency of this situation cannot be overstated. Do not disregard that true change can only be realized with your unwavering support. Public investment is our only sustainable path forward. It is critical that we establish a defined revenue source that sustains our efforts in the long term. This necessitates not only funding the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel, but as well as acknowledging the significance of the Connecticut Early Childhood Fund. Merely allocating a token amount of these funds renders it ineffectual, and we must augment the resources substantially to recognize the pivotal role that it does to safeguard the future of our children in our community. Your decision holds immense weight as it will directly impact the lives of countless families across our state. By approving funding for the Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations and the Connecticut Early Childhood Fund, you affirm your commitment to well-being and prosperity of the youngest citizens. The importance of this investment cannot be overstated. It is an investment in the very foundation upon which our society is built. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude for your consideration of this critical matter, and together let us seize this opportunity to enact meaningful change and secure a brighter future for generations to come. Respectfully, thank you.
Right under 3 minutes. Thank you. Next is Merrill Gay. Merrill,
Good
I'm on.
evening, Representative Felipe, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance, and I am here to urge you to support additional funding for the Office of Early Childhood. We are gratified that the governor proposed an increase in the budget when there were so few increases to be given out this year. But I want to point out that what he's proposed is $43 million in additional funding, which compares to the $148 million that his own Blue Ribbon Panel called for. That was supposed to be the down payment on a 5-year plan to make childcare more affordable for families in the state. we are starting only 1/3 of the way into the first year here. The childcare sector is in real trouble. We have more than 4,000 positions open. That's 1 out of 7 positions in childcare centers is open. That means that there are hundreds of closed classrooms that will make it difficult to absorb the influx of children who won't be able to go to kindergarten next year because of the change in the age. And it means that many childcare programs are struggling to stay in existence. We had a couple close last week. We will have more over the course of the year because programs are not able to break even right now. The cost of doing business has gone up as wages in the economy have gone up. And the private tuition rates for childcare have gone up substantially. But the reimbursement for programs has not gone up. We will not see an increase in the school readiness rates until July. They've been stagnant for years. And the Care for Kids program is struggling with a wait list. We heard this morning from Commissioner Bai that between the children who are in process as well as the ones still on the wait list whose applications haven't been processed, there are 2,500 children there who are still waiting to get onto the program. The additional funding would add a little over 1,600 slots, but the proposal is to also increase the eligibility pool by an know that I've advocated for increasing the income rates, the income eligibility over the years. But right now, while we've got a wait list, we need to address that. I've submitted written testimony. I urge you to take a look at it. It includes interactive maps so you can look at your own districts and see affordability and availability issues, as well as seeing the comparison of the governor's budget to the Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Merrill. Have a good night.
Night.
Next is Jose Crespo from LEAD.
Good evening. To Madam Chair Walker, members of the committee, those who are presently here and watching us virtually. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to hear us. As you've already heard, there's been an overwhelmingly expression of favor for the charter schools in Danbury.
Oh, hold up.
And
I'm
today,
going inside.
You're not gonna Zoom? Excuse me?
Huh?
Can we all mute on Zoom, please? Sorry, continue.
thank you. Today, I'd like to take the opportunity to express that I'm also in favor for the Denver charter schools. For those that know me like Honorable Walker, Honorable Porter, I've had the pleasure and the honor of working alongside them for the last 8.5 years. I am a community leader in the Latino community. I'm an advocate, I'm a coordinator, and I voice the concerns of those who have attempted to speak up but continue to be ignored and marginalized. I've been able to help folks throughout the South Central and North Central regions in Connecticut. And today I stand in full support and in solidarity with the students, parents, families, and those that continue to ask for the approval of the Danbury Charter School. They've been doing so for the last 6 years. And today I've sat for the last 6 hours to express the importance for this to be able to come to fruition. Emily Cartagena, who is a mother of 2, has children in charter schools outside of the Danbury community. But she expressed her view of how important it has been of having her children in charter schools. She further shared that the schools where she goes or her children attend are schools where they can thrive, they can have educational opportunity, and it's not only something that they want, but it's what they need and they deserve. And they should also have it. in their home community. She expressed her concern that this is something that continues to be delayed. At what point are we going to say enough is enough? As elected officials, we have a duty to uphold our residents' best interest, and we have a responsibility to provide the resources and funding to address the needs of all our constituents who elect us each and every election year to hold office, and we represent them. You represent your congressional district, as many of us represent our wards. Are we going to allow for the continuation to this be impeded when this process should be allowed for educational equity and opportunity to those who have been less fortunate? I urge this body to allocate the necessary funds and resources during this legislative session, and that it approves the Danbury Charter School to become a reality. Every hurdle has been overcome. Every loop has been jumped, but yet again, the possibility for the school to come to fruition is hindered by being asked to jump additional hurdles needlessly. There's an overwhelming support for favor, and our children deserve it because it is an educational choice. This is not just your legislative duty to make it happen, but is also your moral and ethical obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. We appreciate it. Next is Albert Benahan from the Bridgeport Board of Education.
Good evening, everyone. Everybody can hear me clear?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. Honorable members of the Budget Committee. My name is Albert Benahan Galahales. I'm the board member of Bristol School. And I'm here today to advocate increased funding for education system, with also addressing some critical concerns regarding the current administration, management, and resource propriety. Lack of prepared technology, equipment, and supplies. Our school is facing a significant shortage of appropriate technology, equipment, and supplies, having a student access to essential learning tools. Also, not having a state-of-the-art equipment to conduct our BOE meetings. Many students are left without the necessary resources to fully engage in modern education practice. We really depend on technology, but do not at quality support the team with a proprietary resource. Upgrading broken student equipment in the classroom resource. Additionally, there is a pressing need to upgrade broken student equipment, replace classroom resource, attending and malfunction equipment, impeding the learning process to create unnecessary barriers for both students and teachers. Hiring more teachers, we sign on insist of robust recruitment plan. The address overall classroom ensure personalized attention for all students. We must invest in hiring more qualified teachers, offering sign-on incentives, and implementing a robust recruitment plan with attract talent educators to our school and engage a quality education for students. Providing teachers the adequate supplies. It is essential to provide teachers with a necessary adequate supply to create a conducive learning environment, from textbook to the art supplies. Teachers who have access to the tools where they need and effectively educate our students. The safety and the security of our students and staff should be paramount. Increased security measure in our school, including installing supervised cameras, implementing emergency response protocol, and hiring training security personnel to protocol ensuring to save learning environment before. One of the critical issues we are facing is the lack of communication, information sharing, inclusive with the administration, particularly toward to the full board. The current superintendent and the board chair have failed to provide adequate transparency and inclusivity, leading to disconnect between the decision-making process, spending educational fund, and the needs for our diverse community. I want to be transparent and go on record, starting a simple import fact. Supporting cafeteria aides and employees, custodians, coaches, and support equipment. Our school depends on the hard work and dedication to cafeteria aide, custodian, coaches, and all the support staff to function smoothly. It's essential to provide them to support the resource. They need to accept the roles, including the for computation, professional development, opportunity to access to equipment and supplies. I hope, please, you understand that Bristol Public School, we under funding And you know, this is the city that we have 37 schools. We got almost 20,000 students, 35 amazing staff, and I hope you understand our process and I hope the support Vista School. Thank you so much for your support and your opportunity. God bless you all.
Thank you for staying up with us, Albert. We appreciate it. Next is Renata Cordero from LEAD.
Renata spoke already.
Okay. Rosie Pacheco, has she spoken yet? There we go. 3 minutes, the floor is yours.
Good evening, senators, representatives, and members of the Appropriation Committee in Connecticut. I am Rosie Pacheco, a proud resident of Danbury. I am a passionate advocate for youth education. I want to express my gratitude for allowing me to support the funding for the Danbury Charter School. The issue of overcrowding in our school district affects the quality of education our children receive. Moreover, it promises to provide the individualized attention that our children truly deserve. I firmly believe that supporting the funding of Danbury Charter School is not just a prudent decision, but a vital solution for all our families and the educational future of Danbury. Thank you once again for your commitment to the betterment in our community's educational systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ann De Silva. Okay. We have next 151, Marisabel Huarca Eguizabal from Concan.
Sí, excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes. Floor is
Okay. Okay. Buenas noches, copresidente, senador Austin, representante Walker y estimados miembros de este comité. Me llamo Marisabel Huarca Eguizabal. Soy profesora por vocación con más de 14 años dedicada a la enseñanza y miembro activo de COMCAN, una organización sin fines de lucro que actualmente viene trabajando para garantizar una buena educación a los estudiantes de Connecticut. Me siento muy honrada de estar hoy aquí ante ustedes para hacer que mis palabras sean escuchadas. Quiero empezar diciendo qué significa invertir en educación. Invertir en educación representa una rentabilidad directa, no solo para las personas, sino para la sociedad en su conjunto. Si una sociedad invierte en educación, reduce los riesgos de delincuencia, mejora las aptitudes de los niños y les conduce a obtener mejores niveles de rentabilidad en su vida profesional futura. Aumenta la posibilidad de implementar metodologías educacionales premium con altos estándares de calidad comprobada. Enfocar y modernizar el contenido para despertar en los estudiantes la necesidad básica del emprendimiento, el pensamiento crítico, la resolución de problemas, la creatividad y la innovación, así como el dominio de un segundo idioma. A largo plazo, esto se convierte en mayores oportunidades laborales y sociales que mejoran la calidad de vida de las personas, así como la imagen y competitividad del país. Una vez, leí un estudio que me dejó pensando y decía que los países ricos no tienen mejor educación porque sean ricos, sino que son ricos porque tienen buena educación. ¿Y cómo podemos tener buena educación con recortes de presupuestos? Es necesario que el tema del financiamiento educativo se discuta, pues la consecuencia de la inacción o la inercia no será el status quo, sino una mayor exclusión y deterioro del tejido social y productivo de un estado o país. La disminución en el financiamiento educativo se refleja en los déficits sustanciales en la infraestructura escolar, la calidad de los docentes, la evaluación y el uso de tecnología para mejorar los aprendizajes. Hoy más que nunca es fundamental preguntarnos cómo podemos evitar estas consecuencias antes de que sea demasiado tarde. Y la respuesta la encontramos principalmente en el financiamiento educativo. La educación es una inversión que no tiene periodo de caducidad ni pierde su valor con el tiempo, sino que mientras más se adquiere, más conocimientos, habilidades y experiencias, su valor incrementa. Por lo tanto, la educación es una inversión segura y con gran retorno en el tiempo. Y como dijera el ex secretario general de las Organizaciones de las Naciones Unidas, Ban Ki-moon, describió la educación como la más poderosa inversión que podemos hacer en el futuro, un factor fundamental en el desarrollo personal, nacional y mundial. Entonces podemos decir que la educación es el arma más poderosa que podemos usar para cambiar el mundo y por lo tanto no acepta disminuciones o recortes de presupuestos, porque recordemos que los estudiantes de hoy serán los gobernantes del mañana. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Gracias, señora. Thank you and have a good night. Next is Ava Bermudez Zimmerman.
Good evening, Representative Felipe, as well as Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the rest of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the time for allowing me to testify. I'm here on behalf of CCFCT, Childcare for Connecticut's Future, imploring you all to really consider funding and fully funding childcare. Recently, you've heard testimony from childcare providers and parents today, making sure that you don't dispute the conversation of funding K-12 and pin it against the early care system. As a coalition, we are 7,000 people strong, parents, providers, business owners, all trying to strive for changes in the childcare system. But that doesn't mean that it has to be in the backs of our children, our siblings, our brothers and sisters, definitely the K-12 system educators. We are hoping that we can find reasonable solutions while we also support the Blue Ribbon panel and make sure that it's fully funded in its original plan. In the Blue Ribbon panel recommendations, we have incorporated in that workforce development. You have expansion for the Care for Kids subsidy, as well as additional expansion on capital improvements, all things that are very necessary for childcare providers as well as parents. I know it's been a very long night. I just want to say in my written testimony, we added our white pages as an organization where we highlight the different things that should be done in the long term and realistic solutions. But once more, we are in support of the governor's proposal 5051. We are just hoping that it's not on the backs of K-12 system. We are also in support of fully funding and giving additional funding to the Connecticut Early Childhood Fund. Right now, there's only $1 in that fund, and that is definitely not a path forward. So please consider adding more money into the Early Childhood Fund. And lastly, we want to take in consideration the fact that many, many parents right now with the change of the kindergarten start age are suffering. They're trying to figure out solutions of how to keep their kids in childcare system, but unfortunately cannot afford it. So please consider funding programming and additional supports for those parents affected by the kindergarten start age. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your patience on this very long evening.
Thank you for your input and always for your advocacy. Next, we have 153, Willie Medina from the great city of Bridgeport.
Good evening. Can you guys see me and hear me?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Blessings to you, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Willie Medina, and I'm born and raised in Bridgeport, Connecticut. My wife and our 3 daughters and I are product of Bridgeport Public Schools. Together, we have testified at public hearings, we've wrapped the Capitol in prayer, and we've called and emailed our legislators to demand justice for all of Connecticut's children, especially Bridgeport Public Schools children, where I've been elected to serve as a Board of Education member. The truth is that our state has never given Black and brown and low-income children what they need to succeed. We had asked for $300 million, and you said $150 million, and now want to cut close to 1/3 of that funding that, again, needed, and so much more. Back in May, it was reported that the state had a $3 billion surplus. Telling our students to wait was unacceptable then, and it's still unacceptable now, especially in a state that is currently spending $788 million more to educate white students than students of color. You can't live in a half-built house or shelter a building with half a roof. You can't drive half a car to get to work. You can't eat half a meal and expect to be full. So how on earth do we expect schools to run with half the staff, or our teachers to teach and our children to learn with half the funding they need and deserve, and so much more? This funding isn't what we want, it's what we need to set a new course and a movement towards a brighter future for our education community. Invest, invest, and invest in our children's future with pride. Join the movement. It is time now to fully fund our children, grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren in their education. The time is now. I want to thank all of you for your attention. I want to thank all of you that have spoken. And above all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for this opportunity to address every single one of us. Together, we can make the change. Together, our children can reach their God-given potential. And we ask that these changes will not be made, but that our children's future and our community's future is set forth in a new movement, in a new course with wind in our sails. God bless you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Willie. We appreciate it. Next,
God bless.
we have Jacqueline Santos, Dominican American Coalition.
Estimados miembros del Comité y Apreciaciones, muy buenas noches. Soy Jacqueline Santos en representación de la Coalición Dominicana América de Connecticut y Lee.
Dear Appropriations Committee members, good evening. I am Jacqueline Santos representing the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut and LEAD.
Hoy vengo ante ustedes a abogar por la financiación de la Escuela Sharon de Danbury.
Today I stand before you to advocate for the funding of the Danbury Charter School,
Una luz de esperanza para nuestra comunidad.
a beacon of hope for our community.
Esta escuela promete una educación exclusiva para nuestros niños.
This school is a promise of inclusive education for our children,
especialmente aquellos provenientes de comunidades marginadas.
especially those from marginalized communities.
La Escuela Sharon de Danbury ofrece un enfoque educativo invocador.
The Danbury Charter School provides an innovative educational approach,
adaptado a las necesidades diversas de nuestros estudiantes,
tailored to the diverse needs of our students,
representando un paso fundamental hacia la equidad educativa.
marking a critical step towards an educational equity.
Apoyar esta escuela es invertir en el futuro de nuestros niños y de la propiedad de nuestra comunidad.
Supporting the school means investing in the future of our children and the prosperity of our community.
Solicito encarecidamente a este comité que desbloquee los fondos necesarios para esta institución esencial.
I earnestly request this committee to unlock the necessary funding for this crucial institution.
Su apoyo no solo transformará vidas, sino que también reafirmará nuestro compromiso con la equidad y diversidad educativa.
Your support will not only transform lives, but will also reaffirm our commitment to educational equity and diversity.
Gracias por considerar este llamado urgente.
Thank you for considering this urgent call to action.
Juntos tenemos el poder de mejorar nuestro entorno educativo para el bien de todos. Gracias.
Together, we have the power to enhance our educational environment to benefit all. Thank you.
Gracias, señora Santos, y buenas noches. Next is Yvette Rodriguez from SEIU.
She's online. Sorry, you go ahead, Susan.
Hello,
She joined.
honorables miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Iber Rodríguez.
Honorable members of the committee, my name is Yvette Rodriguez.
Estoy aquí hoy como educadora de cuidado infantil en el hogar durante 12 años, orgullosa miembro sindicato del CSA, SEIU local 2001, el cual representa más de 3,000 educadoras del cuidado infantil en nuestro estado.
I am here today as a home child care educator for 12 years and a proud union member of CSCA SEIU Local 2001, which represents over 3,000 child care educators in our state.
Si bien es presupuesto actual asignado a algún fondo para aplicar el cuidado infantil, no aborda la brecha crítica en nuestras necesidades de atención médica.
While the current budget allocates some funds to expand childcare, it does not address the critical gap in our healthcare needs.
Como educadora de educación infantil en el hogar, me encuentro poder contear las opciones de atención médica necesaria. Ahora mismo estoy a punto de perder mi seguro médico y estoy alternada, estresada porque soy una paciente diabética que necesita visitas y medicamentos rutinarios sin acceso a atención médica asequible. Me veo obligada a tener que trabajar tiempo extra para poder costear el alto costo del mismo medicamento y realmente no sabría qué más hacer. Me siento con las manos atadas. Nosotros como educadores le brindamos a los niños un espacio seguro y saludable para que las familias puedan ir a trabajar y aportar a la economía de Connecticut. Y no me siento respaldada por mi estado ni mis líderes que me representan.
As a home childcare educator, I struggle to afford necessary healthcare options. I am currently at risk of losing my health insurance. I am a diabetic patient who needs routine visits and medications. This is causing an extreme amount of stress that further impacts my health. Without access to affordable healthcare, I am forced to work longer hours just to barely afford the high cost of my medications. I feel like my hands are tied. We as educators are expected to provide children with a safe and healthy space so that families can go to work and contribute to Connecticut's economy. I do not feel supported by my state or my leaders who represent me.
Cuando estamos enfermos no podemos brindar atención de calidad a los niños y el apoyo de que depender nuestras comunidades. Todos los días que estamos enfermos y nos vemos obligados a cerrar nuestras puertas. Los padres se quedan abrumadamente para encontrar cuidado infantil de última hora y faltan al trabajo. Esto tiene un impacto inmenso en la economía.
When we are sick, we cannot provide quality care to children, and the support our community depend on us. Even every day we are sick and forced to close our doors, parents are abruptly left to find last-minute childcare or miss work. This has an immense impact on the economy.
Inserto al comité a que asigne fondos para que las proveedoras de cuidado infantil en el hogar accedan a un seguro médico accesible y que de calidad satisface nuestras necesidades de atención médica. Significa garantizar cuidado infantil de alta calidad para las familias y un sistema de cuidado infantil sólido, crucial para una economía próspera.
I urge the committee to allocate funding for home childcare providers to access quality, affordable health insurance. Meeting our healthcare needs means ensuring high-quality childcare for families and a strong childcare system, crucial for a thriving economy.
Gracias por su atención y consideración.
Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Gracias, señora Rodríguez, y buenas noches. Next is Magalis Brooks from Dominican Coalition.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones.
Good evening, Appropriations Committee members.
Soy Magalis Bru, voluntaria en la coalición dominico-americana de Conérico y LEAD.
My name is Magalis Brooks. I'm a volunteer with the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut and LEAD.
Por segundo año consecutivo, me presento ante ustedes para pedir que se abra la escuela Charles de Danbury.
For the second year in a row, I stand before you to advocate for the opening of Danbury Charter School.
Las familias de Danbury han esperado 7 largos años por esta oportunidad. Es hora de que esta espera termine.
The families of Danbury have waited 7 long years for this opportunity. It's time for this wait to come to an end.
La escuela Sharon de Danbury promete ofrecer un entorno educativo innovador y personalizado.
Danbury Charter School promises to offer an innovative and personalized educational environment,
donde cada estudiante pueda florecer. Esta no es solo una inversión en infraestructura.
where every student can thrive. This is not just an investment in infrastructure.
Es una inversión en el futuro de nuestros niños y en el bienestar de nuestra comunidad.
It's an investment in the future of our children and the well-being of our community.
Les pido con urgencia y esperanza que consideren favorablemente la financiación de esta escuela.
I urge you, with urgency and hope, to favorably consider the funding for this school.
Es momento de actuar.
This is a time to act now.
Gracias por su tiempo y por su compromiso con la educación de calidad para todos.
Thank you for your time and your commitment to quality education for all.
Gracias y buenas noches.
Okay.
Next is Marlena Morales. Have they spoken already? Okay. Then next we have Ramona Santelices from the Dominican Coalition.
Good evening, dear members of the Appreciation Committee. My name is Ramona Santelices, and I am the state president of the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut. This is my 4th time coming to the Capitol to testify on the importance of allowing a charter school to open in Danbury. This is one of the towns that has no educational options, and I believe that this is not fair. It has been 7 years since the funds have been designated for the creation of that school, and they have been blocked. I have faith and hope that this year a decision will be made to open this school. My relatives and friends are frustrated, not knowing what to do, since their children do not even want to go to the school because they say how uncomfortable they are because they are so close together in the classroom that they do not fit. Many parents think that the solution is to move to another city, but the economic situation does not allow them to do so. In the name of Jesus, I ask you to please allow the opening of this school this year, since it is a necessity and a commitment of all of us that our children can study in an environment full of enthusiasm and with a lot of quality for their future and for the future of our nation. As a community leader and education advocate, I have a responsibility to ensure that every child has access to the best education possible. This responsibility includes supporting all forms of public school, including charter schools, which are essential to meeting the diverse needs of our state. I ask you to act with urgency to unblock funding for the Danbury Charter School. In doing so, you will be demonstrating a commitment of fairness, equity, and diversity in our public school, on our public education. It is time to focus on what really matters, the future and well-being of our children. Thank you for your time and for considering this call to action. Together, we can make a meaningful difference in the lives of our students and in the very fabric of our community. Thank you.
Yeah, Ramona, thank you for sticking it out with us, and I personally appreciate you. Have a good night. Next, we have Andres Mejia from Dominican American Coalition. No? Okay. Michelle Coelho from Danbury Board of Education. Are they not online? What about Patricia Perlish from LEAD? Floor is yours.
Yes. Good evening.
A building with half a roof.
I belong to the Norwich community. I joined this cause because I am a witness to the great benefit of having a charter school in our community. At the charter school, my kids receive an excellent education. They are learning vital skills that they will prepare them for the future. Therefore, like everyone else present, join this cause and kindly request that necessary tools be provided to prepare the Danbury community in the best way possible. And the best way would be with a charter school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ramon Garcia from Concan. Floor is yours.
You hear me okay?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. So, good evening to co-chairs Austin, Representative Walker, and other members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ramon Garcia. I'm a resident of Hartford and a father of 2 kids who attend schools here in Connecticut. Reducing funding for students in Connecticut schools will only affect their education, their paths to success, and ultimately the overall well-being of our state. Without a doubt, early childhood care and their continuous education is of great importance. These affairs are interconnected, and I don't see how taking away from either is beneficial for their overall education and learning. Eventually, these children will go on to attend the school system here in Connecticut, and this funding is detrimental to their education, especially youth who come from already marginalized communities faced with more obstacles and challenges as is. If we truly care about the overall well-being of all Connecticut residents, especially our youth, then we must understand that taking away from their education will only affect the future generations of Connecticut and set back the progress we have already made. Where do our priorities lie? Is taking away from our most vulnerable populations the answer? Connecticut's future generations should be a top priority. And with all due respect, it is my hope that these proposed educational budget cuts will be reconsidered so that many students who attend schools here in Connecticut aren't negatively impacted. Thank you all very much for your time. Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening. And drive home safe because it's snowing pretty hard outside right now.
Ooh. Thank you, Ramon. Did everybody see that he has 3 pages handwritten? My wrist hurts just thinking about it. Next is Cindy Jackson.
Good evening.
Good
Senator
evening.
Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Felipe, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cindy Jackson, and I'm chairperson of the Birth to Three Interagency Coordinating Council and a provider. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on the governor's proposed budget adjustments for elementary and secondary education. First, I would like to express my gratitude for your support of Birth to Three in the past. As legislated last session, a rate study commenced due to concerns that agencies could not keep up with the rising costs. Billing rates have been stagnant since 2017, while the cost of doing business rose significantly. The rate study did indeed show that current rates were not sufficient to provide the federally mandated services at competitive wages. Their calculated rate to meet current expenses is $167 an hour, a 39% increase from the current rate. Commissioner Bai mentioned this morning that OEC will take a year to study this rate study. We are very concerned that the results will not be acted upon, even incrementally, during this session. Our infants and young children can't wait. They have a very short amount of time in Birth to Three, and it's imperative that Birth to Three providers are available with qualified staff to meet the child's needs, no matter where the family resides. There has been 47% increase in referrals since 2017, and 13,810 children were supported this past year. While referrals rise, the number of clinicians available in Birth to Three system continues to decline due to lack of ability to offer competitive salaries. Although there was technically no waiting list allowed in Birth to Three, as explained by OEC this morning, programs do not have enough staff to provide the level of service our children and families need due to these shortages. Recently, Easter Seals, a longstanding Birth to Three program, had to close because of the fiscal climate. I'm concerned that the remaining 17 agencies will not be able to continue at these rates and more will drop out. OEC will soon be issuing an RFP for Birth to Three on a 5-year cycle. Will quality programs submit proposals when they know the contracted rate is 39% below what it costs to do business? We realize this is a difficult year with a short session and the fiscal guardrails. Please consider Birth to Three is very effective and efficient program that casts a wide net over many vulnerable families and children. 22% of our services support children with disabilities in childcare. We're there so parents can work and the programs can keep, the childcare centers can keep the children in programming. Most of the infants and toddlers in DCF care who have suspected delay due to trauma, neglect, infants born addicted, come into the Birth to Three program. We support the foster parents as well as coaching biological parents during reunification plans. Service coordinators help families access resources, those experiencing food insecurity and homelessness. We make visits at shelters as well as families in the community when they're moving from one couch to another and they cannot be seen in a home. 55% of the children enrolled in Birth to Three do not transition into preschool special education. This is a major cost saving to the state of Connecticut. We thank you for your consideration in supporting Birth to Three rate change this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you for your advocacy. Good night.
Good night.
Next, we have Alexandra Lima from LEAD, or did they speak already? Okay. Jennifer Caraballo from Catholic Charities. Okay. Daniel Fitzmaurice from United Way.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
No, that's okay.
It's yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jennifer Caraballo, and I am the Senior Director of the Early Childhood Programs of Catholic Charities, Archdiocese of Hartford. Catholic Charities is a family and children's human services agency which employs over 420 human service delivery professionals and provides services to over 18,000 individuals and families without regard to race, religion, or economic circumstances each year. As a multiverse agency, we serve adults and children with significant mental illness, substance use disorders, physical and intellectual disabilities, and victims of domestic or community violence. Our services also include early childhood education, infant toddler care, elderly services, migration and refugee services, as well as family support and education, to name a few. I am here this evening to respectfully request appropriate funding for early care and education programs. Now more than ever, increased funding for early childhood programs is needed if we are to ensure our children's success in the future. The funding for these programs must allow for livable wages for the educators. If we agree that our children are the future, then we must invest in their education from the very beginning. Constant teacher turnover is extremely costly for agencies, but more importantly, it disrupts the children's education and they experience a sense of loss every time a teacher must make the difficult decision to leave the classroom in order to make an adequate salary. When children are unable to form strong positive relationships with teachers early on due to constant turnover, it can affect their sense of safety and security in schools and ultimately their education success. Investing in early childhood programs will provide children with the stable foundation they need to be successful in their academic career and beyond. As a result of inadequate funding, our organization has struggled to provide for our early education program staff a market competitive wage. This presents a significant struggle in maintaining a quality workforce, as on many occasions our employees have moved on to state employment, similar jobs elsewhere, or left the field altogether for significantly higher wages and better benefits. Please support funding increase in early care and education. Early childhood programs need funding in order to continue to provide continuous services to infant, toddlers, preschool-aged children and their families. A sustained, high-quality early education can have long-lasting impact on children's lives. It builds the foundational skills children need to thrive in school and in life. In order to provide quality care, we need a stable and well-trained workforce. Early childhood educators play an incredibly important role in the lives of children, as they are often the first teachers outside of the home. We need to be able to provide them with a livable wage. Failure to act will have dire consequences to the field of early childhood education, as we will continue to lose quality educators, which in turn will affect the delivery of services to the families in our communities. Increasing funding is an opportunity to improve the quality of life and economic activity in your communities for your constituents. Investing in early childhood will improve service delivery and increase economic activity. I ask for your commitment now to invest in early care and education. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Caraballo. And now, after 3 minutes of suspense, we have Daniel Fitzmaurice from United Way.
Good evening. Thanks to the committee for hosting this hearing and of course for serving the residents of our state. I also want to thank the hardworking staff that you all have working behind the scenes. We had excellent translators earlier and ASL interpreters, and also everybody in the room who's testifying tonight. I think we're about halfway there. My name is Daniel Fitzmaurice, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at the United Way of Connecticut. My pronouns are he, him, and I live in Orange. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the more than 500,000 Alice households who live in Connecticut. These are our neighbors, and they live across every zip code in our state. They work very hard, but struggle to afford the basics. These families and their children deserve to thrive, not just survive. That's why I urge you and your colleagues to support the governor's budget proposal to expand access to no-cost school meals. Think about this. A family of 4 needs to earn $126,000 this year just to get by. And if you earn $126,000, give me a silent wave. Yeah, nobody does. That's up actually 18% this year since before the pandemic. At the same time, many Alice families earn actually too much to qualify for nutrition assistance programs. That's why 40% of Alice households face food insecurity. In fact, 17% of households that are above the Alice threshold also struggle to afford food. No-cost school meals are a solution. They offer every child, regardless of background, access to healthy, nutritious food. This means better focus in class, fewer health issues, and most importantly, stronger families. Just like we provide laptops and transportation at school, regardless of income, food is essential for learning and success for our children. On behalf of our 500,000 Alice households and the network of 15 local United Ways, please invest in our future by investing in our children this session with no-cost school meals. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Next is Arian Rojas from Elevate Charter Schools.
Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Arian Rojas, and I am the Director of External Relations and Special Projects at Elevate Charter Schools. Elevate Charter Schools is a state-approved management organization of Danbury Charter School. Danbury Charter School was formally approved in 2018 by the Connecticut State Department of Education, demonstrating that our school application met all the required standards and requirements to operate, open to all students and inclusive of all students in Danbury. However, the Danbury Charter School remains unfunded while the existing schools in Danbury remain and continue to be overcrowded. I urge your consideration and support, please, in including the Danbury Charter School funding in the 2024 budget to empower instructional and planning decisions that best meet the needs of students. I have 10+ years working in charter schools and have witnessed firsthand the impact of charter schools in the communities they serve, due to the unrelenting focus of these institutions for providing an innovative and culturally responsive school experience. Danbury Charter School will be the first and only international baccalaureate IB school in Danbury, which will contribute accordingly to the overall educational landscape in the community. The IB program is considered the gold standard for rigor in college preparation around the world. One of Danbury Charter School's goals are that 100% of our students will be college ready by high school graduation. Please support the funding of the Danbury Charter School in the 2024 budget. Danbury Charter School will ensure that all students have access to a learning environment conducive to their needs, empowering them to realize their full greatness and gain equitable access to any opportunity that comes their way. Thank you for listening to the testimonials from all our fellow Danbury Charter School supporters. Wishing everyone a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas. Next is Emily Cartagena from Young New Haven Health. Are they not online? All right. Next is John O'Connor. We have John O'Connor.
Good evening to all the very tired members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is John O'Connor, and I teach at Central Connecticut State University in New Britain. I'm here tonight to speak against the governor's proposed changes to the 2023 budget. I'm part of the current leadership of CSU-AAUP, a union that represents 3,000 members across the 4 state universities. CSU-AAUP is a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and we strongly support the Connecticut for All equity agenda. I'm here to testify on HB 5048. It appears that the governor's proposed changes may injure our state's public education system, cutting $150 million from our elementary and high schools. As it stands, these changes will reduce funding for Aspiring Educators Diversity Scholarship Program and eliminate funding for assistance to our paraprofessionals. It should not be surprising that someone representing higher education faculty would go out of their way to advocate for colleagues teaching in K through 12. I've been teaching at CCSU for 20 years, and it has become increasingly clear to me that the educational path that all Connecticut students embark upon is complex and riddled with all sorts of challenges. What happens in the classroom is often connected to the struggles seen within communities, and the impact and consequences of under-resourced and understaffed schools at the pre-K to 12 level will be felt later in our community colleges and state universities. When it comes to education, there is no way that we should accept an accumulation of disadvantage. This destroys the student's hope and opportunity. An increase in funding for early child care cannot come at the consequence of taking money from K through 12 education. Both must be funded. We know that educational research has convincingly shown that more money for schools positively impacts students' learning and achievements. Extra funding in low-income school districts will help close our achievement gap, and it will be a move toward real educational equity. Regardless of whether my pre-K to 12 teaching colleagues are in East Hartford, New Haven, or Bridgeport, the students that they are teaching today will be the students of our colleges and universities tomorrow. We all have a responsibility to make sure that they are successful. Connecticut is the wealthiest state and the wealthiest country in the world, so I urge you all to fund the future of public school students across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Amy Loisel from Central Connecticut State University. Are they not online, Madam Administrator? All right, next is Tim Short from New Haven Public Schools. Also not there? Okay.
I want to thank the Appropriation Committee. My name is Tim Short. I'm a science teacher at a public school in New Haven. I'm an active member of New Haven Federation of Teachers. We are part of Connecticut for All Coalition. I urge you to fully fund our neighborhood public schools in Connecticut, and especially the cities and towns like New Haven that have been underfunded for decades. My school is a neighborhood public school, which means we do not enjoy the extra funding and resources that magnet and charter schools receive from state and private donors, respectively. Most Connecticut students attend neighborhood public schools. All schools should be fully funded, especially the neighborhood schools where we serve the vast majority of newcomers, English language learners, and students with special needs. As a science teacher, I always find myself buying materials out of pocket and using fundraising sites like Donors Choose to get basic classroom materials that my students direly need. My school has a large newcomer population, especially this year, new students coming every day that want to learn. Unfortunately, the schools that have the largest newcomer student population, immigrants, multilingual learners, also attend school districts that receive the least funding, like we do in New Haven. I urge you to fully fund our neighborhood public schools this session. Connecticut has a great deal of wealth, but it does not reach all of our students equally. All public school students across Connecticut deserve a great public education, from early education up through community college and public universities. I want to thank you for standing with our public school students and with all the people who work hard in the classrooms every day to make our future better for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Next, we have Leslie Blateau, also from New Haven.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nucio, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau, and I'm the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers and Pre-K-12 Divisional Vice President for AFT Connecticut. We're part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm here to testify on HB 5048, the governor's budget recommendations. I oppose the governor's budget proposal that would cut $150 million from elementary and high schools in our state. These cuts will impact our students directly. And given the issues that our students, educators, and school communities continue to face, we need more funding for pre-K-12 education in Connecticut, not less. And it is a travesty that the governor is attempting to split our community of caregivers in Connecticut, all of us, daycare workers, working families who rely on childcare for our young children, early childhood teachers, pre-K-12 educators in school communities, and public higher ed. We all deserve support. Now is not the time to split us. One budget line item should not come at the expense of another. Now is the time to adjust the fiscal guardrails and make sure the wealthiest residents of this state pay what they owe in taxes and ensure our state can truly be a Connecticut for all. Not only do I represent hardworking educators in New Haven, who are, because of a legacy of underfunding, are forced to make do without enough resources. I'm also the parent of a third grader here. Her class has 27 students who collectively speak at least 4 languages. Her teacher is incredible. Today, they were working collaboratively to design, build, and test roof designs for a STEM project in science. We have students working hard to develop engineering skills needed to solve the problems we face as a city. We also need Governor Lamont, legislators, and the state of Connecticut to hold up your end of the bargain and ensure that our school district has the resources we need to fix our actual leaky roofs and under-maintained facilities. It's so hard to believe that the resources, facilities, and opportunities provided to our children in this state are aligned to the wealth that the town or city is able to generate through property taxes. Wealthy towns don't have to come to the state year after year and petition their way to equity. There is something incredibly problematic and troubling about this premise. But guess what? We will come, we will show up, we will petition and demand equity, and not through an illusion of school choice, where some schools that are less public than others get resources and others don't. No, we're here to demand that our neighborhood and community public schools, where the vast majority of students attend, get the resources we need. So students across the state can have full-time librarians, full-time counselors, safe, welcoming, well-maintained facilities, hands-on learning opportunities, and a real opportunity to engage and thrive. Connecticut, the wealthiest state in the wealthiest country in the world, has enough for all, from early childhood, elementary and high schools, to community colleges and state universities. I believe we can work together and fund the future for all public school students across Connecticut. Thank you for your time and for everyone's testimony tonight as we work to solve this problem.
Thank you, Ms. Bledsoe, for staying up with us. Next, we have Francesca Perez.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Francesca Perez, and I am a parent. And I had 2 kids in the Sarah Inc. Kids Stats program. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am here to request that you support additional funding for the Office of Early Childhood. This will allow families like mine to get the support they need to help with their children's development. When my family and I started Birth to 3, I was a first-time newly single mom to a 2-year-old, 1-year-old, and 3-month-old. This program has helped my family immensely. Within the years of being in the program, my daughter was the very first one to join the program at 15 months old. And at this time, she wasn't speaking, didn't really want to engage with anyone, and was having 2 to 3 hour meltdowns. I am proud to say, because of this program, she is now engaging in school and at home, speaking forward phrases, loving to sing out loud, and can count to 20 when upset to calm herself. This program allowed us to become closer as a family and guided us on how to connect with each other. And even though I only had 2 kids in the program, it helped all 3 of my kids, learning ways to include each other in ways they were all comfortable with, playing, and more. My youngest is in the program right now, and he has grown and progressed so much because of this program. With his speech, eating, regulation, interactions with others, I'm so proud of my kids and so thankful for this program. I wouldn't be the parent I am today without it. They have taught me so many skills and gave me so much knowledge and guided me through it all. I am better equipped to deal with anything that comes my way. Thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Next is Tomas Reyes from LEAD. Okay, perfect. Bobby Stewart from Mosaic Coalition. Okay. Michelle Anderson from Ed Advance. They're not here? All right. What about Dylan Singh?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
You're a little low. You can speak up into the microphone.
Okay, how about now?
A little better. Try a tick louder.
Pardon me, I'm soft spoken. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dylan Singh, owner of Occupational Fund Edu Daycare and a member of Circle. I'm here to testify in elementary and secondary education. As a provider serving a multicultural community, I provide childcare that educate children using product and process-based to enhance their developmental domain skills, to prepare them for the love of learning as they take the journey through their educational system. However, high-quality childcare requires resources for materials and staffing. The income I receive get reinvested back into the business and my education to ensure that I keep providing high-quality childcare. I have a degree in OT, and I will be graduating with my bachelor's in child studies in May. From there, I will further pursue my master's in ABA to help children in need of specialty services. However, I have parents struggling to pay care and take care of their household expenses, but lacks the funds to afford both, which will negatively affect my business and the child if removed from the program and not getting adequate brain stimulation to enhance their cognitive abilities, behavior, social and emotional skills, and language skills. With the new law implemented where children must be 5 years old prior to starting kindergarten, has increased financial hardship and families are already struggling to pay for childcare, which means more expenses for an additional year. According to the Blue Ribbon Panel, is to provide and invest and support high quality education, compensate professional workforce. The governor allocated 90 million for early care and education of the early childhood state budget. However, it is robbing Peter to pay Paul by reallocating 20 million of this money from the Department of Education that funds K-12 public school. A recent poll demonstrated that 89% of providers had difficulty with staffing because this industry does not pay a livable wage. 57% have closed classrooms with staffing, and 62% are operating at below or break even. While survey revealed that Waterbury has 12 closed school readiness classrooms, resulting in 192 children without care. Hartford reports 15 school readiness classrooms closed and an additional 6 child development center classroom closed, resulting in a total of 567 children without care. Thousands of children in other cities across the state are not able to attend early care programs. Education requires much more funding to invest in our children's future, to overcome poverty, and to build a strong foundation. I urge you to invest in our education system and do not take out the 20 million out of public education to reallocate it when the educational system is already in a fragile state. Thank you all for listening. Have a good night.
Thank you and enjoy your night. Next is number 179, Rob Traber from the Bridgeport Board of Education.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Representative Felipe, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Rob Traber. I'm a member of the Bridgeport Board of Education. I am also a former Bridgeport Public Schools parent, as my daughter Katie graduated from the public schools and soon to be a proud Bridgeport Public School grandparent. And I am when a retired Bridgeport Public School teacher. I served as the BEA president during my time as the teacher and a strong supporter of Connecticut for All. I am here today to speak on Governor Lamont's proposal to change the allocation agreed upon last year for educational funding. I have spoken on this issue for the last 2 legislative sessions. My primary focus has been the inequitable funding for our urban public school districts. I should be clear that to me, that does not include charter schools. I understand the legal definition, but do not see their inequitable private funding and unequal regulations as justifications for labeling them as public as opposed to our true traditional public schools. I believe charter schools are bad public policy. Having said that, I deeply appreciate the effort by the legislature to increase the funding available to our schools last year, given the surplus and the possibility of additional funding by adding taxes on Connecticut's wealthiest residents. It's unfortunate that it could not have been more. Therefore, it's shocking that the governor would turn around and take 1/3 of that money from K-12 schools, especially when he is still sitting on that surplus our state currently enjoys. I disagreed vehemently last year with the Bridgeport legislators. Representative Felipe understands. He and I spoke several times about the inequitable distribution of money that was being pushed when there was 7 times more going to charter schools than our public school students. However, in the end, a more reasonable solution was reached, and we were looking forward to seeing a good increase in our budget this year. When we learned that the governor was going to adjust that, we were alarmed. Now, I should say that Bridgeport is having trouble determining exactly how alarmed we should be, because Bridgeport doesn't actually have a budget yet this year. Due to the strange political situation we find ourselves in Bridgeport, our budget has been put off till after our upcoming mayoral election, so we don't actually know what our budget is going to be for the year. We have done an analysis as best we could, and actually this budget appears to not hurt Bridgeport terribly. But we think that it is wrong to take a third of the money that was allocated for K-12 schools and put it in another pre-K early childhood program. So at this time, I would urge you to maintain the maximal equitable funding for our traditional public schools. I have listened today to hours of testimony from students about the benefits of their programs. It is truly inspirational to listen to them. I hope that one day all students from all schools in the state of Connecticut will be able to offer comparable testimony. I hope that one day we will fully fund and equitably fund all traditional public schools. At that time, I expect that we would all see that charter schools are unnecessary. All children deserve a great education. The 70 to 80% or more who are left in the traditional public schools deserve nothing less. I urge you to use the 48 million in K-12 ed schools. I certainly support the pre-K early childhood allocation of funds. It should come out of the surplus, not the money that we fought for last year. Thank you very much for your time and staying up to late hours.
Point well taken, and thank you for staying up with us. Ivan Manuel Arredondo Sanchez, did they speak yet? Okay. Kathleen Callahan, frequent flyer.
Good evening, all distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford and the Director of Policy and Civic Engagement for the Connecticut Cradle to Career Coalition. I'm testifying on behalf of the coalition, which represents 5 of the 7 most populous cities in the state, with close to 80,000 students enrolled in the public school districts, 15% of the total state student enrollment. We call upon the committee to reject the proposed education budget in HB 5048 and restore the additional $150 million appropriated last year for education finance reform for fiscal year 25. I'd like to thank you for your work on the budget last year and acknowledge the challenge and complex decisions you will face this year. I'd also like to thank all the students that spoke today. Our coalition strives for excellence for every child and young person and supports legislation aimed at advancing equitable outcomes and promoting the well-being of our children, youth, and families. As our work encompasses the entire cradle-to-career continuum, we support other necessary investments, and given our surplus, do not believe they require breaking a historic commitment to K-12 education. This critical funding was a result of persistent advocacy from students, parents, educators, and school staff, and an uncommon alliance of leaders across the state, and finalized through bipartisan legislation and executive commitment to K-12 education last session. Years of work led to this moment, a large step of needed reform for an inequitable, disjointed finance system. Stakeholders representing business, faith, workforce development, education, industry, government, all saw the need for education finance reform. Investment today is not only for the future, but for today. Every single developmental and learning milestone has value. Every child is worthy. You have heard from many today about what the $150 million appropriation provides for the next fiscal year. I will highlight that it significantly reduces the $550 million economic and racial gaps in education funding. It funds students based on their learning needs rather than where they live or the type of public school they attend, and reforms an education finance system that has perpetuated multi-generational cycles of poverty and kept students from reaching their full potential. We all know that education plays a pivotal role in an individual's economic and social mobility and builds a foundation for generational wealth. And yes, our students continue to recover from extraordinary, challenging times, and it is our responsibility as the adults caring for our students, our children, to support their learning opportunities. Equitable funding is essential for access to resources and improved outcomes. In closing, the Connecticut Cradle to Career Coalition urges the committee to reject the governor's proposed education budget and restore the additional $150 million appropriated last year. Continue the progress you have pushed toward a just and student-centered funding system, which provides learning opportunities for all Connecticut public school students. With respect and gratitude for your service and consideration, thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us once again, Ms. Callahan.
Thank you.
Next, we have 182, Matt Sapala. Are they not here? All right, perfect. We'll move on to Tashina O'Connor.
Ms. O'Connor has not been accepting the promotion to panelist. Maybe she will now.
Yeah, can we ask her one more time? If you can accept your promotion to panelist, this is the only way that you will be able to speak tonight. We'll come right back. Rachel Kalmanovsky. Or do we already do all the FFA students?
Yeah, we're good with them.
All right. Aaron McCod from the New Haven Federation of Teachers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, floor is yours.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Erin Mashad, and I am a teacher at Cooperative Arts and Humanities High School in New Haven Interdistrict Public School in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers Local 933. I'm part of the Connecticut for All Coalition and a member of the New Haven LGBTQ+ Task Force. I'm here to testify in HB 5048, the governor's budget recommendations. I'm a 24-year veteran educator, proudly serving my entire career in New Haven. I've worked with students at the elementary, middle, and high school levels, both as an educator and a curriculum coach. Currently, I work at Interdistrict Arts Magnet High School, serving students from both New Haven and surrounding communities. We have teacher vacancies in many schools in New Haven. Our students being taught by substitute teachers, classes being collaboratively covered by tutors, curriculum coaches, and other teachers. Our administrators doing their best to patch deficiencies with threadbare resources. We are a city and a school community that centers students' social and emotional well-being, that invests in school-based health centers and attendance campaigns, and that seek to support typically marginalized populations, that strives to listen to children when they tell us what they need. Children and youth are high risk of stress related to the wider psychosocial impact of this past pandemic. A recent systemic review showed that an overall increase in youth symptoms of anxiety, depression, psychological distress due to pandemic. Our children are telling us what they need, and it is our responsibility to listen, to act, and to act urgently because our children are suffering. All Connecticut schools need full-time social workers, counselors, and psychologists in every school with reasonable caseloads. Here's one discrepancy. The school that I teach, one of the smaller New Haven high schools with an enrollment of about 600, has 3 guidance counselors. For example, at another community, Stonington High School has an enrollment about the same, 599, with 5 counselors. Weston High School has an enrollment of 760 with 6 counselors. Co-op High School's caseload is approximately 200 to 1. Stonington High School guidance counselors caseload 119 to 1. Weston High School caseload approximately 127 to 1. This is just one example that demonstrates inequality in our schools in Connecticut. I'm not suggesting those other districts go without or have less, just that all districts are equal. This discrepancy paints the picture to this truth. If you can afford to live in an affluent community in the state of Connecticut, you will have more educational resources. School districts like New Haven, serving high-needs children whose parents earn poverty wages, serving children learning English, serving children with special needs, should have more funding per child to meet every one of those needs. Connecticut, as the wealthiest state in the country, should be a state where every child can thrive and learn regardless of zip code. Our state has $6 billion in reserves, and our wealthiest corporations and residents are prospering. Connecticut, the wealthiest state in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, has enough for all, from early childhood to elementary and high schools, to community colleges and state universities. I hope we can work together to fund the future of all public school students across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Did Tashina finally accept her invitation? No, she didn't. All right.
She did, actually.
Oh. Okay. Tashina O'Connor, floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the committee, honorable members of the committee. My name is Tashina O'Connor. I'm a home-based child educator for 15 years and a proud member of CSCAU Local 201, which represent over 3,000 home-based childcare providers. While the current budget allocated for the fund to expand childcare, it does not address the critical gap in our healthcare needs. As a home-based child educator, we struggle to afford necessary healthcare options. My son and I are suffering from asthma. My son and I are suffering from asthma. My daughter requires EpiPen. I cannot afford a health plan that allow me to access the medicine and care for my family. My family requires. My husband also does not have health insurance. So joining a spouse plan is not an option for my family. I have health insurance, but not quality healthcare insurance. I may be able to afford a premium, but cannot afford the care to ensure that my family well-being. As a result, I've resorted to home remedy for serious illness and put off appointments and choose what appointment is necessary and which one is not. When we're sick, we cannot provide quality health care for our children and support our community reliant. Every day we're sick and we're forced to close our door. Parents are erupt, left to find last minute childcare and are missed work. This is immediate impact of the economic. I urge the committee to allocate funds for home-based childcare and providers to access affordable health care insurance, support our healthcare need to ensure high-quality healthcare costs for family and strong family care system, critical thriving economic. Thank you for your attention and consideration, Tashina O'Connor.
Thank you. Next is the Honorable Danielle Wong from Bloomfield. No. All right. About Lena Esposito from Dominican American Coalition. Huh? She went. Okay. Luis Ortiz from Concan.
Good evening. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening to Co-Chair Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and other esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee, and a special thanks to Representative Felipe, Representative Chalesky, and Representative McCarthy for staying here this long, cold day with us. I'm sure we're all trying to get home. My name is Luis Ortiz. I'm the State Grassroots Manager with CONCAN, a nonprofit focused on ensuring a quality and equitable education for all students in Connecticut, regardless of their zip code. I stand before you today not as a voice of dissent, but as a voice of reason, urging you to reject any devastating cuts proposed by the governor to our education system. These cuts, totaling over $60 million, represent more than mere guardrails. They represent broken promises to our students, families, and they threaten the very foundation of our future. A 40% reduction in the promised K-12 education investment is not just a line item in the budget. It's a direct threat on the aspirations and dreams of our children. At a time when our school districts are already grappling with disappearing federal aid, escalating student needs, and mounting costs, such drastic cuts will only further the challenges we face. We cannot in good conscience allow our students, teachers, and families to bear the brunt of these decisions. CONCAN is also a member of the ELL Students and Parents Success Coalition, a coalition consisting of 3 other organizations in Make the Road Connecticut, United Parents and Students, and the Center for Children's Advocacy. We collectively stand up against these budget cuts that jeopardize the implementation of the Multilingual Learners Bill of Rights, a vital piece of legislation championed by the governor and passed in the previous legislation session, thanks to the hard work of the coalition and the communities that trusted us with their stories. This bill would have been a beacon of hope for our multilingual learners, ensuring that they receive the support and resources they need to thrive in our education system. To slash funding for education would affect such initiatives and would not only be short-sighted, but fundamentally unjust. The governor's proposal to reallocate those funds for early childcare, while commendable in intention, is flawed in execution. Let me be clear. Our organization and the coalition are not engaging in a divisive debate pitting one group of children against another. We reject the notion that investments in children should come at the expense of other children. Every child, regardless of age or background, deserves access to quality education, and every parent deserves to find qualified child care professionals to ensure their child is in great hands while returning to the workforce. It is disappointing to view this as a binary choice, where one group of children must suffer for the benefit of another. We cannot allow our children to become collateral damage in a political debate. Our duty as stewards of the future is to ensure that every child receives the support they need to succeed. I urge you to stand with us to defend our students, teachers, and families, reject these proposed budget cuts, and honor the promises we've made to these students across Connecticut. And before I leave, I would also like to mention I urge you all to stand up with the communities across the state of Connecticut who have asked for options, done the necessary steps, only to be told last minute that the answer is no. If this is the president that we're sending, imagine what kind of image we're giving our children who might want to be in the seats that you're filling right now. So stand up to those in your party, in your opposite party, stand up for when people do what we're told to do, honor our commitment because that's what we were told to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Victoria DeHart from Mosaic. Okay. Leslie Bentel from CT Teacher Residency Program. Are you there, Madam Administrator? Sonia Pumpum. Okay. What about Gloria? Did Gloria speak yet? Okay. Julia Wilcox from CT Community Nonprofits.
I am here. Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Representative Felipe, Madam Chairs, distinguished members of the committee, and a special good evening to Madam Administrator. My name is Julia Wilcox, Senior Public Policy and Division Advisor at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide organization representing the nonprofit sector. Community nonprofits provide essential services to over 500,000 individuals in Connecticut every year and employ more than 118,000 residents, improving the quality of life in communities across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. The Alliance respectfully requests that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 5% after providing $50 million to health and human service providers that did not receive the DDS specific bonus funds in the fiscal year 24 budget, a total increase of $186 million. The increases that you fought to provide in the past few years were deeply appreciated by those who depend on the vital services that nonprofits provide in every city and town in Connecticut. However, those increases were just the start of a long-term effort to compensate for historically inadequate funding. Since 2007, factoring in the increases, nonprofit providers are still 32% behind. For example, while last year providers received a 2.5% increase on state contracts, just last month the minimum wage rose by 4.6%, so that even with that increase, they've lost ground. For the state's provider of essential birth to 3 services, there are several additional considerations. The financial staffing challenges for birth to 3 providers have a direct impact on the children and families for whom these services are essential. Families are waiting longer for autism assessments and to begin early intervention services. While birth to 3 services have been flat funded since 2017, providers are grateful for the ARPA payments, which the OEC has provided this year. In addition, providers greatly appreciate the efforts of the legislature to provide the recently announced cost of living adjustment for birth to 3 providers, which will be a one-time payment to programs to be received upon contract amendment approval. You have my detailed testimony, and I'd like to focus on just 2 key areas, if I may. First and foremost, during this past year, as what has been discussed with the commissioner this morning, OEC commissioned a comprehensive cost and rate study The results indicate that the current Connecticut rate is 29% below the calculated rate for early intervention. And we urge the committee to support the recommended calculated rate as defined by the study. And finally, members of the Birth to 3 provider network, along with member provider reps of the ICC, have developed a comprehensive document which outlines both the strengths and challenges facing the sector. We encourage you to review the research and recommendations provided in this document, which are actually linked within my testimony. And with that, I will end there with a most sincere thank you for your ongoing support and commitment to these critical issues. Thanks so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox, and have a wonderful night.
And you as well.
Yolanda Amancio from SEIU. Oh, okay. What about David Weinreb from Elm City Montessori? There you are. Floor is yours. David, are you there?
Mr. Weinreb, we can't hear you.
All right, we're gonna give you a second. What about one second? No? All right. Queen Free Love from SEIU. Herrera Gilda from AFSCME. Iris Velasquez. We have Leslie Bentel, number 191.
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity tonight. My name is Leslie Bentel, and I'm a special education program coach for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program. I stand as an ally in support of the Appropriations Committee to support Connecticut TRP. Myself and the TRP team ask that the State Department of Education create a new budget line item designating $1.5 million to support districts partnering with Connecticut TRP. We wholeheartedly ask that TRP be added to the governor's budget. There is a need for our program across the state. Supporting the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program helps to ensure a more diverse teaching staff in schools across Connecticut. Adding the program to the budget will give us the funding and resources to continue the work in minimizing barriers for future teachers of color, while providing students of color in Connecticut schools the opportunity to see themselves in their teachers. TRP is an alternate route to certification that embraces a different approach to attract and retain teachers of color, so we can ensure student achievement in diverse classrooms. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always wanted to be an educator. I wanted to make a difference in the lives of students that look like me and had deficits that impacted their education like me. My journey into becoming a special education teacher wasn't easy. I experienced an abundance of inequities that caused me to almost walk away. Today, I feel so blessed to be a part of TRP. I've always wanted to use my expertise in education to support future educators. Being a part of TRP gives me the space to feel like I matter and gives me the opportunity to make a difference in supporting TRP residents that share the same passion and vision for education. I deeply ask again for the Appropriations Committee to support Connecticut TRP so our requests can move forward through the legislative process. Thank you for considering my testimony. I hope the committee will vote favorably. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Bentel.
Thank
Next
you.
is Tracy Madden Hennessy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Tracy Madden Hennessy, and I'm the Executive Director of the YWCA in New Britain. I'm testifying tonight in support of funding for the Office of Early Childhood to support the early childhood system. We appreciate the allocation originally awarded the system to provide the first raise in school readiness reimbursement in almost 10 years. In addition, the governor's budget has allocated funds to early education. However, a body developed by OEC to study the needs of early education, the Blue Ribbon Panel recommended funding at far higher levels than is currently proposed. We're still suffering from low levels of investment that have led to staffing shortages, program closures, and have prevented many families from accessing affordable care. In our community, New Britain, there are only slots available for 13 out of every 100 children under age 3, disproportionately impacting low-income women who need access to affordable care to support their families. My center has a waiting list of 100 children under age 3. Funding to address childcare incubators, childcare salary levels, reopen and expand care for kids, and support the sustainability of our field is really critical to our survival. I agree with earlier speakers that funding for early childhood should not mean less funding for the K-12 system. It's a continuum that should be fully supported. Thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you and have a wonderful night.
Yep, good night.
204 go yet? Thank you. Catherine Carbone from Bristol Public Schools. You're next.
Good evening. Thank you to the members of the Appropriations Committee for holding this hearing this evening. I'm Dr. Catherine Carbone, the Superintendent of Bristol Public Schools and one of the co-chairs of the Connecticut Association of Urban Superintendents. As the co-chair of CAUSE, I am representing 20 school districts across our state. We are privileged with educating 72% of the Connecticut students of color, 72% of multi-language learners, and 41% of students identified as requiring special education programs and services. Our advocacy is critical to further the state's effort in ensuring Connecticut's educational system continues to lead the nation in excellence. Last legislative session, there were significant revisions to the educational cost sharing formula. As you are aware, the vast majority of underfunded students are in CAUSE districts. House Bill 5050 eliminated the $150 million education reform line and its distribution of ECS and school choice programs. The concept of education reform was to modernize the manner in which schools are funded and eliminate the 10 funding formulas that are now used in the ECS formula. As you know, this model of education reform would move ECS funding more quickly to fully funding our schools. Overall, the governor's proposed budget reduced funding for K-12 education by nearly $63 million, maintains the current education cost share formula phase-in schedule, which negatively impacts historically underfunded districts such as Bristol and CAUSE districts, eliminates the $150 million education finance reform line currently in the budget for fiscal year 25, and distributes a portion of those funding sources that were dedicated to public schools to other programs, thus pitting early childhood programs against K-12 programming, and eliminates tens of millions of dollars in savings to local school districts by removing the cap on general education tuition charged by magnet schools and agri-science program. Adjacent to the concerns I just listed is the continued issues with the funding of excess cost grant. Cause districts educate 41% of the state's students receiving special education programming and services. The rising costs associated with quality programming disproportionately impacts our district's budgets due to the lack of funding at the state level. It is imperative that the state fully fund the excess cost share grant. In Bristol alone, our excess cost reimbursement was based on the governor's biannual budget, allocating 91% to the least wealthy districts. The actual reimbursement rate for February 24 came through at 72%, leaving us with an unanticipated deficit of roughly $1.3 million. This is even lower than last year's 78%. Many across the state are happy to champion that Connecticut leads the nation in education.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next we have Christopher Montini.
Seriously.
Naugatuck Public Schools.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You're a little low. If you could speak up a little bit.
Will do. Chairwomen Austin and Walker, ranking members Berthel and Nuccio, Representative Felipe, and esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today in opposition to House Bill 5048, the governor's mid-biennium budget adjustments. My name is Christopher Montini, and I have the pleasure of serving as the superintendent for the Naugatuck Public Schools, which serves over 4,200 students, nearly 70% of whom are considered high needs. I'm deeply disappointed in the governor's budget and the more than $60 million in cuts to K-12 education. At a time when many children are still struggling with the effects from the pandemic and resources are desperately needed to combat learning loss and to meet the mental health needs of students, the governor's cuts to public schools are especially troubling. While I'm grateful for the governor's budget proposal would provide Naugatuck with an increase of $313,000 in ECS funds, that increase is $970,000 less than what was adopted in the budget 8 months ago through PA 23-204. Our budget includes this amount, and not receiving those ECS funds would devastate our district and the community. Despite being an alliance district and having one of the lowest equalized net grand lists per capita in the state, Naugatuck would receive the second largest decrease in ECS grants of any town compared to its fiscal year 2025 ECS grant that was included as a part of the biennial budget. In fact, the 4 districts that would receive the largest decreases in the ECS grant are all alliance districts. In total, 11 alliance districts would receive decreases between the adopted budget and the governor's proposed budget, all of whom collectively serve thousands of students who are considered high needs. I support adjustments to the ECS formula and understand it must be rerun to reflect the students and communities we serve. However, significant changes to ECS grant amounts in such a short period of time are problematic for municipalities and school districts who already have developed budgets. Additionally, the governor's budget would remove the cap on the amount of tuition magnet schools and agri-science program operators may charge sending districts like Naugatuck. This tuition cap would save our district $460,000 in fiscal year 2025. Eliminating the tuition cap and those savings would negatively impact our services, our budget, and ultimately our students. As you consider adjustments to the state budget, I urge you to reject the governor's proposed cuts to K-12 education, and for Naugatuck and the other alliance districts losing ECS funds in HB 5048, I ask that you hold them harmless and maintain the ECS funding determined in PA 23-204 and in the adopted biennial budget. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify, for your service, and for all that you do to support the amazing students and families of both my district and this great state.
Thank you. We're going to jump back to 186, David Weinreb, and then Representative Corey Paris from Stanford is going to take over as chair.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dave Weinreb. I am an educator, community organizer, LGBTQ advocate, and new dad from New Haven. I'm also the co-chair of the Ward 14 Democratic Town Committee, a proud member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm here representing the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to testify in strong opposition to HB 5048, in utter disbelief and truly incensed that we could even consider the destructive cut of $150 million from elementary and high schools for our children. I've been working as a public school educator since 2010. I currently work for a public charter school. I previously worked at a neighborhood public school called the Fairhaven School, 5 blocks from my current home. here in the Latino majority community of New Haven, where I was privileged to teach 5th and 6th grade Spanish-speaking newcomers, many of whom were undocumented children from Guatemala, Mexico, Ecuador, and the Dominican Republic. They are brilliant young people with incredible life experiences and families who care deeply about their children's education, health, and well-being. And they need to have fully funded schools and a government, a legislature that would laugh and throw out ridiculous bills that consider slashing funding to their grossly underfunded schools. Our students and their families have tremendous unmet needs, neglected and exacerbated by an inability to access well-paying jobs, adequate housing, and over time accumulated wealth. If we gut funding from schools, how do we expect them to survive, let alone to thrive? This is a moment when we need to gather the available resources necessary so that our most typically marginalized neighbors live in communities and attend schools that are flooded with resources, flush with social services and supports, brimming with opportunities. This legislature should be listening to the practical dreams of constituents, wondering how many mental health professionals we should be adding to schools, considering the magic of providing after-school programming to all schools, thinking about how we can provide free childcare for children ages 0 to 5, instead of pondering the possibility of protecting our inadequate base. It's ridiculous. I'm a new dad, my daughter Dahlia is 2, and my new understanding of what it is to be able to meet my child's needs, to provide for her, to protect her, reminds me of the deep desire that every family in this state has to protect and provide for their children. As our governing body, I urge you to be a responsible parent. Please find the courage to flatly reject the embarrassing HB 5048 and rather work to fully fund our neighborhood public schools this session. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, and also a special thank you to Representative Antonio Felipe for taking us through these last 2 hours. Now we're going to continue on with Christina Barman. Barman, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, great. Thank you. Good evening or good night, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Christina Barman. I teach at Central Connecticut State University. I'm a member of CSU, AAUP, and we are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. And I'm here to testify about HB 5048. I'm kind of starting to become a regular here, there, or on Zoom at the Capitol since I moved to Connecticut to teach at Central. One of the times I was here to talk about funding for higher ed, I was talking to Mr. Felipe from Bridgeport, who was kind of hoping he'd still be up there when I was up. He kindly let me know that his priority was K through 12, and how do you argue with that, right? Bridgeport students deserve to be in adequately funded schools, public schools. And of course, I would not want funding taken away from them, right? So it wasn't until I was at home later that day that I realized that the students he is rightly concerned about in Bridgeport are the same students in my classroom a few years later. And then months later, this year, I went to a town hall with Senator Looney to discuss funding for higher ed. He told us all about the deserving constituents that are currently underfunded, right? The nonprofits, disability services, mental health services, aging services, our neighborhood public schools, the list goes on, right? It didn't take me quite as long that time to see what was going on, that the governor has created a crisis with this austere budget. His friends are taken care of in Greenwich, and we are all left fighting for scraps. My students aren't just students. They're parents. Some of them have disabilities. Some of them care for family members who are older, who have disabilities or mental health issues, and they are workers in the schools. They are care workers. They are the infrastructure of this, the infrastructure. They hold up the infrastructure of this state, right? And this budget that moves money from our neighborhood public schools to early childhood development doesn't help either one of them because they are the same people, right? So basically with this budget, the governor is asking us which limb we would like to chop off, right? And that's exactly why in my classroom, I have brilliant students that have been left behind sometimes, and sometimes they are, because we have such variable schools in Connecticut and such uneven funding. I have schools that could students that could blow any elite private school student away, and in the same classroom, I have a brilliant student that is stressed out because they're trying to catch up, all while working and caring for family and while trying to figure out how to survive in a state that is benefiting the wealthy at the expense of the rest of us. So I'm here to ask you to stop the governor and the OPM from these ridiculous shell games and fully fund our neighborhood public schools. We are a wealthy state. We have the money. This isn't about money. This is about our priorities, right? So, and we don't have any business talking about equity unless we are willing to fund it. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Barman. We appreciate your testimony and for serving our students and families.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Leonard Lockhart of the Windsor Board of Education. Leonard?
Good evening. Good evening to the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Leonard Lockhart, and I am the president of the Connecticut Associations of Boards of Education and a member of the Windsor Board of Education.
Sounded good, baby.
You think? I was a little mumbly, but
you stumbled a couple.
Ms. Barman, as good as you were, ma'am, and I agree with your partner there, I do want to give Mr. Lockhart his time.
May I proceed?
Please, and we'll start your 3 minutes over. Yes.
Okay, I don't speak until the chair tells me to speak. I would like to start by saying I appreciate that the funding for ECS has not been cut in the governor's budget. CABE fully supports fully funded education cost sharing formula, and we ask for your continued support to get us there. Members of the General Assembly have demonstrated their commitment to funding public education, and we commend you for this. We are very concerned with the removal of the commitment of state funding for the sending districts for magnet tuition. Offerings in the magnet schools allow students to thrive and achieve in different ways than our neighborhood schools, and that is necessary in many models that make up Connecticut's public education system. However, without appropriate resources, the programs for the students remaining in their local school will be impaired. We urge you to maintain the $48 million commitment to our students. The Special Education Excess Cost Grant continues to be underfunded, and the most recent disbursement was less than most districts were planning to receive. When this happens, it ends up causing our districts to cut services for all students. We support the proposed investment of $7 million in the Learner Engagement and Attendance Program, known as LEAP, which has demonstrated success in re-engaging truant students. Federal funds have been critical to providing resources to meet student needs as a result of the pandemic. Unfortunately, those student needs persist, and additional state support for programs that have proven successful is needed. CABE supports the investment in the Science of Reading Masterclass. The professional learning has proven successful in supporting the goal of all students achieving reading proficiency by the end of third grade. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out this evening.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Next up is Melissa Nyan. Melissa? Melissa's not here. Jonathan Soto. Come on down.
Yes. Well, dear Appropriation Committee committee members, good evening. My name is Jonathan Soto, representing the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut and LEAD. Those organization advocates for diverse educational options and directly engage in providing education and support through courses, workshops, and seminars. From our community centers in 6 cities, including Danbury, we daily hear the concerns and aspirations of parents and students. They have shared their struggles with school overcrowding and how it limits the personalized attention their children requires. Danbury, being a hub for growing migrants population, faces unique challenges. Many of our new neighbors do not speak English, highlighting the need for an educational option like Danbury Charter School. This institution promises not just a global recognized international high school diploma, but also a more accessible, supportive environment for students and the spirit needy. The sad truth is that the children of Danbury are being deprived of this opportunity. Contrast this with the positive many experiences of families in New Haven, Bridgeport, and Norwich who enjoy the benefits of charter schools, including welcoming environment and high academic standards. Thanks to the dedication and vocation of their teachers. This vocation, I firmly believe, is as crucial as the certification itself. Therefore, I urge this committee to consider the founding of Danbury Charter School not just as an investment in education infrastructure, but as a commitment to the future and well-being for our youth. Your support will send a clear message. We value inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all our students. Thank you for your time and for considering this crucial step towards a more promising future for education in Danbury. Thanks once again.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for hanging with us for so long. Fran Rabinowitz. We have Fran Rabinowitz with us. Does not seem as though we do. Emmanuel Kikugawa. He went already. Even better. Thank you. The Right Reverend Deborah Hopkins is online with us. Reverend Hopkins?
Yes, I am here.
You are up. The floor is yours for your testimony. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you to the Appropriation Committee for this opportunity. I am Reverend Deborah Hopkins, the liaison for the Middletown Ministerial Alliance that comprises of 22 churches. Coming here tonight in support of Middletown Capital Prep, to be more precise, the funding for Capital Prep Middletown. I just want to share a couple of things with you. Two things that really govern my life is, one, by the grace of God, there goes I. Two is a well-known poem, When They Came. When they came for the communists, I did not speak. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak. Then they came for the Jews, and then I did not speak. And when they came for me, there was no one to speak for me. But tonight we have come out in full force in support of our children, our Black and Brown children, the most vulnerable individuals of our society. And we're asking, the request is very simple, is that the $4.5 million for capital prep that was allocated be returned to the budget. The $4.5 million that was snatched away like a thief in the night. There's a popular saying, our children are our future. I beg to differ. Our children are our now. What we do today will determine their future, our future. As there is still a discussion going on as we speak about opening a juvenile detention center, it seems to me that it would make sense if we want to deal with some of the ills of society, that we give the parents a choice to educate their children and the children a chance to learn so that they can be productive citizens of our community. So again, we simply just ask that that $4.5 million be put back into the budget. The people have spoken, our community has spoken loud and clear. We elected the officials. We trusted the officials that we elected, that they would serve us and address our needs and concerns. So we're just asking that you do the right thing, continue to support Capital Prep Middletown and to reallocate those funds. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Kamaria Crook. Kamaria Crook. Jaylene Nieves. Thank you. Jose Santalis. Not here. Zosiah Olin Chekniak. Oh, spoke already. Well. Megan Hadley. No Megan Hadley. Miguel Hidalgo. Randy Collins. Ayandra Lopez. They're beating the snow home. Luisa Demiquili. Okay. John Catalan. Right, it's past John's bedtime. Minerva Antigua. There we go.
Estimados miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Minerva Antigua. Testifico en nombre de la Coalición Dominico-Americana de Connecticut y LEAD. Me presento ante ustedes para subrayar la importancia crítica de financiar la educación charter de Danbury, un proyecto esencial no solo para la educación de nuestros jóvenes latinos y afroamericanos, sino para el avance de nuestra comunidad hacia la igualdad educativa. En mi trabajo, sorry.
¿Quiere que traduzca?
She translate, please.
Okay. Dear Appropriations Committee members, good evening. Good evening. My name is Minerva Antigua, and I am testifying on behalf of the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut and LEAD. I am here to emphasize the critical importance of funding the Danbury Charter School, a project essential not only for the educational of our young Latinos and African Americans, but also for advancing our community towards educational equality.
En mi trabajo con estas comunidades he visto de primera mano, las barreras que nuestros niños enfrentan diariamente. La escuela charter de Danbury ofrece una solución tangible a estos desafíos, prometiendo un entorno donde la diversidad es valorada y el potencial de cada estudiante se cultiva plenamente.
In my work with these communities, I have firsthand seen the barriers our children face daily. The Danbury Charter School offers a tangible solution to these challenges, promising an environment where diversity is valued and each student's potential is fully nurtured.
En este momento requiere de nuestra acción conjunta para superar obstáculos injustos y asegurar que la educación de calidad sea accesible para todos. La financiación de esta escuela es un paso hacia adelante, demostrando nuestro compromiso compartido con una sociedad más justa y equitativa.
This moment calls for our joint action to overcome unjust obstacles and ensure that quality education is accessible to all. Funding this school is a step forward, demonstrating our shared commitment to a more just and equitable society.
Les insto a considerar el impacto positivo que su apoyo puede tener, no solo en la vida de los estudiantes de hoy, sino también en el legado que dejaremos para las generaciones futuras. La educación es el fundamento sobre el cual construimos un futuro mejor para todos.
I urge you to consider the positive impact your support can have not only on the lives of today's students, but also on the legacy we leave for future generations. Education is the foundation upon which we build a better future for everyone.
Gracias por su tiempo y por la consideración de este testimonio. Confío en que juntos podamos lograr marcas significativas en el futuro de nuestros jóvenes. Con respeto y esperanza, buenas noches.
Thank you for your time and consideration of this testimony. I trust that together we can make meaningful marks on the future of our young people. With respect and hope, have a good evening.
Thank you for that testimony. Zania Palino. Thank you. Celesio Jr. Carlos Cadena. Kate Diaz. Katie Diaz, there she is, smiling online. You have 3
Good
minutes.
evening. Well, I am incredibly grateful to be here this evening to represent the teachers in the public schools, those who are working with your children every single day. And I thank those of you, particularly you, Representative Harris, who I know that you are a staunch advocate for the very people that we are spending so much time and energy contemplating this evening. And I really would like to target and focus on what is appropriate funding for education, because that's at the heart of some of the conversation. And we really need to understand that we've never adequately funded public schools in the state of Connecticut. Despite our tremendous wealth, despite our tremendous prosperity, we continue to nickel dime our public school systems. We have continued to depress wages for our educators. And please make note that the majority of them are women. And I think we have to kind of call out that for exactly what it is, which is the decades we've experienced sort of those depressed wages and this idea of second-class citizenry of a workforce. But now it's a workforce that's in hot demand and in dire need. But at the same time, I'm listening to my friends across the state talk about budget cuts and loss of positions and loss of services for the children we also desperately need to serve. We are a system that is currently strapped to fund the schools we currently have. We are struggling to figure out how to make all of those ends meet successfully so that every child has the experience we know that they deserve. Our educators are firmly committed to working with every child as they are, how they come to us today, and moving them forward in a successful, meaningful path that lands them as really wonderful members of our Connecticut community. But we can't do that on the cheap. Education is not something where we should be figuring out how to pull money from one space to put it in another. As many of my colleagues will talk about, from pre-K, early childhood, through college education, we can't afford to not make this investment. We can't afford to rob one group and pawn the money off on another and think that somehow we've solved a problem. The best case scenario is we'll defer it to next year, but that's not helpful today, and that's not helpful for the children we're trying to serve in the communities that are so important to us. As a high school math teacher in Manchester, I see every day the importance of our state funding on helping provide services and much needed education to our children. It's money well spent. It's an investment in the foundation of our economic growth and opportunity. It's an investment in what we actually hope to accomplish as a state. And we can't afford to continue to think about how to cut that, how to move it, how to shift and shake so that we can get by with less. And I think one of the things I want us to really walk away with in this conversation is understand that we have to double down on the investment that was made last session. We understand that a real commitment and a negotiation took part, and we need to hold true to that. And yes, new additional funds need to be uncovered, and I think we can do that. That's work that the Appropriations Committee, that our legislature, and our governor's office can do and will do. And we will serve as a partner in that work to try and figure out how to get where we need to go, because our education system is too important to not make funded fully, and we have to address these issues. Our students' lives are depending on it. Our special education services are depending on it. And honestly, my workforce of beloved teachers and educators across this state, our para-educators, we need to get this right. We can't afford to continue to kind of Band-Aid solution when we have the capacity in this state to do better. So it's time to do that. Let's do better.
Thank you, ma'am, for your eloquent testimony. We appreciate it. Stephen Hernandez of Concan. That's the first time I've ever said that. Join us, good sir.
I'm starting to get used to it. Thank you. Good evening. As you said, I'm Steve Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director of CONCAN. CONCAN, if you will permit me here for a second. CONCAT is a statewide advocacy organization that's committed to building equitable and accessible educational opportunities for all of Connecticut's students, regardless of race, family, or community resources, or said more succinctly, zip code. I'm really honored today to follow not only my colleagues that have come before me, but also the communities that have clearly activated around something that they hold so dear to their hearts, which is the future of educational opportunity for their children all over the state. State budgets are moral documents. A budget well crafted is a roadmap that cannot be limited by the two-year imagination of a budget cycle, and most importantly, the often myopic vision of a political season. A moral education budget asks, where are we going as a state, and what is our best effort to support the learners of our state to get us there? This year's proposed budget adjustment focuses on only one part of the story of our learners' access to the economy. Unless we invest in every age and stage of learning, we risk telling the story of a Connecticut that is profoundly disconnected with how learning works, what communities want, and how we value our educational system as an asset that it is, rather than the burden that our budget cuts suggest. Last year, Democrats and Republicans came together eager to make a strong statement of support for our students. By accelerating the ECS formula and fixing a complex tuition billing system for magnet and VOAG schools, Connecticut leaders built predictability in a sector that is faced with chronic uncertainty. The governor embraced that vision. Just 8 months later, our communities are unsure if the resources that they have been promised will remain. Districts are scrambling and communities are losing the trust in the public institutions. Unfortunately, the governor's proposed budget adjustments now call on your leadership to fill in the blanks. Our early childhood system is the foundation of promise. Our higher ed institutions are the gateway to economic engagement and excellence. But without a strong, innovative, community-informed, fully invested K-12 systems, those investments are for naught. Y a los miembros de las comunidades de Danbury y otras que tomaron su tiempo e hicieron el esfuerzo para estar aquí abogando por el futuro de sus hijos y por las escuelas charter en sus comunidades, les agradezco de todo corazón. Sus hijos son el futuro de este estado y su esfuerzo no será olvidado o en vano. Gracias y obrigado.
Thank you, good sir. Joelis Reyes. No. Trey Brown. Lucas Pimentel. He is here.
Hey, how are you guys? Thank you. Honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you as the CEO of LEAD, an advocate, but most importantly, as a parent of 3 children in the Danbury Public School System. In Danbury, we are witnessing a critical moment in the lives of our children, especially those within the Latino community. The stark reality is that too many of our children are falling through the cracks in our public school system, with a dropout rate of our ELL students at 50%, which is almost double that of the state. And in essential subjects like math and reading, our students are alarmingly low. And we can no longer stand by and watch this happen to our families. It is a horrible crisis that has basically disenfranchised an entire community. We are condemning a lot of our Latino youth in Danbury to being second-class citizens. That is why this movement started. That is why so many of us have fought so hard, and we will continue to fight for as long as it takes, because there's a crisis in Danbury that no one is really talking about. And those of us in the community that have taken a day off, as you see so many families come and testify year after year, is because we hear the stories of our children. We just participated in the study of the Dahlia Foundation of disengaged students that had dropped out and left the system. and it was heart-wrenching. The stories we heard from these children, many of them who actually try to commit suicide, and sadly some that have, it was just insane, the pain that we have seen in our community, and for that to be denied for political reason is something that we just don't accept. We are here with an olive branch for this last year, calling every day for a compromise to find a solution. But the crisis in Danbury is something that to us is unjust. For 7 years, to leave a school without funding that has been approved, it's wrong. It's a stain in that trust that we have placed in our legislative leaders to be the stewards of our laws. We have done everything that has been asked, and now to leave us in perpetuity without funding is just not fair. So the approval for the Denver Charter School is an investment in equity, opportunity, and principles. It's an investment in our children, those vulnerable children that feel like they have no way out. I don't see our school, as many say, that it's only going to serve 6%. 770 students, to me, it's important. Someone said that that's not enough. One child is enough. One kid that we save is worth it. And 770 families to have this opportunity is something we should fight for. And we don't want a school that's just its own ecosystem that only cares about ourselves. We are working hard to ensure that we show that we can help these ELL students, these immigrant families, and then we want to share that with the rest of the system. We are here to be partners. We are asking the Appropriations Committee to please put back the funding that has been removed year after year. To know, we understand how tough the fight is. We understand the pressure, but we are asking that there has to be a way for this year, 2024, for this city, for this community to finally have their charter school. Thank you for staying so late. Thank you for this opportunity, and may God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Appreciate you. Christopher McCormick. Barbara Vita. Junia Ficagna. Or Donnie Sevillano. Neither. Julie Hall. Julie, you are online. Will you, you have 3 minutes, ma'am, for your testimony.
Sorry, it just took a second to kick over.
No worries. You may begin.
Oh. I apologize. Were you ready for me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. I heard somebody else speaking and I didn't want to talk over them.
Don't worry.
Okay. Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Julie Hall and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Sarah Inc. Are you ready for me? I think there's something wrong with the link because it's repeating text. I'm going to sign out and come back in.
All right, Julie, we'll give you a moment. We'll move on to the next person and come back to you afterwards. Mel Baptista. Saturina Juarez. No. Okay. Steve Perry. Steve Perry just got on. Steve?
This is me.
Timing.
Can you hear me?
We can.
First of all, thank you all for your continued commitment to our state and the community. You've been there a long time. I'd also like to thank all of the members of the community who've come forward and made their voices heard. I'd like to take a quick moment to just share that we have been meeting for almost a year and a half as the founding group of Capital Prep Middletown. And before every meeting, what we do is we pray. And the pastors or imams or the ecumenical group that we've assembled, they begin by praying from different religions, but for the same purpose, for strength, vision, and wisdom. And that we have that so that we may work to the advantage of our children. I wonder what those who have worked against our efforts pray for, or to whom they pray. I wonder if they hope that you won't realize that Black children in towns like Middletown are performing at half the level of the white counterparts. I wonder if they think that you will allow the process to be more important than the purpose, to silence the voices of the often voiceless Black and Latin members of our communities. I know what we pray for. We pray for the opportunity to educate our children in our community, to make sure that we create opportunities for them to pursue their dreams in schools that they will succeed in. Capital Prep was the #1 school last year among the applicants. We had historic performance levels. And all the way up to 11:48 p.m., we were prepared to move forward. But because of those folks who may pray a different prayer or to a different set of circumstances, we find ourselves here, fighting not for whether charter schools are or are not the goal, but praying that you in your work have the wisdom and integrity to fight for the process. This is a process we have followed to the letter. We have excelled in it. And so now the question is no longer whether there should or shouldn't be a capital prep, but putting the money back into the budget that was taken out by those who seem to want something very, very different than we want for our children. This is simple, really. We followed the process, and one legislator got to go behind closed doors in the dark of night at a time even later than this, beyond the watchful eyes of the community, the state, or the process that they are sworn to uphold.
Mr.
And
Perry, I have to ask you to summarize.
And remove capital prep from the budget. So we simply ask that you put capital prep back in the budget along with our folks down in Danbury, because the integrity of the process requires it. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you a great evening.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Julie Hall, we're going to go back to you, ma'am. It is your turn.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name's Julie Hall, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Sarah Inc. Our Kids Steps Birth of 3 program serves 51 towns across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you support additional funding for the OEC that would allow for the implementation of the recommended rate yielded from the OEC's commissioned rate study. Probably 3 years ago, Birth to 3 programs brought instability concerns around funding and our flat rate of $120 an hour that had been in place since 2017. We brought that to their surface, along with the workforce issues. We were having trouble coming out of the pandemic, being able to recruit staff that are qualified. Requires a lot of education to be able to provide services under the Birth to 3 system. And we've all programs have been struggling trying to bring on providers. And with COVID, the pandemic, we lost a lot of clinicians that no longer wanted to go into people's homes. They no longer wanted to provide the services. It's a very hard job, and people's priorities had shifted. We brought these concerns to the OEC, and they said, okay, great, we'll commission a rate study. We'll look at this more and what the true cost of doing business is in Connecticut. And so they contracted with Public Consulting Group to commission this rate study. They've recently released the results of the rate study 2 years later, and it shows that the cost of doing business in Connecticut is $167 an hour. And then disappointingly, the commissioner has announced then they're going to take another year to study the rate study and plan for what they're going to do. But the problem is Birth to 3 programs, we can't wait another year. It will have been over 3 years from then, and it will be closer to 8 years since we've had a rate change when inflation has risen over 20% since the inception of these rates in the first place. So I can tell you also that the number of referrals into Birth to 3 since 2017, when the rates were started, has increased by 49.5%. It's astounding. And yet the number of clinicians providing those services has declined. The system is strained to the max. We need to be able to find some relief, and we can't attract new therapists because we can't afford them. We are competing with other sectors like school systems, private practices, clinics, hospitals. How do you compete with summers off, pensions, and we can't even match the average salary across the state for their same disciplines, and the work is hard. So I know you've heard many of my colleagues testifying today, and they've shared the statistics about the savings, the cost savings we bring to the state. They've shared the challenges, the numbers of people that we've provided, the 484,000 plus hours of service we did last year. And it's all at a loss. It's at a 29% loss. We're talking about just asking to be made it so that we can break even. And we can get people in Connecticut that will be able to help support the children in Birth to 3 program and their complex family needs. Because it's not just the children. It's not just about going in and providing therapy. We're helping families form relationships.
So I'll have to ask you to summarize. My apologies.
Yes, that's okay. I'm sorry. Very passionate about this one. So we understand that there's challenges with the funding and the biennial budget with the fiscal guardrails, but we're asking your support for adding line to the budget. We know that this is a big expense, but it's definitely a one worthwhile, and it's essential to continue to provide the services that are needed for families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kristen Kearns Jordan from the Jordan Family Foundation.
Good evening. Members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you so much for sticking with it's now 9 hours. I just have one page, I promise. I'm a lifelong educator and a resident of New Fairfield. I'm a white woman with significant racial and economic privilege. I was able to choose schools for my 2 children at every stage, preschool, K-12, now college, and they're thriving at selective colleges. It's nice for me. It's also nice for them. And so if this legislative body decides again to withhold the funds for the properly authorized charter schools in Danbury and Middletown, what that will say is that I deserve to have these kinds of choices, and that the scores of families who have testified before you tonight do not deserve to have that kind. That is the very definition of inequity and injustice. I also want to speak to the benefits of school choice for teachers. Sometimes that doesn't get as much conversation. My son is becoming a teacher. He's finishing up his studies. He's going to teach in New York, where there's probably 500 high schools. He's thinking about what kind of pedagogy, what kind of nurturance he will get, what kind of support and mentoring he will get if they'll let him start an ultimate Frisbee team, which is really important to him. But he will have that choice. He will be able to rise through his education experience and get that kind of respect that teachers should all get. So thank you for giving me the chance to testify. We're really looking forward to the right call after 7 years and get home safely tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. Dolores Garcia Blocker, Teach for America, otherwise known as Lola.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So good evening, and thank you for the opportunity and time to talk today. My name is Dolores Garcia Blocker, and I'm the Executive Director of Teach for America, Connecticut. For almost 20 years, Teach for America has worked tirelessly to change the educational landscape in Connecticut. Our goal is to provide the biggest and brightest possibilities for every student through education. I'm alarmed when I think about the learning gaps that have widened in Connecticut for students and the teacher shortages, especially in Alliance school districts. One of the brilliant things we've witnessed during these challenging past few years is the power and potential of high-dosage tutoring. There are not many good things that resulted from the pandemic, but this is certainly one I urge us to expand upon and for us to look at ways to bring students and our state beyond this moment. The Teach for America Ignite Fellowship is a national tutoring corps designed to accelerate learning and foster belonging with students. Our high-dosage tutoring model is grounded in research from the Annenberg Institute at Brown University. But most important to note that this is not very different, that this is very different from your average high-dosage tutoring programs. It doesn't just positively impact student learning, it very specifically brings teachers to this community. That's why an investment in Ignite is so important. Ignite brings exceptional equity-minded students into classrooms virtually, college students into classrooms virtually, to tutor in early grades literacy, middle grades math, high school mentorship, and SAT prep. We are showing early successes in New Haven Public Schools, and I would like to expand and bring this support to other school districts in the state. Now I'd like to share how Ignite is impacting future teachers. We know there's a teacher shortage. No one is bringing the diverse leadership and talent to Connecticut that Teach for America has. We've brought almost 1,000 new teachers to Connecticut during our history. Ignite builds upon that recruitment legacy in remarkable ways, More than half of our fellows who are currently teaching in New Haven right now, tutoring in New Haven, are people of color coming from low-income backgrounds and their first in family to attend college. 25% of them are now entering the teaching profession in the 2024 Teaching Corps. I have focused my teacher recruitment of Ignite Fellows in Connecticut on students who live here or go to school here, but they tutor in other states. Over the winter break, I had the opportunity to meet with a young lady who's a junior at Spelman College in Atlanta. She lives in Middletown. She is an Ignite Fellow and tutors in Louisiana. Because of Ignite, she not only applied to join Teach for America, but she selected Connecticut and wants to return to Connecticut and teach here. So that's what Ignite is doing in Connecticut, and we want to continue to do. Support student learning and bring teachers back to the state. I urge you to continue to invest in high-dosage tutoring programs like Ignite. Your support will fan the flames of change that Connecticut students and families need and deserve. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for igniting us as we're going through our last stretch. We appreciate that. Next on our list is Tatiana Urena.
Dear Appropriations Committee members, good evening. My name is Tatiana Ureña. I am representing the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut and LEAD. I serve as a director where I lead a youth of folkloric dance group. With this role, it has unveiled to me the profound impact of quality education on our youth, highlighting the critical need for educational options that align with their needs and potential. As a mother, I understand that choosing the best education for our children is more than a right, it's an obligation. The funding proposal for the Danbury Charter is not just an investment in infrastructure, but it's our children's future, promising an environment that celebrates diversity and encourages individual growth. The urgency of this moment cannot be understated. DACT and LEAD, alongside committed parents, see the Danbury Charter School as an opportunity to fulfill these ideals. Its funding would symbolize a tangible commitment to equity, inclusion, and educational excellence. Therefore, I earnestly request you to release the necessary funds for the Danbury Charter School. Again, I request to release the necessary funds for the Danbury Charter School. Doing so would not only be investing in our youth's education, but also ensuring a more equitable and bright future for our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. I am convinced that together we can make a difference and build an educational legacy we can all be proud of. Thank you with respect and for a better future. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Stephanie DeLeon. Even better. Jennifer Jennings. Jennifer Jennings. Do not see her on. Nashley Alamo. No. Naomi Mitchell. Martha Sanchez. Martha Sanchez. Constance Glover. Samantha Wilson. Jeffrey Braven. Paul Angelucci.
Here. Hello.
Hello, sir. You're up. We'd like to hear your testimony. You have 3 minutes starting now. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity, and members of the Appropriation Committee, thank you for all you do. My name is Paul Angelucci. I'm the president of the SVFT, which is the State Vocation Federation of Teachers. I represent the 1,275 teachers in the technical school system. In the budget, there was an ask, and I believe the executive director did not go far enough, but there was an ask for additional funds for the special education positions that are needed. And I can't tell you, and I have submitted testimony. I won't read it, but I just want to give you for instance, our district has 11,850 kids roughly. So half of them are in shops every day, trade shops, very dangerous ones, operating lathes and blowtorches and car lifts and such. And we've had school days this year that had to close because we weren't at proper staffing levels. There weren't enough substitutes or paraprofessionals. With the landscape change in the special ed area, there is more needed, and especially with our paras, the one-on-one in the shops is critical for student safety, which is our number one goal. So I urge the committee to fund the technical school system that the ask was given. And I'm a former teacher there, all the way back to a student. It's a great system, but we're at a point right now where the landscape has changed, and that funding is needed direly. So I thank you, and I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you so much for the time that you've used to join us. Rena Garcia. Kim Rogers.
Good evening. How are you this evening?
Good evening.
Good evening to all on the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kim Rogers, and I am the lead librarian for New Haven Public Schools. I am a proud member of NHFT 933. I am on the Board of Trustees for the Connecticut Library Consortium, and I am also a member of the Connecticut Association of School Librarians. I am a resident and a voter in the wonderful city of New Haven. And as a librarian, I am compelled to tell you a story. May I say a bedtime story? Because it's getting pretty late here, people, but you're on the final stretch. I can see it. Once upon a time, there were school districts that had librarians and libraries in each school. Students can go to a library to get books to support their learning. They went to the library with their classes and did research. Students selected books just for the joy of reading, and reading they did. Then there was trouble. Due to lack of funding, administrators administrators were forced to choose between libraries and other things needed in the school. This is like having to choose between food and housing, a decision no one should have to make. And this is because our public schools are not fully funded. Reading is a gateway to all learning. If students lack strong reading skills, they struggle to solve math problems, to conduct science experiments, to explore history, and even to choose what to have for lunch. In comes the librarian. Librarians play an important part in developing strong reading skills, supporting those who struggle with reading, and nurturing the joy of reading. Today, more than ever, all schools need a full-time librarian in light of the additional struggles of fake news, misinformation, disinformation, student use, and at times misuse of online platforms, and most especially in the advent of artificial intelligence. Just over 2 years ago, the Connecticut Board of Education adopted the American Association of School Librarians National School Library Standards for learners. Our state has standards for a reason, because we want to support a learned and productive society. We follow reading, writing, math, and science standards by providing those teachers. Now is the time to follow through with high standards for all students in this reading and informational literacy crisis. Urban school students want to read on the same level as their peers in suburban districts. In a recent slide report, Schools Without Librarians, 34% of city schools lack librarians. The lack of a librarian in Hispanic schools is at 33%, and high poverty schools at 32%. Fully funding our schools will greatly improve student outcomes. Librarians are part of the solution to the reading crisis. We can help if we can do our jobs, but we can only we can only do our jobs if we are in the schools. Let's work towards creating a happy ending for the future of the adults of Connecticut. Be the hero in the story. Save the child. Do the right thing for the students that we love and that you serve. Fully fund our schools. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Alex Chavone.
Yes, hi, good evening.
Hi.
Members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the governor's proposed budget for the Office of Early Childhood. My name is Alex Chavone, and I'm a third-generation Connecticut native, a parent, a small business owner, a former teacher, and currently the director of an amazing early care and education program known as Friend Center for Children in New Haven. I am also the co-chair of Child Care for Connecticut's Future Coalition. While I'm here in support of the funding for early childhood education, I must explicitly call out the failure of taking funding from the K-12 system to serve young children and families. The premise that funding for children who are under 5 years old is at the expense of children who are 6 and older is unacceptable. It negates the value add for our children, our economy, our parents, and our state. We must remove the spending cap to ensure that we can adequately support the entire education continuum. I support early childhood education because the Connecticut economy rests on the shoulders of the early care and education system. And yet, in the 32 years that I've dedicated to serving children, families, and early childhood teachers, the sector has been continuously crumbling. This crisis stems from multiple factors. Parents are burdened with exorbitant costs, educators are underpaid, and providers struggle to stay afloat. Parents bear an unreasonable burden. The average cost for a family of 2 young children exceeds $30,000. Additionally, many of our Connecticut towns and cities are childcare deserts, which leave parents with few alternatives. Families are trapped in a system that ensures failure rather than success. When parents cannot secure adequate childcare, they are unable to work. We can bolster Connecticut's economy by unlocking the potential of our workforce. To be specific, a strong, robust birth to 3 Connecticut early childhood education system is estimated to bring $1.2 billion per year into the Connecticut economy. $1.2 billion. Equally pressing is the issue of educator compensation. The average Connecticut preschool salary remains stagnant at $29,500, placing educators who are 98% female and disproportionately women of color at poverty level wages. This inadequate compensation contributes to high vacancy rates. Currently, Connecticut has a shortage of around 4,000 early childhood teachers. Furthermore, childcare programs like ours are threatened by the fact that our revenue is way below our expenses. We simply cannot continue to provide a public service without adequate public investment. The Governor's Blue Ribbon Panel serves as a roadmap for comprehensive reform. However, the report is only meaningful if it has cohesive funding and a defined revenue source to implement the panel's plans. Investing in childcare is an investment of our collective future. The time for action is now. We cannot afford to ignore the societal and individual benefits for early childhood education any longer. By making smart, substantial investments in childcare, we can lay the foundation for a brighter future and a more secure economy for Connecticut. Thank you for your time and action in this matter.
Thank you so much. Tyler Anderson. Thank you, Tyler. Heather Jeske.
Right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if my video is working, but I'm going to try my best. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Heather Jeske. I reside in Hebron, Connecticut, and am speaking on behalf of Odyssey Community Charter School in Manchester. I have been a teacher at Odyssey Community School for 8 years and have been a parent of an Odyssey student for 2 years. I am speaking today to ask the committee to please protect public education funding for all schools and also to help grow Odyssey's pre-K program so that our school can serve more families. I recognize that Governor Lamont recently proposed budget adjustments, which would result in a huge funding loss for public education. While I am thankful that charter school funding is set to remain for the following year, this huge budget cut moves us away from the promise we have made to our community and our students to create universal needs-based formula designed to strengthen overall public education for the future. All public schools should have the funding they need. Odyssey School was fortunate to be able to start our pre-K program last year, and we must continue its success by offering more seats to local families so these young children have a safe, welcoming, rigorous learning environment. I have been lucky enough to have taught physical education to these students these past 2 years, and their growth since September of this year, as well as the growth of the pre-K 3s, now pre-K 4s from last year to this, is truly incredible. My family lives in a town with a high-performing education system, yet still my husband and I chose Odyssey for our own son because of its uniqueness, diversity, and inclusiveness. And Odyssey, too, is a high-performing and very well-respected school. My son was beyond prepared for kindergarten this year, not only academically, but also knowing the staff, students, routines, the building itself, and overall community. It's helped his confidence and comfortability, something he and lots of young learners struggle with. The idea that our preschoolers can continue in our school community until 8th grade gives me so much pride and excitement. If you've never stepped foot in our school, I encourage you to do so because it's such a special place and you will instantly know what I'm talking about. It would truly be a tragedy to continue to deny new families and new students in our school simply because we do not have enough seats. This past year, a friend and fellow educator entered her son into our pre-K lottery and was last on the wait list. While it's a testimony to how highly families speak of us, I want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to open as many seats as possible. With the help of this funding, we can ensure families get a high-quality, choice public education which will prepare students for the future. These students will be becoming young adults in our community, and it is our duty to serve as many of them as possible. I want to thank you for your consideration in adding funding for the expansion of preschool classrooms at Odyssey Community School. I am beyond proud to work for this charter and have had my son and soon my daughter enrolled in our preschool. Our families need more seats, and we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Harmony Cruz Bustamante. Adrian Rodriguez. Did see Adrian there. Yes, there he is. Adrian, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed members of the committee, and thank you for your patience and being with us at this late hour. My name is Adrian Rodriguez, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Organizing and Childcare for CSCA SEIU Local 2001, the union that represents both home-based childcare providers and paraeducators, among other school employees across our state. I urge you to fully fund early childhood education and to prioritize the critical needs of our child care providers by ensuring they have access to quality health care while also maintaining funding for K through 12 education. Both sectors are essential pillars of our education system, and it is imperative that we support them without robbing Peter to pay Paul. Childcare providers, the majority of whom are Black and Brown women, are the unsung heroes of our communities, nurturing and educating our youngest citizen during the most formative years. However, many of these dedicated professionals struggle to access adequate healthcare services. You've heard today from some of the child care educators the financial impacts and deterioration of their health that happens due to the lack of access of affordable healthcare. It has caused crucial impact to our workforce and thus the state's economy. By providing home-based childcare providers with access to quality, affordable healthcare, we not only support their well-being, but also enhance the quality of care they can provide to our children. It is essential to emphasize that supporting childcare providers should not come at the expense of K through 12 education funding. Investing in early childhood education lays a foundation for future academic success, while maintaining a strong K through 12 program ensures continued learning and growth throughout the child's academic journey. We firmly believe that there is enough room within the state's budget to fully fund early childhood education and K through 12 education without compromising either. Allocating resources to ensure that child care professionals have access to quality health insurance coverage is not only a moral imperative, but also a wise investment in the future of our state. Some of the union members and the child care educators were not able to participate at this hour, as many of their workdays began as early as 4:30 in the morning in order to support the working families of our state. However, we have ensured to provide the committee members with their written testimony for your review. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the short and long-term benefits of fully funding early childhood education, supporting child care providers with access to quality health care. By doing so, we can create a brighter future for our children, families, and communities across Connecticut. Thank you for your time and consideration, and good night.
Thank you. Michelle Doucette Cunningham. Jocelyn Delancey.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify tonight. I have submitted written testimony, but this evening I'm going to speak from my heart and for the 40,000 or over 40,000 active, aspiring, and retired educators that I represent. I just sat through a Board of Education meeting in my district, an affluent district in Lower Fairfield County, where teaching positions and paraprofessionals were on the line. We had to fight for 6 weeks to maintain those positions. We were able to secure board votes to put back in some of our teachers and some of our paras, but next year this system will lose really important resources to the students in their classrooms. How our state invests in education sets a tone and tenor for every district as we move forward. So if our state is having a robbing Peter to pay Paul mentality, then that's what our districts are going to do. They're going to take away paras to add admin. They're going to take away teachers to provide resources for the classroom that they need. We have to show from the state level, top down, from the governor's office to our legislature, down to our boards of ed, that our school system is an investment, that we care about this, that we're not just lip service, that we are putting our money where our mouths are. And I would suggest that we don't just repair the money that has been suggested to be removed from this budget that was promised to our schools, but that we also secure additional funds so that we can properly fund our early childhood, our secondary, and our higher education systems. We need to invest. It is the single greatest asset that a state has, our public school system. And it is really something that we need to show our investment. We can't just have lip service. We need to see action. We need to see funds. And that is the only way that we are going to provide a dynamic and thriving school system where all of our students, every single one, has proper access and care. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oswaldo Chin. Joseph Sokolovich.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Joseph Sokolovic, and I'm a resident of Bridgeport and a member of the Bridgeport Board of Education. My son attends Bridgeport Public Schools. I'm here today to speak to you about the education budget. We are not only approaching the fiscal cliff in Bridgeport, we are teetering on the edge. In addition to a normal structural deficit that we're used to dealing with in our operating budget, we in Bridgeport are anticipating losing all our ESSER-funded positions. In human terms, that's 10 guidance counselors, 11 social workers, 39 academic support instructors, 45 kindergarten paraprofessionals, and 9 assistant principals. I've heard some of you legislators and even the governor scold school districts for spending ESSER dollars on hiring new staff. This is the thinking of the privileged that do not understand poverty-stricken districts. Bridgeport, for example, did not add 45 additional paraprofessionals to kindergarten classrooms. Instead, Bridgeport brought paraprofessionals back into 1 out of every 2 classrooms for the first time since June 2017, when they were cut entirely from our budget, leaving our classrooms with no kindergarten paraprofessionals. With the ending of ESSER funding, most, if not all, of those positions will be gone. Bridgeport kindergartners and their teachers will be once again subject to classrooms with 25 or so 5- and 6-year-olds with only 1 adult to manage. Kindergarten paraprofessionals listed above, along with all the other aforementioned jobs, are not luxuries, but necessities. Necessities brought on not by COVID, but by the dire need caused by chronic underfunding to our district. At Bridgeport Public Schools has yet to release its proposed budget in time for this meeting, so I'm not sure how the governor's budget adjustment will hit Bridgeport insofar as the bottom line in regards to magnet school and charter school adjustments. If it will be neutral, net gain, or a net loss, I do have a solution that will help all districts and schools in an equitable manner. Instead of going with either proposal on the table in regards to the $150 million education reform funds, take that $150 million and distribute it using the same formula and percentages used to distribute the ARPA funds. That was an equitable distribution of funds where every district got what it needs. While this will not solve all of our problems in Bridgeport and across the state, it will sure help a little bit in slowing down the oncoming blow. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great evening.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Deirdre Calabo. Ellen Paul. Isabel Geller. Eluzio de Silva Filo. Hacelis Williams. Catherine Erickson. Christopher Drezick.
Good evening, members of the Appropriation Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. And in the essence of time, I know you've all had a very long night. My name is Chris Drezick, and I'm the superintendent of the Enfield Public Schools. And I joined this evening to share some of my comments regarding the Department of Education's budget proposed in HB 5048. Listening to other people's testimony this evening, I understand that it's been a topic of conversation with regards to certain education fundings, particularly the excess cost grant. So out of respect for your time and the long line of people that are still waiting behind me, I won't share with you all the statistics that I was planning on speaking with tonight, but I'll focus my attention on how the changes to the excess cost grant have affected my district specifically. With regards to the Enfield Board of Education, the current calculation of this year's excess cost grant would result in a decrease in reimbursement to the Enfield Public Schools of nearly $500,000. So please understand that local boards of education are required to submit our spending plans to our communities in the spring, prior to the state budget being passed. Local boards are required to rely on the information that's provided to us on revenue expectations at the time of our budget submission dates. In Enfield's case, we were forced to rely on a reimbursement rate provided to us that was somewhere in the area of 91% for this current fiscal year. The underfunding of the excess cost grant in the current fiscal year, in addition to the rapidly increasing cost of special education, have caused a shortfall in a current year's budget that our local Board of Education had no control over. And I just heard the speaker before me reference shortfalls that they're experiencing in their communities. These problems that we're facing at the local level are real. Like many districts, Enfield is not unique to the loss of COVID relief funds such as ESSER and ARPA. And although Enfield did not see an increase in our ECS calculation in last year's Education Reform Plan, or PA 23-204, we still as a community supported it. So the silver lining in last year's legislation was that although Enfield would not see an increase in ECS funding, we would not have been subjected to a decrease as one of the districts on the quote loser list. Not my word. The consolation prize for a district such as ours was that the increase in education and excess cost funding, as well as the cap put on local districts for regular education students attending schools of choice. The elimination of the $150 million education reform line as proposed by the governor and its distribution to ECS and the schools of choice education programs would force a district like Enfield to revert to a tiered system of paying for our schools of choice, which in essence would be yet another unfunded mandate. With districts such as Enfield already trying to fill the gaps left behind with the expiration of ARPA funds and COVID relief money, this additional unfunded mandate, again, one that was originally slated to be eliminated, would force Enfield and many other Connecticut districts to drastically decrease the services that we provide to our students, many of which have increasing significant needs, in order for us to fund our obligations that's created by legislative action such as this. Please understand, I do not envy the position that you're all in. I realize you're required to make very difficult decisions at very late hours like it is now. But however, I would not be doing my job, which is to serve the students of my community, if I didn't come here tonight and ask that you please consider rectifying the excess cost calculation for this current year to the extent of your ability, and also to express my plea with you to not support the elimination of the $150 million educational reform line. Again, I appreciate the opportunity and I wish you the best.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. We appreciate it. Desmania Rodriguez. Okay, Christopher Trombley.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Trombley. I'm an associate professor of educational leadership and policy studies at Southern Connecticut State. And I also serve on the council of the CSU AAUP, the faculty union. Just over a week ago, near the close of his State of the State address, Governor Lamont quoted Senator Winfield as frequently reminding him, quote, "People would need fewer second chances if we gave them more first chances." Despite having gone out of his way to incorporate that statement into his prepared remarks, the budget proposal that the governor released later that same day does nothing to ensure that the young people of this state, particularly those whose families have little wealth or earn low incomes and who attend schools in districts where student needs far outstrip the resources available to them, have the kinds of have the kinds of first chances to which every child in Connecticut is entitled.
1 second. Ms. Rodriguez, please mute your account until we come back to you. Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Trombley.
Oh, that's all right, Representative. Practically speaking, the governor's budget prioritizes bondholders over the children of families who can only dream of having enough money left over after paying for groceries and clothes and rent and utilities to open investment portfolios. It weighs current political demands for fiscal responsibility over moral obligations to ensure that all the young people of the state, irrespective of family background, are afforded equitable opportunities to learn, grow, thrive, and contribute to the state. I urge the General Assembly and Governor Lamont to fulfill, indeed to expand upon, the pledges made last year to redress long-standing, unpardonable inequities in how Connecticut's high-need schools in poorly resourced communities are funded. The governor's recently proposed budget is penny-wise, pound-foolish, and entirely unworthy of the under-resourced but not undeserving young people of this state. Let's hope that, with your help, he will take this second chance to do right by them, from birth to 3, from pre-K through grade 12, on the 12 state community college campuses, and in the state's public universities. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ismania Rodriguez, will go back to you.
Sí, aquí estoy. Buenas noches, honorables miembros del comité. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan? Hello, ¿no me escuchan?
Yes.
We can hear you. Ok. Mi nombre es Dismania Rodríguez. Estoy aquí como educadora de cuidado infantil del hogar durante 4 años y orgullosa de ser miembro sindical de CIE, CIU local 2021, el cual representa más de 3,000 educadoras de cuidado infantil en nuestro estado. Si bien el presupuesto actual asigna algunos fondos para ampliar el cuidado infantil, no aborda la brecha crítica en nuestras necesidades de atención médica. Como educadora de cuidado infantil en el hogar, me cuesta poder costear las opciones de atención médica necesarias. Por un largo tiempo, tuve miedo de asistir a citas médicas por el alto costo de las facturas. Llegó a comprometer mi salud tanto que no pude evitar enfermarme y cuando llegué a casa, luego de estar hospitalizada por 4 días, recibí una deuda médica de más de $30,000. Esto causó un gran estrés en mi vida, donde incluso mis hijos se vieron afectados. Sin acceso a atención médica asequible, me veo obligada a tener que buscar otra opción de cómo cubrir mis pagos médicos, que son bastante altos, y bajar mi calidad de vida y la de mi familia. Cuando estamos enfermos, no podemos brindar atención de calidad a los niños y el apoyo de los que dependen de nuestras comunidades. Todos los días que estamos enfermos y nos vemos obligados a cerrar las puertas, los padres se quedan abruptamente para encontrar cuidado infantil de última hora o faltar a su trabajo. Esto tiene un impacto inmenso en la economía. Insto al comité a que asigne fondos para que los proveedores de cuidado infantil en el hogar accedan a un seguro médico asequible y de calidad. Satisfacer nuestras necesidades de atención médica significa garantizar cuidado infantil de alta calidad para la familia y un sistema de cuidado infantil sólido, crucial para una economía próspera. Gracias por su atención y su consideración.
Thank you so much. Jennifer, Samantha Casca. Jennifer Graves. Steve Stasniak. Christina Roberge. Lisa Hammersley, excuse me. Sheree Higgins. Sandy Logan McKibben. Rebecca Mickelson.
I'm here.
You're on.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Greetings and many thanks to members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Rebecca Michelson and I live in East Haven. I'm an art teacher at Dr. Mayo Early Childhood School. I'm a part of Connecticut for All Coalition, here to testify on HB 5048. Money is power and power is responsibility. So it can be said that with great money, which the state has, comes great responsibility. If we use it right, then 20 years from now, when my preschoolers will be eligible to run for office, they can be the public servants that I'm trying to be for them. Specific to my current situation, our school is not adequately staffed. Teachers either have to work while sick, our preschoolers are still learning hygiene, and parents send them to school when the kids are sick. Or we have to worry about the inconsistencies from shuffling around what bare bones staff we have. Our students' families need support as their stresses have an impact on their kids. Teachers are not therapists. We cannot practice psychiatric medicine, so let's talk about full-time counselors at every school. We need much quicker turnaround of building work orders, leaks, heating and cooling, ventilations, fixing over-engineered sinks that are too big for our students to even use and they malfunction too often. We need satisfactory outdoor space so students can get the necessary data-supported amount of outdoor playtime and freedom of movement. Healthy kids have needs, and the design of this building and its outdoor facilities are not built to serve our students to the fullest extent possible. But this list is too long for my 3 minutes, and that's just the short term. In the long run, 20 years from now, I hope my 4-year-olds do not need to remind their peers in office that education is important and that we've all been funding their education so well that they will be aghast that I'm here begging for support today. 20 years from now, I hope that my students have had equal opportunity for any further education they choose. I hope my students become the architects who design school environments and that actually suit the needs of the students inside and outside. I hope my students serving in public office will have the social conscience to support their constituents' civil rights so we can have a truly equal opportunity society. I hope my students have the strength of character to become the leaders who can face the wanton greed of our nation's history and can lead us toward better socio-political habits. Maybe we can stop supporting colonization both at our own hand and that of others. In order for this village to raise these children to become caring, healthy, stable humans, we need you to prioritize our needs so we can create caring, healthy, and stable environments for all ages. If we're not all in on meeting the simple needs of our students in their most formative years, I do not see how we can expect better for our future. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. And for my entire life as a voter, I've been let down. Maybe my students with a truly sound education will be the candidates for office that I can truly feel hopeful about 20 years from now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Rosamar Quiones Alberti.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My time is ready?
Yes.
Okay. Dear chairs and members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Rosamar Quinones, and I'm a current undergrad at CT State. I'm a member of CT Dissenters, Manchester Community College Unite, and Connecticut for All. It brings me great disappointment that the governor proposes to cut $150 million from elementary and high schools to fund school meals and childcare. Connecticut has 12 billionaires who together own $75 billion. Why are we not funding everything? In the same breath that the governor wants to increase funding for technical schools, he wants to slash millions from magnet schools. I attended Moline Magnet Elementary in Waterbury, as well as technical high schools in Waterbury and Manchester. The notion of funding technical schools over magnet schools makes the governor's agenda clear. He wants to turn children to be obedient workers for factories, weapons manufacturers, and business owners rather than empowering young people to choose freely their path. Maloney Magnet Elementary School provided me with a wonderful opportunity to learn Japanese, immerse myself in arts, and learn about Native Americans living right in our backyard. The downside of the magnet school during the time was that the students weren't so diverse. They were wealthier and not whiter than most Waterbury students. My parents sent me to magnet school because it provided me with more opportunities. I always felt off when my parents demonized public schools, but the reality is that public schools deal with more poverty and less resources because neighborhood schools were neglected by the state. I learned at a young age that the less fortunate went to schools with less funding, depending on the zip code where they lived. Meanwhile, in magnet schools, we had full-time library staff, even after school programs. It brings me great distress that the governor wants to deprive students who are neglected by the state. This is a war against children's creativity, and it needs to be stopped. At Kenner Tech High School, there is no opportunity for me to learn Spanish. There is only ESL. It draws one conclusion. You want work-ready soldiers, obedience to status quo, and those who come from marginalized backgrounds. I spent my middle school years in a private private middle school. You can tell the extreme differences between private schools and public schools, from networking opportunities to field trip opportunities. Children should dream and not go hungry. I was adopted, and the people who adopted me sent me to the private school. Before I was adopted, I vividly remember when I was in kindergarten, when I did not have anything to eat. I went to sleep hungry, and I managed to get up the next day to go to school when I was blessed to have free breakfast and lunch. My neighbor Alexis often had to eat cheese sandwiches because her family worked too much to qualify for free school lunch, but they were still barely making it. Alexis and I represent hundreds of thousands of children in Connecticut. Please reject governor's budget reduction because it will be a direct attack on those in poverty. Fund our future and not the pockets of millionaires. Fund our futures instead of giving our tax dollars to the weapon manufacturers. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. We greatly appreciate it. June Carpenter. Analda Rodriguez. Chastity Kennedy. Ann Green. Dorca Hernandez. Bruce Baxter. Mary Jordan. Stephen Tracy. Maris Pelkey.
Stephen Tracy is here,
My
Representative.
apologies, Steve.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Okay, thank you, Representative Paris, and to Senator Ostin and Representative Walker and the other members of the committee. My name is Stephen Tracy. I'm a retired school superintendent here today, or this evening, as the chair of the Danbury Charter School Planning Team. And I'm urging you to fund both the Danbury and the Middletown charter schools this year. Although approved by the State Board of Education with high marks, both schools have been denied funding for reasons that have never been publicly explained. In Danbury's case, for almost 6 years now, even as other schools that came along years after us have been funded. Why? Our school will not jeopardize funding for the Danbury Public Schools. If anyone tells you otherwise, please refer them to the Alliance District Program, the minimum expenditure requirement, and the education cost sharing law, and tell them that they are misinformed. We respect the collective bargaining rights of our teachers, and we will meet or beat the compensation offered to teachers by the local school district. We will enroll a diverse student body, no cherry picking. To that end, we will ask the local school district to select our students through its established choice process. We will help the Danbury schools to solve the chronic overcrowding problem that you heard about repeatedly today by providing new instructional space for over 700 students. And we will help the district to deal with its fiscal challenges by providing a new public school building at no cost to taxpayers. Throughout this hearing, you've heard from many of the families who've been working for years to realize their dream of a quality public charter school in Danbury. They played by the rules, they followed the law, they held their public hearings, they answered all the questions, and they even secured foundation support to construct their school building so as not to have to ask the city for assistance. And so they won the enthusiastic endorsement of the State Board of Education in 2018. Time to celebrate. But wait, it turns out there's another step in the charter approval process, one that you will not find in the law or on the public record. It turns out that if one or two of your local state legislators don't like your school, for whatever reason, they can choke off your funding behind closed doors with no valid reason and no public vote. This is not right. In conclusion, it has been my privilege to be associated with these families over the years. They love their children. We know their cause is just, and we are not giving up. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We will next have Maris Pelkey. After that, we'll have Jessica Swan. And finally, we will have Sheree Higgins to end us and close us out for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony. My name is Maris Pelkey. I'm the Executive Director of Birth to Three Services at Creative Interventions, a birth to three agency that currently serves over 500 families across Connecticut and employs an average of 140 employees. As my colleagues have discussed throughout their testimony today, the Office of Early Childhood commissioned a comprehensive cost and rate study by Public Consulting Group, or PCG. This rate study results show that the cost of providing early intervention services in Connecticut is $167 per professional per hour. The current rate is 29% below the calculated rate of an early intervention service. Operating expenses have increased along with inflation. Additionally, the birth to three system through the state and federal regulatory bodies has significantly increased the procedural requirements since 2017. Extensive training and supervision to enhance the quality of services has been implemented, resulting in increased expenses and unbillable time and a fee-for-service model. I'm concerned that the results of this rate study will not be implemented this legislative session. I understand the challenges of funding such a change during a biennial budget year, but this cannot wait until the next budget year, as rates have already been stagnant for 7 years. The number of birth to three evaluations completed has increased 49.5% since 2017. In fiscal year 23, 13,810 children and families received 474,209 hours of support, which is a significant amount of services. The number of clinicians supporting the birth to three system continues to decline due to lack of ability to offer competitive salaries and benefits, while the number of children and families needing services continues to rise, and we need your help to take action sooner than later. I request that this committee appropriate funds in this legislative session to support the recommended calculated rate. And I thank the Appropriations Committee for your time and consideration of this testimony. I'm hopeful that the committee will be in support of these items. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Jessica Sweeney.
Good evening,
Swan,
everyone.
my
and-
apologies. I just
That's
gave you the
okay.
last name. My
That's
apologies.
okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here right up until the end. My name is Jessica Swan, and I am the co-principal at Odyssey Community School in Manchester. I appreciate this time to voice my concerns over Governor Lamont's proposed funding loss for public education in our state. I have been at Odyssey for 14 years and been fortunate enough to watch it grow from grades 4 to 8, then K to 8, and now pre-K to 8. Each stage brought such excitement as we opened classrooms for more students and even earlier in their lives. I'm glad to hear that charter funding is currently set to remain intact for the upcoming school year. However, I am concerned about how the proposed adjustments move us away from the promise to create a universal needs-based funding formula that would strengthen public education across our state and ensure a more equitable experience for all of our children. I have seen firsthand how the increase in funding has truly impacted the success of our students and their access to resources and support that we were previously not able to provide. Discussing the budget and also our hope for expansion, today I do want to spotlight our preschool and the importance of early childhood education. We currently have 2 mixed-age preschool classrooms for a total of 36 3- and 4-year-olds, only half the seats that we have for our kindergartners and grades thereafter. Our goal is to add 2 additional preschool classrooms so that all of our kindergarten students will have started in preschool. Unfortunately, we were denied our request for 36 more seats and are looking for support to fulfill our vision. I do want to take a moment to take some background as we are currently in our second year of preschool at Odyssey. Within 48 hours of being granted the initial seats 2 years ago, we had over 80 applications for those 36 seats. Keep in mind, we had no teachers, no classrooms ready, and no information other to share than it was a full day, no cost preschool. Fast forward a year later, and we were up to 160 applications for now 18 seats. I'll be honest, we have done very little advertising, so I truly can't imagine what those numbers would look like if we did. There is such a need for high quality preschool, particularly one that is no cost for our community. Our classrooms are robust, student-centered, creative environments that truly encourage curiosity, problem solving, and incredible peer-to-peer interactions. I urge you to come visit and see it all in action if you ever have a chance. I'm also fortunate enough to have a child in our preschool as well, and I could be here all night telling about his growth that I've seen in him emotionally, socially, and academically. He struggled in other programs before coming to Odyssey, where he now has a very highly qualified teacher who truly understands early childhood education and how to integrate many components into everything that she does. More families deserve to be impacted by this program and have their lives changed like my family's has. In addition, it's also important to recognize the legislative change in minimum age for our kindergarten students. While this has certainly been a needed change, it does significantly impact many families that were planning on sending their child to kindergarten. By opening up more seats, we would certainly address an equity issue and increase our potential to support more families. The opportunity that our preschool classrooms have added to our community is immeasurable, and I urge you to consider the long-lasting impact that increasing these seats can have. By prioritizing early childhood education, we can ensure that our children enter school ready to learn, setting the stage for a lifetime of success. Thank you for your time and consideration. I know it's been a very long night. I hope that you do consider rejecting the proposed cuts to public education and add funding for the expansion of pre-K at Odyssey Community School. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And Ms. Higgins, you are our last testimony for the evening. Why don't you close this out, please?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Something is, it says not detecting my camera, so I'm sorry if you can't see me, but it won't allow me to come on, but I'll go ahead and read. Is that okay?
That is perfectly fine.
All right. My name is Cherie Higgins. Well, first of all, good evening to all the Appropriation Committee, and thank you guys for staying up so late with us to hear our plea. My name is Cherie Higgins, and I represent the Bridgeport School Readiness Group of Early Childhood, and I would like to first thank the governor and the legislature for working hard and being committed to funding early childhood education. We're ecstatic about the $90 million for early childhood education, however, the $20 million that is coming directly from the Department of Education line item that funds the state K-12 public school is not the way to stop the bleeding in early childhood education system. K-12 needs its own funds to provide quality education to the public school children. Just the same as early childhood education needs its own funding to provide quality care, qualifying staff, increased pay, and providing benefits. We as early childhood educators have been more than patient in waiting for funding. Using the public school line item as a temporary fix will only continue to dim the light within the existing early education educators who choose to stay in this field, even though it's not paying the salary that they are seeking to provide for their families. Borrowing from the K-12 line item is not a permanent funding for early childhood education budget because both programs are seeking the same end goals to provide quality education. Without proper funding, this will defeat the purpose. This will continue to cause the early childhood field to be on fragile ground. I'm asking you to please consider giving the early childhood line item its own additional $20 million to provide quality care within this field. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and that will be our final testimony for the evening. I'd like to thank Representative Felipe and also Representative Carter for staying with us for the duration of this 10-plus hour long hearing. And also a special thank you to all of our staff members for making sure that all of our residents got the chance to testify today in a meaningful way. With that said, I'd like to wish everyone a safe travels home. And Madam Administrator, this meeting is adjourned.